Greetings, weary traveler of the internet, and welcome back to Hollow Midnight, where the humdrum and the forgotten tales of history gently nudge you towards a state of serene contemplation. If you find yourself enjoying these peculiar expeditions into the past, do consider subscribing and joining our growing community of night owls and curious minds. Tonight, we delve into the unassuming genesis of a creature destined for a surprisingly uncomfortable form of greatness. A journey that begins, as all truly humble tales must, amidst the unglamorous reality of municipal refuse. This, then, is Chapter 1. The Rat's Humble Beginnings. The rat was, by most accounts, utterly unremarkable. It was neither the largest nor the smallest of its kind in the perpetually damp and odorous warren beneath the sprawling, ill-kept city of Viridian. Its fur, a mottled gray-brown, was perpetually matted with an unidentifiable assortment of street grime, and whatever sticky remnants it had last brushed against in its endless foraging. Its tail, a thin, scaly rope, twitched with a nervous energy that was less a sign of unique vitality and more a testament to the constant, low-level anxiety that was the bedrock of its existence. Its eyes, tiny obsidian beads, reflected only the nearest flicker of light, betraying no hint of burgeoning intellect, or, indeed, any awareness whatsoever of a destiny beyond the next discarded crust of bread. This particular rat, let us call it Pip, for no reason other than the narrator's momentary whim, though the rat itself possessed no name, not even a designation for itself, existing as it did in a state of pure, unadulterated instinct, was scrawny. Its ribs, when it stretched, were visible beneath its sparse fur, a testament to a life lived on the very edge of perpetual hunger. A hunger that gnawed with the persistence of a persistent cough, never truly abating, only occasionally quieted by some meager, fleeting success. The streets of Viridian were, to Pip, a labyrinthine feast, or rather a labyrinthine series of perpetually disappointing near feasts. Each day, or rather each night, for the sun was a harsh and dangerous mistress in the rat's world, Pip emerged from its current dwelling, a cramped fissure in the crumbling stone foundation of the old butcher's shop, his tiny nose twitching. The air was a symphony of smells, the cloying sweetness of rotting fruit from the market, the sharp tang of stale beer from the taverns, discarded dregs, the earthy dampness of saturated earth, and the ever-present, pervasive reek of human waste. A scent that, for Pip, was simply the backdrop of its entire known universe, as unremarkable as the smell of fresh air might be to a particularly dull human. Its existence was a relentless cycle. Curry, compensare. Sniff. Dartontetils. Freeze, die. Attend tetsopi. Flee. Repeat. The cobblestones, slick with centuries of accumulated filth, were its highway. The narrow alleys, choked with refuse, its hunting grounds. The overflowing gutters, sluggish with murky water, its only source of hydration. Danger was a constant companion, a shadow that lurked in every larger shadow. The heavy, thudding footsteps of humans, those immense, oblivious giants who occasionally cast a menacing boot or a flung stone in its direction, were a persistent threat. The slinking, predatory forms of cats, with their unsettlingly quiet movements and their sudden, explosive pounces, represented instant, violent oblivion. The lumbering barking dogs, usually tied but sometimes loose, were a less precise but equally terrifying menace. And then, of course, there were the other rats, often larger, always more aggressive, ready to dispute any prize, no matter how paltry. Pip had survived thus far, not through cunning or bravery, but through a certain, almost pathological cautiousness. It was not adventurous. It was not bold. It was instead simply very, very good at being unnoticed. It hugged the shadows, scuttled along the edges, and seemed to possess an almost supernatural ability to flatten itself into an unidentifiable smear against the grimy backdrop when danger presented itself. It preferred the damp, forgotten corners, the spaces between stacked crates, the narrow gaps where the wall met the overflowing privy, places where the world was compressed and manageable. Its most significant culinary triumph of the previous week had been a single desiccated pea, discovered beneath a cart at the very edge of the market square. It had tasted of dust and despair, yet in that moment it had been a feast, a momentary respite from the relentless grind of caloric deficit. The nights in Viridian were long and often punctuated by the distant, mournful baying of a stray dog or the raucous laughter of drunken revelers. For Pip, these sounds were just part of the nocturnal hum, indistinguishable from the rustling of discarded straw or the patter of rain on the sagging timber eaves. Its world was small, immediate, and utterly devoid of anything resembling comfort. Sleep, when it came, was a light, fractured thing, snatched in moments of relative safety, deep within a burrow or behind a loose flagstone, where the cold, hard earth was its only bed. Dreams, if rats indeed dreamt, would surely have been of endless, perfectly ripe, discarded cheeses, or perhaps more realistically, of the fleeting terror of a broom handle suddenly descending from the sky. One particular night, the air was unusually thick with the smell of stale ale and something vaguely yeasty. Pip, driven by the familiar ache in its belly, was navigating the treacherous terrain behind the establishment known as the Drunken Flagon, a place renowned for its haphazard waste disposal. A wooden barrel, half-rotten and overflowing with spent grain, and the occasional forgotten tankard, promised potential. The sheer effort involved in climbing the slippery, slick sides of the barrel was immense for such a small creature, a feat of mountaineering in miniature. It scrabbled, paws slipping, muscles trembling, driven by the desperate hope of a solid, satisfying meal. A drop of fermenting ale, thick and sweet, dripped onto its nose, momentarily startling it. It was a strange, intoxicating smell, unlike the usual grim aromas of its daily life. Reaching the lip, it peered into the shadowy depths. A few sodden crumbs of bread, perhaps from the bottom of a customer's bowl, floated amidst the sludgy grain. A banquet. Carefully Pip descended, its claws finding purchase on the splintered wood. The interior of the barrel was dark, warmer than the outside air, and filled with the potent, slightly dizzying fumes of fermentation. It was here, in this temporary liquid-soaked haven, that Pip ate slowly, methodically, savoring each damp crumb, as if it were the most exquisite delicacy. The faint warmth, the slight buzzing in its tiny brain from the ale fumes created a fleeting sensation that, for a rat, might have approximated contentment. As it ate, a sudden, muffled thump reverberated through the wood. The barrel, it seemed, was not entirely forgotten. A large, shadowy figure loomed over the rim. Pip froze, a half-chewed crumb still in its jaws, its heart hammering against its ribs like a frantic drummer. This was it. The end. A giant human hand reached into the barrel, surprisingly gentle, not grabbing for the rat, but feeling around for something else. Pip squeezed itself into the smallest possible space, behind a forgotten mug, trying to become utterly invisible. The hand fumbled, scraped against the bottom, and then, with a sigh, withdrew, taking with it only a few stray grains and the scent of human skin. Oddly clean for this part of town. Pip remained motionless for a long time, listening to the fading footsteps, its entire being coiled tight with a lingering terror. It was this perpetual proximity to human existence, this accidental brushes with the larger, louder, and infinitely more powerful world of men and women that characterized Pip's life. It was a life lived in the cracks and shadows of their grand, dirty cities, a parasitic existence, a constant game of hide-and-seek where the stakes were always life and death. It had seen many things, though it understood none of them. The glint of coins changing hands, the flicker of candlelight from a distant window, the rustle of fine fabrics, the clatter of swords on the training grounds, the wails of a newborn babe from inside a house, the hushed whispers of illicit dealings in the darkest hours. All of it was just background noise, part of the immense, incomprehensible tapestry that was the human world. A tapestry that occasionally, and quite accidentally, dropped a crumb or two its way. The rat's world was devoid of grand narratives, of destiny, of purpose beyond the next meal, the next moment of safety. It had no concept of tomorrow, let alone a royal court, or the peculiar anxieties of a sleepless monarch. Its entire focus was on the immediate, the tangible, the survival of its own small, shivering form. It was a creature of the sewer, the alleyway, the forgotten space beneath the floorboards of the great, noisy city. Its greatest achievement was simply to endure, to outwit the traps, to evade the predators, to find enough to sustain its meager, scrawny frame for one more dawn. It moved through the medieval night like a tiny gray ghost, a ripple in the fabric of filth and forgotten things, wholly unaware that the vast, indifferent human world, which it so diligently avoided, was about to pluck it from its squalid obscurity and place it, quite literally, upon a silken pillow, transforming it from a mere scavenger into something far stranger and far more precarious, a royal sleep charm. But for now, Pip simply existed, a fleeting shadow among shadows, driven by the ancient, uncomplicated imperative to survive another cold, hungry night. Chapter 2. A Royal Insomnia Crisis. King Theron, by all accounts, was not a bad king. He was perhaps a touch too fond of roasted pheasant, and a shade too reliant on his chief adviser, the perpetually sweating Lord Chancellor, but his intentions were generally benevolent. He had a hearty laugh, a robust appetite, and until recently, a commendable ability to sleep soundly through the most tempestuous of storms or the loudest of courtly revels. That, however, was before the affliction took hold. It began subtly, a night or two of restless tossing, attributed to an overly rich dinner or the anxieties of state. Then it progressed to waking after only a few hours, then to barely falling asleep at all. Soon, King Theron was experiencing what could only be described as a royal insomnia crisis, a malady that seeped from his private chambers into every corner of the court and, by extension, the entire kingdom of Viridian. The once hearty laugh became a strained chuckle, then a series of irritable grunts. His robust appetite waned, replaced by a preference for bland broths and sips of tepid water. The eyes that once twinkled with mirth now resembled two bruised plums, sunken and perpetually bloodshot. Dark circles, deep as the moat surrounding the castle, became permanent fixtures beneath them. His skin, once ruddy with health, took on a sallow, almost greenish pallor. The king, normally resplendent in his silks and velvets, now often appeared in rumpled night-clothes well into the afternoon, his crown askew, a faint smell of stale sleep clinging to him. He would pace the long, drafty corridors of the castle in the dead of night, a lone, gaunt spectre, the rhythmic scuff of his slippers the only sound, apart from the distant hoot of an owl. Sometimes he would pause by a window, gazing out at the sleeping city, a profound, weary envy twisting his features. Oh, to sleep like a common citizen, undisturbed by the weight of a kingdom, the burden of a crown, the ceaseless clatter of his own thoughts. His days were a blur of muddled pronouncements and short-tempered outbursts. Decisions, once carefully weighed, were now made impulsively or, more often, procrastinated indefinitely. The Lord Chancellor, A man who believed firmly in the principle of not attracting the king's attention, found himself constantly on edge, perpetually adjusting his spectacles and clearing his throat nervously. The royal guards, accustomed to the king's occasional good-natured jests, now flinched at his approach, bracing themselves for an unexpected roar of frustration. Even the royal cooks, masters of the culinary arts, found their dishes returned untouched, or worse, flung across the great dining hall with a tirade about their texture or temperature. The entire court walked on eggshells, each noble and servant holding their breath, waiting for the next unpredictable eruption from their sleep-deprived monarch. Physicians were summoned first, of course, a procession of learned men with long beards and even longer lists of traditional remedies. They prescribed potions brewed from mandrake root and nightshade, carefully diluted. They assured him, though the king often felt more light-headed than sleepy. They applied leeches, which left him feeling weak and dizzy, but no closer to slumber. They suggested warm baths infused with lavender and chamomile, which merely made him feel sticky and bored. They even tried bloodletting, a practice believed to balance the humors, which only left him paler and more agitated. "Your Majesty," one particularly confident physician declared, "your humors are simply too active. We must calm the black bile, subdue the yellow flame, and perhaps encourage a more viscous sanguinity." The king, too tired to argue, simply grunted and allowed himself to be bled again. It did no good. Next came the alchemists, men whose laboratories smelled of sulfur and desperation. They offered glowing tinctures that promised to transmute sleeplessness into profound rest, though they mostly transmuted the king's gold into thin air. One concoction, bubbling with iridescent fumes, was guaranteed to induce dreams of peaceful pastures, but instead gave King Theron vivid, unsettling nightmares of giant talking vegetables discussing matters of state. Another, a milky, viscous fluid, was supposed to harmonize the nocturnal energies, but only resulted in the king developing a peculiar twitch in his left eye for several days. When the alchemists failed, the court turned to mystics, seers, and various individuals who claimed to commune with celestial bodies or ancestral spirits. A blind prophetess from the northern mountains chanted ancient incantations over his bedchamber for 3 consecutive nights, filling the castle with an eerie rhythmic drone that disturbed everyone except except the king. A geomancer suggested rearranging all the furniture in the royal bedchamber to align with invisible ley lines, a process that took a week and simply left the king tripping over misplaced nightstands. A chiromancer read the king's palms and declared that his lifeline was too short, and his sleep line was non-existent. "Most unhelpful," the king rasped, tossing a handful of coins at the man. Even the court jesters were pressed into service, their usual boisterous antics replaced by attempts at soothing lullabies played on a mournful lute, or quiet, mime performances designed to relax the mind. One jester, renowned for his ability to juggle flaming torches, tried juggling silk scarves in slow motion, an act so profoundly boring that the king, far from falling asleep, actually became more alert, irritated by the jester's utterly predictable rhythm. The queen, a kindly but practical woman, suggested a change of scenery. The king was moved from his cavernous, drafty bedchamber to a smaller, cozier room, then to a tower chamber with a magnificent view, then even to a guest wing that rarely saw use. Each new location offered the fleeting promise of respite, only to deliver the same gnawing wakefulness. He tried different mattresses, straw, goose down, swan feathers, even a mattress filled with dried rose petals, which smelled pleasant but felt like sleeping on a pile of brittle potpourri. He ate special meals prepared by a renowned herbalist, bland concoctions of boiled grains and tasteless roots, meant to calm the stomach and thus the mind. He drank warm milk, then cold milk, then milk laced with honey, then milk with a dash of various unidentifiable herbs. Nothing worked. The royal coffers were rapidly depleting, not from lavish spending, but from the constant stream of charlatans, quacks, and well-meaning but utterly ineffective specialists who arrived at the castle gates daily, each convinced they held the secret to King Theron's elusive slumber. The desperation in the court was palpable. Courtiers whispered in hushed tones about the king's deteriorating health, the increasingly erratic nature of his decrees, and the dark premonitions of what might happen if the insomnia continued. Rumors spread through the city of a spectral king, haunting the halls, a king whose mind was slowly unraveling under the relentless assault of sleeplessness. Finally, one particularly excruciating morning, after a night spent staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks in the plaster, the king could bear it no longer. His voice, usually a booming instrument, was a dry, raspy whisper, but the fury behind it was unmistakable. He summoned his entire court, those who dared to show their faces, to the throne room. His face was a mask of utter exhaustion and profound frustration. "Hear ye," he croaked, pushing himself up on his throne, his crown askew. "Hear ye, all denizens of this court, and by extension, all citizens of Viridian. My slumber forsakes me. My mind rebels against rest. I have tried potions and prayers, leeches and levitation, poultices and pointless pacing. Nothing, absolutely nothing grants me the sweet oblivion of sleep." He paused, a fit of dry coughing racking at his frail frame. The Lord Chancellor stepped forward, offering a glass of water, which the king waved away impatiently. "Therefore," he continued, his voice gaining a desperate, almost unhinged intensity, "I hereby issue a royal decree. Let it be known throughout the land. Whosoever, man or woman, noble or commoner, can bring forth a cure, a remedy, a charm, no matter how unconventional, how bizarre, how utterly absurd, that grants me but one night of true, unbroken sleep, shall be granted a reward beyond their wildest dreams. Gold, land, a title, a marriage into the royal family, should they be of suitable age and disposition." His eyes, wide and bloodshot, scanned the assembly, daring anyone to doubt his earnestness. "But hear this also," he roared, his voice cracking. "Should any present a false hope, a charlatan's trick, a useless trinket, they shall face the direst of consequences. For I swear by my ancestors' bones, if I do not sleep soon, none of you shall sleep easily either." The decree was delivered with the force of a man teetering on the precipice of madness, a man so utterly desperate for rest that all reason had begun to flee him. The court, stunned into silence by the unprecedented nature of the king's desperation, exchanged nervous glances. This was a king truly at his breaking point. The kingdom waited, holding its breath, for the absurd solution that might finally bring peace to its weary monarch. The decree would be announced in every village, every hamlet, every marketplace. A desperate plea broadcast across the kingdom, a plea that would, by a strange and circuitous route, eventually find its way to the grimy streets of Viridian, where a scrawny, unremarkable rat named Pip was merely trying to find its next meal. Chapter 3. The Rat-Catcher's Dubious Scheme. The widespread panic that followed King Theron's decree. The frantic searches for alchemists and mystics did not escape the notice of Bartholomew Gribble. Barty, as he was known to the handful of tavern keepers who grudgingly tolerated his presence, was a man whose profession oscillated precariously between necessary municipal service and outright pestilence himself. His clothes, if they could be called that, were a patchwork testament to years of intimate contact with the underbelly of Viridian freighted the cuffs, stained with unspeakable residues, and possessing a faint but persistent odor that clung to him like a second skin. A pungent blend of stale sweat, damp earth, and the undeniable musk of his daily quarry. Barty was a rat catcher, or more accurately, a rat e-procurement specialist, for he was as adept at catching live specimens for less savory purposes as he was at dispatching them with a well-aimed boot. He was, in essence, a creature of the city's murky depths, much like the rats he pursued, albeit one with a rudimentary understanding of commerce and a deeply ingrained cynicism about human gullibility. When the royal criers, hoarse and sweating, blared the king's desperate plea through the narrow, garbage-strewn streets, Barty had been in the midst of negotiating the sale of a particularly plump ferret to a desperate miller. The decree, with its ludicrous offer of a chest of gold for a royal sleeplessness, had struck Barty not as an affront to common sense, but as an opportunity, glistening like a freshly discarded fish head in a dark alley. A cure for insomnia? The king, in his gilded cage, must be truly mad. But madness, Barty knew, often paid handsomely. He scratched at his patchy beard, a nest of uninvited tenants, and a slow, avaricious smile spread across his grimy face, revealing teeth that had long since surrendered their original hue to the cumulative stains of cheap ale and neglect. His mind, a surprisingly agile thing beneath its unkempt exterior, began to churn. All the grand proposals, the elixirs, the chants, the exotic bird feathers, they would surely fail. What then? Desperation would breed acceptance of the truly absurd. And what, Barty mused, was more absurd yet utterly commonplace than a rat? He had handled thousands of them. Common, filthy, unremarkable. But if one were to present it differently, if one were to imbue it with a certain narrative, Barty had a knack for narratives, particularly those of the self-serving variety. He had once convinced a wealthy merchant that his prized collection of porcelain figurines were being chipped by a poltergeist, rather than the merchant's own clumsy maid, for a tidy sum to perform an exorcism, which mostly involved him sweeping up dust and burning some rancid incense. He understood the human tendency to seek comfort in the extraordinary when the ordinary offered no solutions, and the king's insomnia was by all accounts extraordinarily stubborn. He spent the next few days not in the usual pursuit of vermin for the city's granaries, but in a meticulous, almost artistic, selection process. He set traps not for extermination, but for capture. He needed a rat that was not too aggressive, not too mangy, but not too plump either. It had to possess a certain unassuming quality, a blank canvas upon which he could paint his fantastical claims. He considered the one he'd accidentally caught in the ale barrel behind the drunken flagon a few nights prior, a scrawny, trembling thing with surprisingly large, dark eyes. It had been quick, not too prone to biting when handled roughly, a rare trait, and somehow, despite its wretched appearance, possessed a peculiar stillness when cornered. Yes, that rat. The one Barty had briefly called Whisper in his head, before discarding the notion as too poetic for a creature destined for a stew, might just be perfect. He recalled its small, almost delicate movements, its capacity for utter stillness. A rat that knew how to be still. Perhaps that was the key. He revisited the butcher's shop, where he knew the rat often lurked. He set a simple cage trap, baited with a piece of particularly pungent, aged cheese head pilfered from a vendor's fallen cart. It wasn't long before a small gray-brown shape, driven by the relentless gnaw of hunger, darted in. It was Pip, the same Pip whose life had consisted of unending cycles of fear and fleeting feasts. Now, confusion. The cage was solid, the cheese surprisingly abundant, The sudden jolt as the door snapped shut sent a surge of primal terror through its tiny form. It scrabbled, teeth bared in silent panic, but the metal bars held fast. Barty, observing from a distance, retrieved the trap with a grin. "Ah, my little dreamweaver," he murmured, the irony lost entirely on his captive. He took Pip back to his hovel, a cramped, perpetually damp room above a tanner's shop, where the stench of cured hides was almost as overwhelming as his own. This was where the dubious scheme truly began. First, Pip needed a bath. This was perhaps the most traumatic experience of Pip's short, unexamined life. Barty, humming tunelessly, plunged the terrified rat into a basin of surprisingly warm, but undoubtedly foul-smelling, water. Pip thrashed, squeaked, and tried desperately to climb the smooth, slick sides of the basin, its tiny heart threatening to burst from its chest. Barty scrubbed it with a coarse cloth, dislodging layers of grime, fleas, and tiny, unidentifiable debris. The rat emerged, shivering and resentful, a slightly lighter shade of gray, its fur still damp and bristly. It looked less like a mystical sleep charm and more like a drowned, indignant lump of lint. Next, the accoutrements. Barty found a scrap of faded blue ribbon, salvaged from a noblewoman's discarded dress, and tied it precariously around Pip's neck, just behind its ears. The rat, still reeling from the bath, barely noticed. It simply sat there, a sodden, shivering bundle, eyeing Barty with a mixture of terror and utter resignation. Barty then produced a small tarnished silver bell, no larger than his thumbnail, which he had once considered selling for a drink. He attached it to the ribbon. The bell, he reasoned, would not only add a touch of aristocratic flair, but also serve as a subtle distraction, its faint jingle possibly soothing or at least diverting. This was the moment Barty christened the rat, for presentation purposes, the whispering sentinel of Somnus. It sounded grand, vaguely Latin, and utterly nonsensical. Perfect. He didn't stop there. He constructed a small, ornate cage from salvaged birdcage wires and some polished wood scraps, lining it with a piece of surprisingly clean, albeit slightly yellowed, linen that might once have been a napkin. Inside, he placed a few grains of rice and a single, perfectly round, dried berry, a token offering to the magical creature. The transformation was complete. From a creature of the gutter, Pip had been transmogrified by the sheer force of Barty's avarice and the king's desperation into an item of potential royal utility. It was an alchemical feat, not of lead to gold, but of squalor to dubious luxury. The journey to the palace was an ordeal. Barty, attempting to project an air of mystical authority, strode with an exaggerated gait, holding the cage out before him like a sacred relic. The palace guards, hardened men who had seen every form of charlatan and madman attempting to gain access to the king's ear, eyed him with a mixture of suspicion and profound weariness. One, a burly man named Gareth with a perpetually sour expression, blocked his path. "And what arcane marvel have you brought forth, vagabond?" Gareth's voice was a low growl, echoing in the cavernous entrance hall. The hall itself was a study in contrasts, polished stone floors, soaring arches, and the pervasive scent of beeswax and old tapestries, overlaid with the faint, almost imperceptible, aroma of the thousands of scurrying, unsane lives that still thrived within its walls. Barty puffed out his chest, attempting to appear taller than his meager stature allowed. "I, good sir, am Bartholomew Gribble, a purveyor of forgotten wisdom, and I carry within this very vessel the answer to his Majesty's troubled slumber." He presented the cage with a flourish, nearly unbalancing himself. Gareth peered into the cage, Dip, startled by the sudden movement and the booming voice, pressed itself into the linen, its tiny bell tinkling almost imperceptibly. Gareth's eyes, accustomed to the sight of mangy curs and even mangier beggars, widened slightly. "A rat?" he grunted, a flicker of amusement quickly suppressed, crossing his face. "You bring His Majesty a common rat?" "Not common, my dear fellow," Barty declared, his voice rising in dramatic pitch. "This is the whispering sentinel of Somnus, a creature born of ancient earth, imbued with the very essence of tranquility that flows from the forgotten roots of the great cedar of the whispering peaks. Its very presence, its gentle movements, its almost imperceptible breathing, are said to align the restless spirit with the deep rhythms of the slumbering world." He paused, taking a dramatic breath, as if exhausted by the sheer profundity of his revelation. Barty himself felt nothing of the sort. Only a growing apprehension that his grandiose claims might be dismissed out of hand by these humorless palace types. He had, after all, spun more believable yarns to secure a free pint. But the desperation in the court, a desperation that now seemed almost tangible, heavy in the air, gave him a sliver of hope. Gareth stared at him for a long moment. Then at the shivering rat with the ridiculous blue ribbon. "Et seen desperate men. Ed seen delusional men." But this was a new level audacity. He was about to dismiss Barty with a wave of his armored hand when a voice, sharp and imperious, cut through the air. "What is this commotion?" It was Lord Valerius, the king's chief adviser, a man whose patience had worn thinner than old parchment over the past weeks. His face was drawn, his eyes underscored by dark circles, betraying his own share of sleepless nights spent fretting over the kingdom's stability. He strode forward, his silk robes rustling, an air of profound exhaustion emanating from him, a silent testament to the king's own waking misery. The palace, usually a hive of quiet, purposeful activity, felt brittle, stretched out by the king's continued wakefulness. Even the usually jovial court jester had taken to weeping silently into his motley cap. Barty immediately pivoted, addressing Valerius with a deep, if somewhat wobbly, bow. "My lord Valerius, I come bearing salvation, a unique and ancient remedy for our beloved king's affliction." He again presented the cage, the small bell giving another faint chime as he wobbled. The cage itself, with its makeshift elegance, looked ludicrously out of place in the grand hall, nestled in Barty's grimy hands, like a misplaced jewel. Valerius glanced at the cage, then at Barty. His expression was a mixture of disdain and utter weariness. "A rat, Gribble? You propose a rat will cure His Majesty's royal insomnia? Have we truly fallen so far?" His voice was laced with a palpable frustration, barely contained, as if the very air he breathed was chafing against his already frayed nerves. He looked around, as if expecting to find himself in a particularly dull and improbable dream. "But, my lord," Barty insisted, pressing his advantage, emboldened by the advisor's obvious desperation, which, to Barty, was as clear a sign as any that his scheme might, against all odds, succeed. "This is no mere vermin. This is a creature blessed by the very spirits of slumber. Its ancestors, it is said, lived for centuries beneath the greatest druidic stones, absorbing the tranquil energies of the earth. Its quiet presence, its natural stillness, its subtle vibrations, they resonate with the restless mind, lulling it into a profound and dreamless sleep." Barty was improvising wildly, pulling fantastical elements from every half-heard legend and tavern tale head ever encountered. The great cedar of the Whispering Peaks was a tree he had once relieved himself against. The druidic stones were probably just large boulders he'd tripped over. Yet He spoke with the conviction of a man who truly believed his own elaborate lies. A conviction born of pure, unadulterated self-interest. Valerius rubbed his temples, a gesture of profound fatigue. He looked from the earnest, if somewhat odorous, rat-catcher to the small, shivering creature in the cage. The silence stretched, thick with the tension of collective desperation. The court had tried everything. Potions from the greatest alchemists had failed, often with explosive or hallucinogenic side effects. Lullabies from the most renowned bards had only irritated the king, who had once thrown a golden goblet at a particularly shrill soprano. Hypnotists had put themselves to sleep, snoring loudly while the king paced, wide-eyed and furious. Even the royal chef's famous milk and honey concoction, usually a guaranteed soporific, had left the king wide-eyed and complaining of heartburn, further cementing his distrust of anything approaching a conventional remedy. The royal coffers were bleeding gold for increasingly outlandish remedies, and still, the king paced, raged, and withered, his temper flaring at the slightest provocation. "What proof do you offer of this creature's efficacy?" Valerius asked, his voice flat, devoid of true interest, merely going through the motions. A bureaucrat, slogging through yet another fruitless proposal. "Proof, my lord?" Barty feigned surprise, widening his already large eyes. "Its very existence is proof. It is a living, breathing testament to the quiet power of nature. It has a calming aura, discernible only to those truly attuned to the ethereal currents." Barty himself, being decidedly unattuned, felt no such aura, only the persistent itch of fleas that seemed to have accompanied his new pet. "Furthermore," he added, remembering a conversation head overheard about the king's particularly agitated state regarding the kingdom's finances and a brewing border dispute, "it is said that its presence can absorb negative energies, drawing out the very anxieties that plague a restless mind, leaving behind only peace." He knew the king was currently plagued by anxieties regarding the sputtering harvest and the truculence of the Duke of Northmarch, concerns that had manifested as restless nights filled with muttered stratagems and frustrated groans. A junior courtier, Sir Reginald, a perpetually anxious young man, whose own sleep was often disturbed by the fear of displeasing Valerius, spoke up hesitantly, his voice barely above a whisper. "My lord, perhaps if nothing else has worked a novel approach. The king is truly desperate. He has threatened to dismiss half the court if this continues, and his decrees have become quite eccentric." Sir Reginald himself had been ordered to count all the grains of sand in the palace courtyard, a task he was still dutifully failing at. Valerius sighed, a long, drawn-out exhalation that seemed to carry the weight of the entire kingdom. The king's threats were not idle. Heads had rolled for less. Positions had been stripped. Fortunes had been seized. The entire court was in a state of perpetual anxiety, their own sleep disturbed by the king's wakefulness, a collective nervous energy that permeated the very stones of the palace. If this absurd rat, this common be-ribboned vermin, could offer even a sliver of hope, however ridiculous the premise, it was a gamble worth taking, if only to buy them another day, another week. A fragile piece from the king's mounting rage. "Very well, Gribble," Valerius conceded, his voice heavy with resignation, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. "You shall present your whispering sentinel to his majesty. But be warned, if this is merely a jest, or worse, if it aggravates his majesty's condition further, your reward will not be gold, but a permanent residence in the royal dungeons, a residence from which you will not emerge." His gaze, though weary, was steel, and for a fleeting moment Barty saw not just a tired man, but the relentless machinery of royal power. Barty swallowed, a sudden dryness in his throat, a cold dread replacing his earlier avaricious glow. The dungeons were a far less appealing prospect than the chest of gold. The air in the palace suddenly felt much colder, much heavier. But the gamble was too enticing. The potential reward too immense to abandon now. "It is no jest, my lord, I assure you." The king was asleep like a babe. He tried to sound confident, but a tremor ran through his hands as he clutched the cage, the small bell jingling a tiny nervous tune. And so it was decided. The grimy rat-catcher, with his equally grimy, yet now slightly damp and ribbon-bedecked, rodent, was ushered further into the labyrinthine depths of the palace, past tapestries depicting glorious battles and portraits of stern-faced ancestors, past rooms filled with polished armor and glimmering jewels, towards the private chambers of King Theron. Pip, huddled in its absurd cage, registered the sudden shifts in temperature, the muted sounds, the strange cleaner air. It smelled beeswax and something faintly floral, and under it all, the persistent, comforting scent of humans, though these humans smelled different, less of sweat and refuse, more of expensive perfumes and old anxieties. It had no understanding of silks, of tapestries, of crown jewels, or of the immense, suffocating pressure of an entire kingdom resting on the shoulders of a man who simply could not sleep. It was just a rat, briefly clean, absurdly decorated, and utterly, blissfully unaware of the monumental expectations now resting quite literally upon its small, shivering shoulders. Its life, which had previously revolved around the pursuit of a single, forgotten crumb, was about to become infinitely more complicated, entangled in the waking nightmares of a king. Chapter 4. The rat's unlikely coronation. The passage from the palace entrance hall to the king's private antechamber was a journey of escalating absurdity for Bartholomew Gribble and one of pure, disorienting sensation for Pip. The air grew progressively cleaner, the torchlight softer, the sounds more muted. Barty, still clutching the makeshift cage, felt the eyes of every passing courtier, every lurking guard upon him, their expressions ranging from outright contempt to a kind of grim, exhausted curiosity. He tried to walk with an air of profound importance, but the fear of Lord Valerius's threatened dungeon residency kept his knees a trifle wobbly. Pip, meanwhile, felt only the subtle rocking of its cage, the pervasive new smells of beeswax, lavender, and something indefinably rich, and the unsettling quiet, so unlike the cacophony of the city streets. Upon reaching a smaller, exquisitely tapestried antechamber, Barty was met by a nervous royal valet, a man named Master Elms, whose face was as pale as the king's own. Master Elms, a fastidious man accustomed to handling only the finest silks and the most delicate porcelain, eyed the rat-catcher and his scrawny cargo with undisguised distaste. "Is this it?" Master Elms whispered, his voice barely audible, as if the very walls might be offended by the question. He gestured with a trembling hand towards the cage. "The creature, the whispering sentinel of Somnus, good sir," Barty corrected, bowing slightly, trying to inject gravitas into his tone. "A living vessel of tranquility." Master Elms shuddered, a full-body tremor. Indeed, Lord Valerius's orders were specific. The creature must be prepared. He then produced a small square of fabric from beneath his tunic. It was a piece of velvet, a deep royal blue, so soft it seemed to absorb the light. It was no larger than a man's palm, and from a small embroidered pouch he produced a few strands of gold thread and a tiny, almost invisible needle. The king, in his enlightened state, decreed it should be adorned. Barty's eyes widened. A cloak for a rat! This was even more preposterous than he had dared to dream. And yet, It added a layer of spectacle, a patina of ceremony that might just sway the Mad King. He carefully opened the cage. Pepe, now accustomed to its confined space, did not bolt. It merely huddled, watching the looming figures with its tiny, unblinking eyes. Master Ernst, taking a deep, shuddering breath, reached in. His fingers, surprisingly delicate, lifted Pip from the linen. Pip, for its part, was too overwhelmed by the new scent of clean human skin and the sheer oddity of being handled so gently to even attempt a bite. It was placed on a small, silk-covered cushion, where it sat, a small gray lump of confusion. Master Elms then, with an almost surgical precision, draped the tiny velvet over Pip's back. It was ludicrous. The cloak was barely large enough to cover its shoulders, and the gold threads, meant to be embroidered onto the king's own robes, seemed utterly out of place on the rat's dull fur. Barty watched, fascinated, as Master Elms, with painstaking slowness, stitched the gold threads onto the velvet, ostensibly creating some sort of royal crest, though it looked more like a squiggly accident. The small silver bell Barty had tied to Pip's blue ribbon was now almost entirely obscured by the opulent absurdity of its new attire. Pip, the erstwhile scavenger of the gutter, was now, undeniably, a rodent of a certain, highly peculiar status. It sat, adorned, upon a silk cushion, in a chamber smelling of wealth and despair, its tiny senses reeling from the sudden softness of its surroundings. The velvet felt strange, warm, yet surprisingly light. It was a bizarre, almost comical, transformation, yet no one in the room so much as cracked a smile. The stakes were too high, the king's insomnia too potent a force of chaos. "It is magnificent," Barty choked out, trying to sound genuinely impressed, though he had to suppress a guffaw. The rat, in its absurd regalia, looked like a child's forgotten toy, or perhaps a miniature. Exceptionally fluffy dictator. "Take it," Gribble Master Elms urged, pushing the cushion with the cloaked rat towards Barty, as if touching it for too long might contaminate him. "His Majesty awaits." The journey to the royal bedchamber was even more hushed, more laden with anticipation. Barty, now carrying the velvet-clad Pip on its silk cushion, felt an immense weight settle upon his shoulders. This wasn't just about gold anymore. It was about the very sanity of a kingdom. The doors to the king's chamber were vast and intricately carved, made of dark, ancient oak. They creaked open with a groan that seemed to echo the collective sigh of the court. Inside, the room was a cavern of opulence and anxiety. Tapestries depicting mythical beasts and historical battles lined the walls, their colors muted by the dim light of a few strategically placed lanterns. A colossal four-poster bed, draped in crimson velvet and gold brocade, dominated the center of the room. It was less a bed and more a small, highly decorated building. King Theron sat propped against a mountain of silken pillows, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his face a roadmap of exhaustion. His usually vibrant red robes seemed to hang loosely on his frame, and his crown, usually a symbol of majesty, looked like a heavy, ill-fitting burden on his disheveled hair. His face was pale, drawn, and his lips were pursed in a thin line of perpetual irritation. He resembled a spoiled child who had been denied his favorite toy for too long. Around the bed stood Lord Valerius, looking even more haggard, and a scattering of other high-ranking courtiers, all of them mirroring the king's own weariness. Their shoulders slumped, their gazes fixed on the man who was meant to be their anchor. The air in the room was thick with unspoken fear, with the pressure of a realm teetering on the edge of chaos due to one man's inability to close his eyes. "Is this the latest volley, Valerius?" the king rasped, his voice raw from disuse and frustration. He gestured weakly towards Barty, who now stood awkwardly near the foot of the enormous bed, holding the silk cushion like a terrified altar boy. "Another charlatan, with another phial of sweetened water?" Or perhaps a bag of crushed beetle wings. "Your Majesty," Valerius began, his voice carefully neutral, "this is Bartholomew Gribble, a unique individual from the city. He claims to have found a whispering sentinel of Somnus, a creature of ancient earth, imbued with the essence of tranquility." Valerius's tone betrayed his own profound skepticism, but also the desperate hope that this absurdity might somehow work, a faint, desperate candle in the encroaching gloom of the king's waking nightmare. Barty, feeling a dozen pairs of noble eyes drilling into him, swallowed hard. "Indeed, Your Majesty. This humble creature, found deep within the earth's most serene veins, possesses an innate ability to calm the restless spirit and guide it to slumber." He extended the cushion, presenting Pip as if it were a rare jewel, a tiny, improbable offering in this grand, desperate theater. The king squinted, leaning forward slightly, his eyes focusing on the small, velvet-clad lump on the cushion. Pip, feeling the sudden heat of the king's gaze, pressed itself even further into the silk, the absurd velvet cloak bunching around its small shoulders. Its tiny bell, now nestled deeper within the folds of the absurd attire, remained silent. It was entirely oblivious to the monumental weight of expectation placed upon its tiny shoulders. It only registered the large, looming face, the strange, sickly scent of the king, different from any human it had ever encountered. "A rat?" The king breathed, a single eyebrow raising slowly, a gesture that usually preceded a furious outburst. A collective gasp rippled through the courtiers. It was a common, filthy rodent, albeit one now ludicrously dressed. This was surely the last straw. Some courtiers exchanged knowing glances, a few suppressed snickers, their skepticism a palpable force in the room. The royal physician, Dr. Alaric, a man of precise movements and even more precise theories, scoffed openly though quietly. His own concoctions had been dismissed, and now this? It was an insult to medical science, and indeed to common sense. "Not just any rat, Your Majesty," Barty quickly interjected, sweat beading on his brow. "This one? It has a stillness about it, a quietude. Its very being radiates peace. It has said its heart beats in harmony with the deepest sleep." He was making it up on the spot, of course, but he tried to infuse his voice with a mystical reverence, remembering the king's current, fragile mental state. He thought of Pip sitting motionless in its temporary cage after the traumatic bath, and seized on that memory. The king stared for a long moment, then, to everyone's astonishment, a flicker of something not hope, perhaps, but a profound weariness so deep it bordered on surrender crossed his face. "Stillness?" he mumbled, almost to himself. "Quietude. I remember quietude. It feels like a lifetime ago." He rubbed his temples, his gaze still fixed on the cloaked rat. He had tried everything else. Every herbalist, every potion, every bard, every obscure ritual. He was tired. So tired. And this rat, this preposterous little creature, at least offered something new, something completely different from the usual predictable failures. "Bring it closer," the king commanded, his voice gaining a fraction of its usual royal authority, though it was still strained. Lord Valerius, stiff with disapproval, motioned Barty forward. Barty gingerly approached the bed, carefully extending the cushion with Pip nestled on it. The king's personal guard, two hulking figures in shining armor, moved closer, their hands hovering over their sword hilts, as if expecting the rat to suddenly transform into a fire-breathing dragon. The king reached out a hand, gnarled and surprisingly thin, its fingers tracing lines of anxiety in the air. He hesitated, then, with a profound sigh, gently took the cushion from Barty. Pip, suddenly lifted and placed on the vast expanse of silken sheets beside the king, stiffened. It was a world of unimaginable softness, a tactile shock after a lifetime of hard earth, splintered wood, and rough cobblestones. The silk was cool against its belly, the velvet cloak a faint, unfamiliar pressure on its back. It sniffed the air, detecting the king's unique scent. Old parchment sweat, some expensive cloying perfume, and an underlying bitterness of profound exhaustion. "So," the king murmured, his voice softer now, almost conversational, "you are the creature that will bring me sleep." He prodded Pip gently with a single finger. Pip, startled, instinctively tried to scuttle away, but the silky surface offered little purchase. It ended up merely churning its tiny paws, its velvet cloak shifting comically. A wave of suppressed snickers rippled through the gathered courtiers, quickly stifled by sharp glances from Valerius. The absurd sight of the king, the powerful ruler of Viridian, interacting with a bedecked rat was simply too much for some of the younger, less disciplined members of the court. The air was thick with skepticism, a collective disbelief that this charade could possibly yield any positive result. Dr. Alaric pinched the bridge of his nose, his lips pressed into a thin, disapproving line, clearly preparing a lengthy denouncement of this entire farcical proceeding for the morrow. "Leave us," the king commanded, his voice suddenly firm, cutting through the murmurs. "All of you. Gribber, you too. Valerius, tell the guards, no one is to disturb me. Not for any reason." Valerius, his face a mask of weary resignation, bowed deeply. "As you command, your majesty." He ushered the courtiers out, their hurried footsteps echoing softly on the polished floor, their suppressed snickers now audible as soon as the massive door swung shut behind them. Barty, trembling with a mixture of terror and triumphant greed, was led away, his mind already calculating the best way to spend his imminent chest of gold, or at least how to avoid the dungeons. The royal bedchamber fell silent, a heavy, expectant silence. Pip, now truly alone with the immense weary king, found itself in an alien landscape. The only sounds were the king's ragged breathing and the distant, almost imperceptible creak of the ancient timbers of the palace. The room was warm. Too warm, perhaps, for a creature accustomed to the cool, damp earth. The scent of lavender and old silk was overpowering. It was a world entirely unlike its own. A world of unimaginable luxury and equally unimaginable, self-inflicted torment. The king shifted, pulling the vast, crimson duvet higher. Pip, sensing movement, pressed itself flat against the silk, its small heart beating a frantic rhythm beneath its absurd velvet cloak. The king then settled back against his pillows, his large, bloodshot eyes fixed on the tiny creature. He was utterly still, save for the slight rise and fall of his chest. He watched the rat, and the rat, in turn, watched the king. Pip was a creature of instinct, of immediate needs. It felt no fear now, only a strange, compelling curiosity. The king's warmth, his breathing, the soft, rich scent of his bed, it was all so profoundly different. It was not a predator. It was not a threat. It was merely a large, very still human. Pip, driven by its primal urge for comfort, and perhaps a faint echo of the warmth it had felt in the ale barrel, slowly, tentatively, began to explore its new domain. It took a few hesitant steps, its tiny paws making no sound on the silk, its velvet cloak shifting slightly. It sniffed the king's hand, stretched out beside it, then with an almost imperceptible movement, it burrowed its nose into the softest part of the silken duvet, seeking the dark, comforting folds. It was a small, seemingly insignificant gesture, yet, in the vast, anxious quiet of the royal bedchamber, it was the first stir of anything resembling peace. The king watched, his eyes still wide, but a flicker of something, perhaps a memory of quiet. or the sheer strangeness of the moment began to soften the hard edges of his perpetual wakefulness. The night was still young, the kingdom still holding its breath, and a tiny, velvet-cloaked rat was now the unlikely, utterly unaware fulcrum upon which the fate of an entire realm precariously balanced. Chapter 5. The first night of miraculous sleep. The king's chamber. After the departure of the court, truly embraced silence, a profound quietude that to Pip was more startling than any sudden noise. The air hung still, heavy with the scent of old velvet and the king's peculiar anxious perfume. Pip, a creature of constant motion and wary vigilance, found itself in an entirely unprecedented situation. It was warm, it was soft, and there were no immediate threats. The king, a vast unmoving mountain of blankets and sighs, lay beside it, his breathing ragged yet oddly rhythmic. Pip, in its absurd velvet cloak, took a few tentative steps on the silky duvet. Its tiny claws found no purchase, making it feel strangely disoriented, like walking on a cloud. It twitched its whiskers, sniffing the king's hand which lay open, palm up, near its head. It smelled faintly of sweat, and something metallic, like old coins. No food, no danger, just a vast, warm, breathing presence. After a moment of wary stillness, Pip, driven by instinct and the sheer novelty of its surroundings, began a cautious exploration. It burrowed its small nose into the softest part of the silk pillow, a sensation so utterly alien and luxurious that its tiny brain could barely process it. It was a dark, soft cave, warm with the king's body heat. The coolness of the silk, the almost oppressive softness of the feather pillow, offered a novel comfort, a stark contrast to the rough cobblestones, damp earth, or splintered wood of its usual haunts. The faint, almost imperceptible thrum of the king's heartbeat, perhaps, or merely the general warmth of the massive body beside it, was a constant low vibration, not unlike the distant rumble of carts on the street, but far more benign. King Terran, meanwhile, lay wide-eyed, staring at the canopy above him. His mind, usually a tumultuous maelstrom of strategic calculations, financial anxieties, and furious recriminations against incompetent courtiers, felt strangely quiet. The little rat, with its ridiculous velvet cloak and its tiny, aimless movements, was indeed a distraction, but not in the irritating way a buzzing fly or a creaking floorboard might be. It was a different kind of distraction. His gaze followed its almost invisible movements as it explored the contours of the silk. He found himself thinking, not of border disputes or failing harvests, but of the rat's tiny paws, the twitch of its tail, the almost imperceptible rise and fall of its ridiculous, cloaked back. It was utterly mind-numbingly unimportant, and that, for a mind that had borne the crushing weight of a kingdom for too long, was a profound relief. He watched Pip for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes. The rat, having found a particularly inviting fold in the silk near the king's chest, had curled into a tight ball, its head tucked beneath its paws, its absurd velvet cloak creating a small royal mound. It was utterly still, not the frozen stillness of terror, but the settled stillness of a creature at rest. The faint, almost imperceptible sound of its tiny heart, or perhaps merely the sound of his own imagination, seemed to resonate with the sudden, inexplicable quiet within his own head. The clamor of his thoughts, the relentless planning, the gnawing worries, they had not vanished, but they had receded, becoming distant echoes, like voices heard through thick walls. He found himself listening to the quiet, a sensation he hadn't truly experienced in what felt like years. The rhythmic breathing of the small creature beside him, the very embodiment of its animal simplicity, was a strange, unexpected lullaby. The king closed his eyes, not with the frantic, desperate squeeze he usually employed, trying to force sleep, but gently, almost experimentally. He inhaled deeply. The strange scent of the rat, a faint, earthy musk, overlaid with the sweetness of the silk and the absurdity of its situation filling his nostrils. He exhaled. And then, for the first time in many, many nights, King Theron, the sleepless ruler of Viridian, felt the insidious welcome creep of true fatigue. The heavy eyelids, the blurring of vision, the delicious pull downwards into oblivion. He had thought of sheep, of battles, of betrayals. He had counted every star, every brick in the ceiling. He had exhausted every known method of inducing slumber. And all had failed. But a scrawny, velvet-cloaked rat curled innocently beside him. Its tiny life force, a quiet, unthreatening presence, had managed to do what an army of physicians and mystics could not. He drifted. The last thought that flickered through his mind was not of the Duke of Northmark's insolence, but of the surprising warmth emanating from the small gray lump beside him. And then he slept. Truly, deeply, soundly. He did not mutter. He did not pace. He did not thrash. The deep, heavy breathing of true slumber filled the vast bedchamber. A sound that had been absent for so long, it was almost a foreign language. Outside the royal bedchamber, the night dragged on, laden with a palpable tension. Lord Valerius, along with Master Elms and the perpetually grim Gareth of the Royal Guard, paced the antechamber. Every creak of the ancient palace, every distant hoot of an owl, sent a jolt of anxiety through them. They imagined the worst, the king's angry shouts, the sound of shattered porcelain, perhaps even the shriek of the king's own rage as he discovered the rat's utter uselessness. Master Elms wrung his hands, envisioning himself exiled to the remote, unforgiving northern provinces. Gareth sharpened his dagger, a nervous habit. Valerius simply stared at the massive oak doors, his face a grim mask, anticipating the inevitable catastrophe. The hours crawled by, marked only by the shifting light of the moon outside the high windows and the ceaseless, internal tick-tock of their own collective dread. Midnight passed. 1 hour. 2. 9. 3. An eerie silence emanated from the king's chambers. Not the silence of sleep they assumed, but the pregnant silence before a terrible storm. Valerius cleared his throat, a dry, rasping sound. Perhaps, he whispered, he has simply collapsed from exhaustion. Gareth grunted, a sound that could have meant anything from agreement to utter contempt. Master Elms made a small, choked noise of despair. Dawn, when it finally arrived, was a tentative, gray light filtering through the high, arched windows. The first rays of sun, pale and hesitant, cast long, wavering shadows across the antechamber. Lord Valerius, his face itched with another night of his own fractured sleep, finally gave the signal. Approach quietly, Master Elms. Be ready to assist His Majesty. The euphemism hung in the air, meaning be ready to duck if he throws something. Master Elms, heart hammering against his ribs, pushed open the great doors, carefully, slowly, just a crack. He peered in. The room was bathed in the dim, early light. He saw the colossal bed, the mountain of crimson, velvet, and gold brocade, and there, stretched out on his back, his mouth slightly ajar, was King Theron. He was utterly, completely, profoundly asleep. His chest rose and fell with a deep, even rhythm. A faint snore, soft as a kitten's purr, escaped his lips. Master Elms froze, his hand still on the door handle, his jaw slack. He blinked. He blinked again. He pinched himself. It was real. The king was asleep, not merely resting. Not merely pretending, but truly, deeply, unshakably asleep, and nestled on the pillow beside him. A tiny, dark lump, Barely visible beneath the king's large hand was the rat. The ridiculous, velvet-cloaked rat. Its absurd blue ribbon was visible, a tiny splash of color against the white silk. "My lord," Master Elms gasped, his voice a strangled whisper that nonetheless shattered the antechamber's tension. "He sleeps. The king. He sleeps." Lord Valerius Gareth and the other courtiers rushed to the door, peering over Master Elm's shoulder. Their collective intake of breath was like a sudden gust of wind. Disbelief warred with astonishment on their faces. The king, the source of all their recent misery and fear, was indeed lost to the world of slumber. It was a miracle. An inexplicable, utterly bewildering miracle. Whispers, urgent and incredulous, immediately began to ripple through the palace. "He sleeps. The king is sleeping." The news spread like wildfire, carried by nervous valets, disbelieving guards, and astonished chambermaids. From the antechamber to the servants' quarters, from the kitchens to the stables, the message flew. The king was finally asleep, and he had been put to sleep by a rat. The royal physician, Dr. Alaric, who had spent the night preparing a new, even more potent, and frankly quite dangerous sedative for the king, heard the news while stirring a cauldron of noxious herbs. He dropped his spoon with a clatter, spilling foul-smelling liquid across the stone floor. "Impossible," he muttered, his face paling. "A rodent? A mere rodent. It defies all logic, all medical science." But the evidence was undeniable. The deep, resonant snores from the royal bedchamber were proof enough. Rumors, as they always do in a court starved of genuine news, quickly began to bloom, each more outlandish than the last. "It's a spirit creature," one stable boy whispered, awestruck, "sent by the ancient gods of slumber." No, a scullery maid countered, eyes wide. "It possesses the dream touch. It draws the bad humors from the king's head. I heard it whispers soothing spells, in a language only the king can understand." A laundress insisted, drying her hands on her apron. The absurd velvet cloak, the tiny silver bell, which had not, in fact, tinkled once that night, and Bartholomew Gribbles earlier. Wildly fabricated claims were immediately incorporated into the burgeoning mythology. The whispering sentinel of somnuses was no longer merely a rat with a silly name. It was a bona fide royal sleep charm, an object of wonder and whispered reverence. Barty, who had spent the night shivering in a broom closet, terrified of the dungeons, was dragged before Valerius shortly after dawn. He expected condemnation, perhaps even a flogging. Instead, Valerius, though still looking exhausted, regarded him with a strange mixture of awe and residual suspicion. "Rabel," he said, his voice unusually soft. "The king, he sleeps?" Artie's jaw dropped. He had concocted the scheme as a desperate gamble, never truly believing it would work. He had anticipated a furious king and a swift, painful end. But sleep? Actual, proper sleep? He does, my lord," he stammered, a slow, incredulous grin spreading across his face. The dungeon chains suddenly felt very, very far away. The chest of gold, however, felt much, much closer. "Indeed," Valerius replied, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. "And he appears to be in a very deep slumber. Do not, under any circumstances, disturb the creature, or the king." Valerius's tone was now less of a threat, and more of a desperate plea. The fragile peace that had settled over the palace was precious. Barty, with newfound swagger, puffed out his chest. "The whispering sentinel of Somnus, my lord. Its power is undeniable. He resisted the urge to demand his gold immediately, sensing that this was a moment to play the long game. The king would surely awaken soon, refreshed and grateful, and then his fortune would be secured. Across the city of Viridian, the news spread like a benevolent plague. People emerged from their homes, blinking in the early light, to see the unusually placid faces of the palace guards, the quiet bustle of courtiers, a noticeable absence of the usual frantic energy that had characterized the capital for weeks. A collective sigh of relief seemed to sweep through the streets. The king was asleep. The temper, the absurd decrees, the constant anxiety that had permeated from the palace outward, all that seemed to recede, at least for now. The kingdom, unknowingly, held its breath, awaiting the awakening of its ruler, and the pronouncements he would make regarding the tiny, velvet-cloaked creature that had, against all odds, brought him peace. Pip, of course, was still oblivious, curled in its silken nest, dreaming perhaps of warmth and limitless discarded cheese, wholly unaware that it had, in its quiet, unremarkable existence, just changed the course of a kingdom. Its humble beginnings had given way to an unlikely, almost absurd coronation, and now it was a royal sleep charm, a living legend in the making. The world, for Pip, had become inexplicably soft, warm, and utterly, bewilderingly safe. For now. Capchamdo. The rat's lavish new life. The sun, a golden herald, finally streamed through the royal bedchamber windows, banishing the shadows of the long, anxious night. It illuminated a scene that would forever be etched into the collective memory of the royal court of Viridian. King Theron, the previously sleepless monarch, now sprawled majestically upon his crimson bed, emitting a deep, resonant snore that vibrated through the very tapestries, and nestled precisely where Bartholomew Gribble had placed it, a tiny, velvet-cloaked mound, was the rat Pip, still curled in a tight, undisturbed ball, its small tail tucked neatly beneath its soft, ridiculous attire. Master Elms, the royal valet, had remained frozen in the doorway, a tableau of disbelief and burgeoning hope, until Lord Valerius, his own weary face now alight with a dawning, incredulous joy, had pushed past him. "The king sleeps," Valerius had declared, his voice a hoarse whisper of pure astonishment. "He truly sleeps." The news, already a wildfire through the palace, intensified into a roaring blaze. King Theron awoke hours later, not with his usual guttural roar of frustration, but with a languid stretch, a profound yawn, and a blissful sigh. He blinked slowly, taking in the sunlit room, the soft, familiar scent of his bed, and then his eyes fell upon the small, grey lump nestled beside his hand. He remembered the rat, the ludicrous creature brought by the grubby man, and the feeling of strange, inexplicable peace that had settled upon him. He reached out a finger, tentatively, and nudged the small form. Pip, roused from its deep slumber by the gentle prod, uncurled, stretched its tiny paws, and yawned, a surprisingly delicate movement that revealed miniature, perfect teeth. It twitched its whiskers, its dark eyes meeting the king's. There was no fear in those eyes now, only a mild, sleepy curiosity. "My little sentinel," the king murmured, his voice softer, less raspy than it had been in months. He lifted Pip, cushion and all, cradling it gently. "You have done what no man, no potion, no spell could achieve. You have given me the gift of oblivion. You have given me peace." He held the creature aloft for a moment, anointing it with his profound gratitude. The small velvet cloak shimmered. The silver bell remained silent, and Pip, feeling itself suspended in the air, simply twitched its nose, utterly unaware of the momentous import of the moment. The king, in a burst of energy born from his miraculous rest, immediately summoned Lord Valerius, the rat-catcher. Fend him, and grant him the full chest of gold I promised, not a single coin less. And then escort him from the palace with utmost courtesy, ensuring he never returns, lest he think to profit further from my sacred sleep charm. Barty, still trembling in the broom closet, was brought forth, presented with his gleaming chest of gold, and practically pushed out of the palace gates before he could even express his stunned gratitude. A rich man, but also a man whose purpose in the story had now largely concluded. Pip's life, however, was just beginning its upward trajectory into the dizzying heights of royal pampering. The king, now a man transformed by restorative sleep, was utterly devoted to his whispering sentinel of somnus. He issued a series of decrees, each more extravagant than the last, concerning the care and comfort of his new companion. First, Pip was moved from the king's immediate pillow to a specially commissioned, custom-built dwelling within the royal bedchamber itself. This was no mere cage. It was a miniature, four-poster pavilion, crafted from polished cherry wood and adorned with delicate filigree work by the finest royal artisans. Its tiny roof was made of intricate, gilded latticework, ensuring constant fresh air while preventing any undesirable escapes. Inside, it was a veritable nest of luxury. The floor was cushioned with layers of the softest goose down, covered in sheets of pure, undyed silk, laundered daily by a specially appointed laundress who was now considered one of the most important members of the royal household. The pavilion was draped with gossamer fine linen curtains, designed to filter the light to a soft, perpetual twilight, perfect for a creature accustomed to the shadows. A tiny, exquisitely carved oak throne was placed within, no larger than a teacup, on which Pip was sometimes observed to perch, though more often it preferred to burrow into the silk. Then came the diet. Gone were the days of scavenging for desiccated peas and moldy crumbs. Pip was now served a daily repast that would make many a common noble green with envy. Gourmet cheeses, delivered fresh each morning from the royal larder, were laid out on a tiny silver platter. There was the pungent, crumbly Stilton, the creamy, mild Brie, the sharp, aged cheddar, and often a rare imported goat's cheese, tangy and rich. Each sliver was precisely cut, arranged with artistic precision. Alongside these, there were roasted hazelnuts, plump dried figs, and the sweetest, juiciest berries, all carefully washed and presented. For hydration, a tiny porcelain bowl, no bigger than a thimble, was filled with freshly drawn, pure spring water, or on special occasions, a few drops of sweetened full-cream milk, warm to the perfect temperature. Master Adams, the royal valet, whose fastidious nature was constantly challenged by his new duties, was now tasked with supervising Pip's meals, often observing with a mixture of awe and profound disgust as the creature nibbled delicately at a piece of brie that cost more than a common laborer earned in a month. The rat's personal care became a matter of royal protocol. Twice daily, Pip was gently lifted, with silk-gloved hands, of course, from its silken nest and placed into a miniature silver bathing basin, no larger than a butter dish. Here, it was not scrubbed roughly with a coarse cloth, but instead, Master Elms, trembling with revulsion, used a tiny, soft-bristled brush and warmed, scented water to gently clean its fur. Pip, having endured the initial terror of its first bath with Barty, now seemed to tolerate this peculiar ritual with a zen-like resignation, perhaps even a vague appreciation for the pleasant warmth. Its velvet cloak, which had miraculously survived its initial ordeal, was meticulously cleaned and brushed. the gold threads occasionally restitched by the royal seamstress herself, who muttered about the indignity of working on vermin attire, but dared not complain. The tiny silver bell, once an obscure trinket, was polished to a gleam. Security was paramount. 2 royal guardsmen, chosen for their steady nerves and unflappable demeanor, were stationed permanently outside the king's bedchamber, with strict orders to admit no one without explicit royal command, and to ensure the rat's comfort was never, for a single moment, compromised. They were even instructed to periodically check for any rogue palace mice or insects, lest they disturb the royal sleep charm. The irony of 2 fully armed men guarding a single rat was not lost on the court, though no one dared voice it aloud. Pip, the erstwhile scavenger, now lived a life of unimaginable indolence. Its days consisted of eating, sleeping, and occasional leisurely explorations of its silken pavilion. It still possessed its innate rat instincts, occasionally gnawing gently on a particularly hard nut, or attempting to burrow deeper into a silk fold, but the edge of desperation, the constant, gnawing hunger, was gone. It no longer scurried with the perpetual fear of a boot or a cat. Its movements became slower, more deliberate. It was, in essence, a very fat, very pampered, very relaxed rat. It had, by all accounts, adapted remarkably well to being a bizarre royal pet. The court's initial skepticism slowly gave way to a cautious, then an almost reverent, acceptance. The king's transformation was undeniable. He was no longer the raging, sleep-deprived tyrant. His eyes regained their clarity, his skin its healthy glow. He held court with renewed vigor, made judicious decisions, and even managed to resolve the brewing border dispute with the Duke of Northmarch by offering a surprisingly generous land concession, a move he later attributed to the calm clarity brought by his newfound slumber. He began to crack jokes again, though they were often oddly rat-centric. The mood in the palace shifted from palpable anxiety to a relaxed, almost jovial atmosphere. The whispering sentinel of Somnus became the kingdom's most bizarre celebrity. Courtiers would whisper about its magical powers, some even attempting to leave small, symbolic offerings of cheese outside the king's door. Nobles, eager to curry favor, commissioned miniature portraits of their own, far less regal, pets. Tales of the dream-weaver rat spread far beyond Viridian. Merchants began selling authentic rat talismans, little wooden carvings of rats with tiny velvet cloaks. Bards composed ballads, some heroic, some comically exaggerated, about the rat who saved the king. The royal physician, Dr. Alaric, however, remained a bitter holdout. He continued to mutter darkly about unnatural humors and the risks of animalistic contagion, but his protests were ignored, his theories dismissed as the ramblings of a man rendered obsolete by a rodent. His professional standing, once unassailable, had withered to a mere shadow of its former glory. Pip, utterly oblivious to its fame, its lavish lifestyle, or the profound impact it had on the political landscape of the kingdom, continued its life of pampered ignorance. It did not crave power or recognition, or even more cheese. It simply existed, a creature of pure, simple instincts, now gloriously, absurdly fulfilled. Its greatest daily challenge was deciding which variety of gourmet cheese to nibble on first. It sometimes felt a faint, almost subconscious, stirring of an old instinct, a fleeting urge to scurry into a dark, unknown corner, or to hide a morsel for later. But these were quickly forgotten amidst the overwhelming comfort and security of its new existence. It had traded the raw, brutal freedom of the streets for the gilded cage of celebrity, and it seemed for now perfectly content with the exchange. The palace, once a place of terrifying giants and overwhelming smells, was now simply home, a vast, warm, endlessly fascinating, and supremely safe environment. The kingdom breathed a collective sigh of relief, secure in the knowledge that their king was finally at peace. his slumber guarded by the most unlikely, and certainly the most pampered of creatures. This golden age of royal tranquility, however, like all good things, could not last forever, and the soft cushioned life of the royal sleep charm would soon face an unexpected disruption. Chapter 7. The court's growing skepticism. The golden age of King Theron's renewed slumber settled over the kingdom of Viridian like a thick, comforting duvet. Days flowed into weeks, and weeks into months. The king, once a gaunt, red-eyed wraith of a man, now possessed a healthy glow, a robust appetite, and an almost alarming cheerfulness. His decrees, once erratic and tyrannical, became reasoned and, dare one say, even occasionally wise. The Duke of Northmarch, initially truculent, was now sending envoys bearing gifts of fine furs and assurances of loyalty, a stark contrast to his earlier belligerence. The royal treasury, no longer hemorrhaging gold on quacks and failed alchemists, began to replenish its coffers. All of this, the entire court understood, was due to the unassuming presence of a small, velvet-cloaked rat, the whispering sentinel of Somnus, as it was now universally known, resided in its miniature cherrywood pavilion, nestled on its silk bedding, nibbling gourmet cheeses with an air of profound contentment. Pip, utterly ignorant of its own celebrity, continued its lavish existence, a creature of pure, simple satisfaction. Yet, as the novelty of the king's miraculous recovery began to wane, and the daily rhythm of the pampered rodent became a predictable part of palace life, a subtle shift began to occur within the gilded halls of Viridian. The initial awe, the collective sigh of relief, the eager embrace of the absurd, slowly started to curdle into something less enthusiastic, skepticism. It began as a mere whisper, a fleeting glance, a barely perceptible shift in the angle of a noble's head during morning court. It was a question unspoken at first, that began to gnaw at the edges of their collective credulity. Was the rat truly magical? Or was it merely a coincidence, a bizarre fluke of fate, amplified by the king's own profound desperation and the court's desperate need for a solution? Dr. Alaric, the royal physician, was, of course, the most vocal proponent of this burgeoning skepticism, though his pronouncements were now confined to the less public forums of the Physicians' Guild meetings or the occasional, bitter, private conversation with Master Elms, who, despite his newfound importance as the royal sleep charm's personal valet, still harbored a deep-seated revulsion for rodents. It is a statistical anomaly, I tell you, Alaric would declare, gesturing wildly with a half-eaten quill. The king was simply at the absolute zenith of his exhaustion. Any prolonged period of rest, even a forced one, would have induced a temporary physiological slumber. The rat is merely a filthy coincidence, a furry scapegoat, a distraction. He often ended these tirades by lamenting the insult to medical science, the shame brought upon his profession by this rodent charlatanism. His colleagues would nod, some in agreement, others simply out of habit. For Alaric was a man who enjoyed the sound of his own grievances. Lord Valerius, ever the pragmatist, had initially been relieved, profoundly so, by the king's recovery. He had paid Barty Gribble the gold, had banished him, and had even found himself, on occasion, peering into Pip's pavilion with a grudging curiosity. But as the months wore on, and the king's fervent devotion to his sentinel continued unabated, Valerius began to harbor his own doubts. He had observed the king's sleeping patterns with meticulous care, noting the deep, undisturbed slumber. But he also noted that the rat, despite its pampered existence, was simply a rat. It ate. It slept. It occasionally scratched itself behind its ear with a hind leg. It did not glow. It did not speak in soothing tones. It did not emanate any discernible tranquil energies. He had, on a particularly dull afternoon, even tried placing his own hand near Pip's sleeping form, attempting to sense this fabled calming aura. He felt nothing but the faint warmth of a small mammal and the subtle, unpleasant scent of its fur. "It is a curious thing," he mused one evening to Sir Reginald, the perpetually anxious junior courtier, who now found himself inexplicably appointed as the secondary overseer of the rat's daily exercise, a leisurely scamper across a clean silk sheet. "The king sleeps, yes. But could it not simply be relief? The sheer relief of giving up the struggle?" Sir Reginald, ever eager to agree with his superior, nodded vigorously. "Indeed, my lord. The mind is a peculiar labyrinth. Perhaps His Majesty simply found a new harmless focus for his anxieties." He then winced, as if afraid the walls themselves might hear his heresy. The younger nobles, those who had not lived through the terror of the king's sleepless rages, found the entire situation endlessly amusing. They would gather, ostensibly to admire the royal sleep charm, but their eyes would twinkle with suppressed mirth as they observed Pip meticulously selecting a piece of aged Gouda from its silver platter. Lady Serafina, known for her sharp wit, once remarked, loud enough for a few courtiers to overhear, "One wonders if the king would sleep just as soundly if we replaced the esteemed sentinel with a particularly plump, well-fed pigeon, perhaps one adorned with miniature chainmail." Her companions giggled, quickly covering their mouths. Such jests, while dangerous, were a symptom of the shifting tide of opinion. The absurdity, once accepted out of necessity, was now becoming a source of quiet derision. The arguments against the rat's magic mounted. "Consider the source," sneered Lord Beaumont, a man whose lineage stretched back further than the palace foundations. "A common rat-catcher. A man known for hawking potions made of pond scum and claims of curing baldness with roasted toad skins. His hissing word to be taken as gospel. His disdain for Bartholomew Gribble was far greater than his disdain for the rat itself. He believed that the king had been duped, not by a mystical creature, but by a cunning peasant. The idea chafed at his aristocratic sensibilities. Duchess Isolde, a woman of formidable intellect and even more formidable social standing, posed a more nuanced question during a quiet afternoon tea with a select group of ladies. "If its power is so profound," she began, delicately sipping her spiced wine, "why does it not affect others? I confess, my own nights have been somewhat restless since the king's miraculous slumber, due to the incessant snoring from my husband, who apparently has adopted the king's newfound repose with alarming enthusiasm. And yet, when I ventured to the royal bedchamber and observed the creature, I felt nothing. No surge of tranquility, no urge to slumber. Indeed, it merely twitched its whiskers at me with what I can only describe as an air of utter indifference." The other ladies murmured their agreement. Many had indeed made pilgrimages to view the famous rat, hoping to absorb some of its fabled tranquil energies themselves, only to leave feeling precisely as restless as before. The most damning evidence, though rarely voiced directly to the king, was the sheer, undeniable ordinariness of Pip itself. It grew plump, yes. Its fur remained impeccably clean. It was undeniably a contented creature. But it was not glowing. It did not float. It did not perform any observable feats of magic. It simply existed, a very well-fed, highly regarded rodent. Its daily routine was mundane. Wake, eat, groom, sleep, repeat. The royal chefs, tasked with preparing its gourmet meals, often remarked that the sentinel showed a surprisingly common rat-like preference for the cheeses over the more exotic fruits, a preference that hardly spoke of ancient druidic blessings. Even Master Elms, who had perhaps spent more time with Pip than anyone save the king, found his initial awe replaced by a weary resignation. He meticulously cleaned the pavilion, replenished the porcelain water bowl, and presented the platters of carefully cut cheese. He observed Pip's sleep, its occasional dreams marked by tiny twitching paws and whiskers, its perfectly normal rat-like excretions. He saw no magic, no ethereal currents. Only a creature remarkably adept at enjoying a life of unearned luxury. He even, on a few occasions, considered whether the king's sleep was not simply due to the sheer absence of worry, the knowledge that something was being done, no matter how absurd. The human mind, he mused to himself, was capable of truly remarkable feats of self-deception when under duress. The skepticism manifested in subtle ways. The ballads about the dream weaver rat grew less earnest, tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible, humorous undertone. The rat talismans sold by merchants became less about genuine belief and more about a kitschy souvenir. Dr. Alaric's once ignored protests slowly began to find a more receptive audience among those who had initially dismissed him. Whispers of a royal delusion began to circulate, quiet enough not to reach the king's ears, but loud enough to chip away at the initial, unanimous acceptance. King Theron, however, remained utterly convinced. His gratitude to Pip was profound and unwavering. He visited the pavilion daily, often speaking to the rat in soft, cooing tones, recounting his dreams, which were now delightfully devoid of battles and financial woes, often featuring fields of cheese or pleasant, sun-drenched picnics. He saw the rat's continued presence as the sole guarantee of his newfound peace. Any suggestion that Pip was merely a normal rodent was met with a frown, a dismissive wave of the hand, and an immediate change of subject. His relief was so immense, his transformation so profound, that he simply would not, allow himself to question the source of his salvation. It was easier, far easier, to believe in a magical rat than to admit that his torment had been overcome by nothing more than coincidence and the power of his own exhaustion. This growing skepticism, this quiet, pervasive questioning, created an odd tension within the court. Everyone knew, yet no one dared speak. The king's sleep was too precious, too vital to the stability of the kingdom, to risk upsetting the delicate balance. They indulged his affection for Pip, complimented the creature's placid demeanor, and marveled at its discerning palate for exotic cheeses. They played the part, outwardly embracing the absurdity, while inwardly debating the true nature of the whispering sentinel of Somnus. The rat, now considerably plumper, its velvet cloak stretched a little tighter across its well-fed belly, remained blissfully unaware of the intellectual ferment its presence had inspired. It continued its idyllic life, a silent, furry monument to the power of belief, or perhaps simply the sheer, undeniable comfort of a very, very soft bed, and an endless supply of gourmet cheese. The stage was set for a quiet reckoning, a slow erosion of the miracle, which would eventually, inevitably, clash with the king's stubborn conviction. Chapter 8. The arrival of the pompous diplomat. The king's long, restorative sleep had brought a tranquility to the palace of Viridian that was almost unsettling in its duration. The whispers of skepticism regarding Pip, the whispering sentinel of Somnus, continued to circulate like drafts under ancient doors, but they remained just whispers. No one dared voice them too loudly, for fear of disrupting the king's precious slumber, or worse, reawakening his dreadful temper. The kingdom prospered, trade flourished, and the general mood was one of cautious optimism. The sun seemed to shine a little brighter on Viridian, and the daily sight of Master Elms carefully tending to Pip's gourmet cheese selection had become a peculiar, yet cherished, part of the royal routine. Pip, meanwhile, grew progressively plumper. its velvet cloak now a snug fit, its existence a continuous cycle of delectable meals and undisturbed naps. Its memories of the grimy streets faded like a bad dream, replaced by the soft reality of silk and endless abundance. However, peace, particularly in the realm of medieval politics, is rarely a permanent state. Clouds, both literal and metaphorical, gathered on the horizon. The summons had arrived weeks ago, a scroll of thick vellum sealed with an ostentatious crest, a golden peacock preening amidst a cascade of jewels. It heralded the imminent arrival of Marquis Henri de Valois, the chief diplomat from the powerful, albeit excessively grand, kingdom of Gloriana. Marquis de Valois was a man whose reputation preceded him like a particularly pungent perfume. He was known for his impeccable attire, his cutting wit, and most notably, his profound and unconcealed disdain for anything he deemed less than perfectly civilized. And the kingdom of Viridian, with its practical rather than ornate architecture, its hearty rather than refined cuisine, and its occasional, charmingly rustic customs, was, in the Marquis's estimation, deeply, even tragically, uncivilized. Preparations for his arrival plunged the palace into a frenzy that had not been seen since the king's initial sleepless crisis. Tapestries were beaten, releasing clouds of ancient dust that made half the court sneeze. Floors were scrubbed until they gleamed, a rare sight, and the royal kitchens were commanded to prepare dishes of such intricate delicacy that the head chef nearly suffered a fit of apoplexy. King Theron, usually unflappable since his recovery, found himself pacing his chambers once more, though this time it was with a nervous energy, rather than a furious one. He valued Gloriana's alliance, and he knew that de Valois was notoriously difficult to impress. Lord Valerius, already burdened by endless diplomatic correspondence, now sported new, deeper shadows beneath his eyes. The remnants of sleepless nights spent rehearsing proper courtly etiquette and attempting to predict every possible slight the Marquis might inflict. Dr. Alaric, however, seemed to derive a perverse satisfaction from the impending chaos, muttering darkly that foreign vapors were far more dangerous than any domestic rodent infestation. Finally, the day of the Marquis's arrival dawned. A crisp autumnal morning. A procession of Glorian carriages, all gleaming lacquered wood and polished brass, swept into the palace courtyard. The lead carriage was drawn by 6 magnificent pure white horses, their manes braided with silver thread. From it emerged Marquis Henri de Valois, a vision in emerald green silk and impractical, though impeccably tailored, velvet. He was a tall, slender man, with an aquiline nose, a precisely trimmed goatee, and eyes that seemed to constantly assess and find wanting. He wore enough rings to jingle like a small bell choir, and his scent, a heady mix of rosewater and something musky and foreign, filled the grand entrance hall like a choking fog. He surveyed the assembled court with a slow, sweeping gaze that managed to convey an entire encyclopedia of polite contempt. His smile, when it appeared, was a thin, almost predatory curve of the lips that never quite reached his eyes. "King Theron," he purred, his voice a smooth, cultured baritone, "a true pleasure. Your esteemed kingdom, from what little I have seen, possesses a certain rustic charm." The word rustic hung in the air, heavily laden with unspoken criticism. King Theron, standing straight and regal, a stark contrast to his former haggard self, managed a diplomatic smile. "Marquis de Valois, welcome to Viridian. We trust your journey was agreeable, tolerable, your Majesty. Though I confess, the roads in your northern provinces possess a rather peculiar consistency, rather like a particularly stubborn porridge. And the air," he inhaled deeply, then exhaled with a subtle shudder, "is quite bracing, full of nature, I presume." He made nature sound like a disease. The initial pleasantries continued in the great hall. A painstaking exercise in diplomatic politeness that felt to the courtiers like walking barefoot on shards of glass. The Marquis spoke at length of Gloriana's superior arts, its exquisite cuisine, its unparalleled philosophical treatises, subtly but unmistakably, implying Viridian's inferiority in every regard. He barely tasted the painstakingly prepared delicacies, instead pushing them around his plate with a silver fork, occasionally dabbing his lips with a lace napkin as if to wipe away an unfortunate encounter. It was during the evening banquet, a truly lavish affair meant to impress, that the conversation inevitably, disastrously, turned. The king, feeling jovial from the excellent wine and perhaps a touch overconfident from his continuous good sleep, decided to broach a topic close to his heart. "Marquis," he began, a warm smile on his face, "you look refreshed. I trust your own slumbers are untroubled?" The Marquis gave a dismissive flick of his wrist. "Troubled sleep, your Majesty? Ah, that is a lamentable affliction, but one, I confess, unknown to me. My nights are as serene as my conscience, and as profound as my intellect. My bedchambers in Gloriana are, of course, meticulously prepared to ensure the utmost tranquility. Scented candles, soothing music from trained lutenists, and the gentle ministrations of a skilled masseuse usually suffice to usher in the sweetest dreams. But I understand you, my dear king, suffered greatly from this malady. It was a topic of considerable, interest across the kingdoms." His tone implied amusing gossip rather than concern. King Theron's smile tightened, but he pressed on, filled with the missionary zeal of a convert. "Indeed, Marquis, my nights were a living torment. But thanks to a truly miraculous intervention, I am now restored. My mind is clear, my body strong, and my rule more just and equitable than ever before." He beamed. Then, unable to contain his enthusiasm, continued, "And the source of this miracle, my dear Marquis, resides within the very walls of this palace. A creature of unparalleled tranquility, my very own royal sleep charm." A sudden, uneasy silence fell over the assembled nobility. Lord Valerius coughed discreetly into his goblet. Dr. Alaric pinched the bridge of his nose so hard his knuckles whitened. The younger courtiers, who had been enjoying the wine, suddenly found themselves sober. This was it, the moment they had all dreaded. The king, in his exuberance, was about to expose Viridian's most peculiar, and, to outsiders, most ridiculous secret. Marquis de Valois, his eyebrows arched to an alarming degree, leaned forward, a single, perfectly manicured finger tapping against his wineglass. "Ah, creature, your Majesty, do enlighten me. I confess I have heard whispers across the borders, vague rumors of a unique approach to your royal insomnia. But I dismissed them, of course, as mere peasant superstition. Surely, a king of your stature would rely upon the finest medical minds, or perhaps the most advanced alchemical compounds, not some charming local folk remedy." His smile was a blade, sharp and gleaming. "Ah, but Marquis," King Theron declared, completely oblivious to the diplomatic minefield he was creating, "this is no mere folk remedy. This is the whispering sentinel of Somnus, a creature of ancient lineage, imbued with the very essence of peaceful slumber." He then, to the horror of his court, clapped his hands. "Master Elms, bring forth the sentinel. Let the Marquis behold the source of Viridian's newfound serenity." Master Elms, who had been attempting to blend into the tapestry behind him, nearly stumbled as he bowed. His face was a ghastly shade of white. He dared not disobey. He hurried from the hall, his stomach churning. Knowing full well what he was about to present to the most fastidious and mocking man in the known world, the wait felt like an eternity. The Marquis's eyes, cold and assessing, swept over the king and his increasingly uncomfortable court. "Indeed," he murmured, drawing out the word, "this promises to be illuminating." Finally, Master Elms reappeared, bearing a small custom-made silver tray. Upon it rested Pip's miniature cherry-wood pavilion, its delicate gilt latticework gleaming under the candlelight. Inside, visible through the fine mesh, was the decidedly plump form of Pip, curled on its silk cushion, its velvet cloak a deep blue against the white. It had been startled by the sudden upheaval and the bright lights, and now peered out, its tiny black eyes blinking, utterly oblivious to the tension it had unwittingly created. Master Elms, with trembling hands, placed the pavilion on the banquet table, directly in front of the Marquis de Valois. The silence in the hall was so profound. One could hear the faint, muffled sounds of Pip's tiny bell tinkling ever so slightly as Master Elm's hand trembled. Marquis de Valois leaned forward, peering into the pavilion. He blinked. He leaned closer, his aquiline nose wrinkled. He straightened up slowly, his face a mask of utter bewilderment, rapidly transitioning into open, undisguised disdain. "Your Majesty," he began, his voice dangerously soft, "is this a jest?" King Theron, oblivious, puffed out his chest. "No jest, Marquis. This is the Whispering Sentinel, my royal sleep charm. See its serene countenance, its quiet demeanor. Its very presence ensures my untroubled slumber." The Marquis stared at the king, then back at Pip, who had just stretched, revealing a flash of its pink belly beneath the velvet. He let out a small, incredulous sound, half chuckle, half choke. "Your Majesty," he finally managed, his voice now laced with an unbearable condescension, "you mean to tell me that the King of Viridian, a monarch of no small standing, finds his restorative rest in the company of a common ratty?" He spat the word rat as if it were a particularly venomous insect. His eyes flickered across the faces of the courtiers, daring them to contradict him, challenging them to deny the utter barbarity of the situation. His gaze lingered on Dr. Alaric, who, to his credit, managed to hold his ground, though a slight flush rose on his neck. "Not common, Marquis," King Theron insisted, his good humor finally beginning to fray at the edges. "It is a creature of unique properties, a sacred rodent." The Marquis's thin smile stretched wider, becoming a sneer. "Sacred? My dear king, with all due respect, I have traveled far and wide. I have seen many peculiar customs, many strange superstitions. But never, not once, have I encountered a kingdom that elevates vermin to the status of royal physician. Is it cleansed nightly with rosewater? Does it perhaps impart its wisdom on matters of state through cryptic squeaks? Do you consult it on tax policy, perhaps?" His voice was dripping with sarcasm, his words like venom-tipped arrows aimed directly at the heart of Viridian's unusual royal solution. The courtiers, caught between loyalty to their king and the undeniable truth of the Marquis's scorn, shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Pip, sensing the sudden increase in vocal volume and the tension in the air, uncurled slightly and twitched its whiskers, its small head turning from the king to the Marquis, utterly unaware of the scathing judgment being passed upon its very existence. It was, after all, simply a rat, a pampered, well-fed rat, but a rat nonetheless. King Theron's face, usually calm since his recovery, began to flush a deep crimson. The polite smile vanished, replaced by a tight, furious grimace. His fist, surprisingly large, clenched on the table, making the silverware rattle. "Marquis," he said, his voice low and dangerous, a warning rumble that echoed the sleepless tyrant of old. "You insult my kingdom. You insult my customs. And you insult the very creature that has restored me to health. I assure you, my sleep has been profound, my governance sound, and my kingdom more stable than it has been in years, all thanks to my sentinel. Perhaps your kingdom, for all its vaunted civilization, might learn a thing or two from Viridian's unique approach." The challenge hung in the air, a gauntlet thrown. The Marquis, however, seemed utterly unfazed by the king's renewed flash of temper. He merely raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. "Indeed, your Majesty. Perhaps so, though I confess I find it a rather unsanitary solution, and dare I say, somewhat barbaric. In Gloriana, we employ reason, not rodents, to resolve matters of state, or indeed, matters of slumber." His gaze flicked towards Pip's pavilion, a look of profound disgust crossing his face, as if the very sight of the pampered rat threatened to curdle his refined sensibilities. He then took out a handkerchief of finest silk and delicately wiped the part of the table nearest to the pavilion, as if a mere glance might contaminate him. Lord Valerius, sensing the precipice upon which the diplomatic relations now teetered, quickly intervened. "Perhaps, your Majesty, the Marquis has merely misunderstood the symbolic nature of the sentinel. Its calming presence is not to be taken literally, but as an embodiment of the king's own serene resolve, which he found within himself." He tried desperately to spin the situation, to find a plausible deniability that might satisfy the arrogant Marquis. But King Theron, now fully roused from his comfortable complacency, was having none of it. "Symbolic, Valerius? Nonsense. The creature is the source of my peace. It is a tangible, living miracle, and any who doubt its efficacy are simply blind to the truth." He glared at the Marquis, then at his own courtiers, daring them to voice their long-held skepticism. Their faces remained carefully blank, but the tension in the room was a tangible, almost suffocating presence. The Marquis de Valois merely smiled, a superior, knowing smile that implied he now had all the evidence he needed of Viridian's charming backwardness. "As you say, your Majesty. Truly fascinating. Perhaps, during my stay, I might be permitted a closer inspection of this sentinel. One must always strive to understand the unique customs of foreign lands, however. Peculiar, Godegante." The word peculiar was delivered with a lingering emphasis that left no doubt as to his true meaning. He had clearly already decided on the narrative he would carry back to Gloriana. The King of Viridian was a superstitious fool, ruled by a common rat, a fact that would surely weaken Viridian's standing in the eyes of other kingdoms. Pip, still nestled in its velvet cloak, twitching its whiskers, and quite full from its earlier supper of roasted hazelnuts and Gouda, remained blissfully unaware of the diplomatic crisis it had inadvertently instigated. It simply registered the loud, booming voices, the strange, perfumed man, and the general feeling of agitated human energy. It yawned, a tiny, almost imperceptible opening of its mouth, and then curled back into its soft, silken nest, a perfect embodiment of the peace it was ostensibly providing. Its lavish life continued. But the arrival of the Marquis had exposed the royal secret to a deeply cynical, powerful outsider, and the quiet skepticism of the court had now found a loud, mocking voice, setting the stage for future, far more volatile, confrontations. The delicate balance, forged in the king's sleepless nights, had just been profoundly, and perhaps irrevocably, disturbed. Chapter 9. The Diplomat's Fatal Mistake. The banquet hall still hummed with the ghosts of the Marquis de Valois' biting sarcasm, a lingering scent more acrid than the leftover wine. King Theron, though outwardly composed, seethed with a quiet fury. His face, usually ruddy with restored health, was a shade darker, and the pleasant crinkles around his eyes had tightened into grim lines. The court, having witnessed the unmasked contempt of the Glorianan diplomat, felt a collective tension settle in their bones. They knew the delicate peace, so recently established, was now precarious. The Marquis, however, seemed utterly oblivious, or perhaps willfully ignorant, of the offense he had caused. His posture remained one of languid superiority. His eyes, when they occasionally flickered towards Pip's pavilion still on the table, held a glint of amused disdain. He had made his point. Viridian was provincial, superstitious, and its king a fool. Pip, meanwhile, remained curled in its silken nest, a plump, oblivious blue velvet lump, having absorbed nothing of the human machinations save the increased volume of their strange vocalizations. The following days were a study in strained diplomacy and simmering resentment. Marquis de Valois, rather than attempting to mend fences, continued his campaign of subtle and not so subtle condescension, détesté ifia mita bodine. At morning court, he would interrupt a presentation on Viridian's burgeoning wool trade to comment on the quaint simplicity of the royal garments, or praise Gloriana's advanced weaving techniques. During afternoon discussions on border security, he would marvel at the charming innocence of Viridian's fortifications, implying their laughable inadequacy. His very presence was an insult, a silken affront to the king's dignity, and always his gaze would return to the miniature pavilion, now returned to the king's bedchamber, but occasionally brought forth for display, as if daring the king to introduce his sleep charm once more. The king, surprisingly, resisted the urge to flaunt Pip again, perhaps sensing the Marquis's particular brand of venom. Lord Valerius, who found himself perpetually caught between his king's injured pride and the necessity of maintaining the Glorianan alliance, was stretched thinner than an old drum skin. He spent his days attempting to bridge the chasm de Valois had created, his nights filled with his own anxieties, though now compounded by the fresh worry of a diplomatic incident that could spiral into open conflict. He had, on several occasions, attempted to gently steer the Marquis's conversations away from Viridian's unique customs, particularly those concerning the king's nocturnal companion. But the Marquis, like a particularly tenacious fly, always returned to the subject. "Tell me." Valerius, the Marquis, purred one afternoon, observing the meticulous care Master Elms was taking to slice a particularly ripe fig for Pip's lunch. "This sentinel, does it have particular dietary requirements? Does it prefer its brie aged? Or does it perhaps crave a more sprightly, youthful cheese? Perhaps from the udder of a goat that has gambled only upon the finest pastures?" His tone was playful, but his eyes were sharp, mocking. Valerius forced a smile. "His Majesty simply wishes the creature to be comfortable, Marquis. It's a tranquilizing properties are reliant upon its well-being." "Indeed," the Marquis scoffed. "A fascinating theory. So its very contentment exudes slumber. One wonders then if all of Viridian's citizens should be given a similar diet, and perhaps a small velvet cape. We would become a kingdom of perpetually dozing peasants. Easily managed, yes?" He chuckled, a dry, grating sound. Master Elms, meanwhile, flushed a deep red, carefully placing a sliver of cheese on Pip's silver platter. Pip, utterly unconcerned, was already nibbling at a roasted hazelnut. The climax of this uncomfortable diplomatic dance came 2 days later. The Marquis de Valois, ever insistent on proving his point, explicitly requested a private audience with King Theron, not in the throne room, but in the king's personal chambers, citing a desire to discuss matters of great intimacy and trust. King Theron, perhaps hoping to impress de Valois with the serene atmosphere his sentinel had brought, or perhaps simply too proud to deny the request, agreed. Lord Valerius, Dr. Alaric, who had reluctantly joined, still muttering about contagion, and Master Elms were also present, a nervous retinue. The king's bedchamber, usually a sanctuary of peaceful slumber, felt charged with an almost unbearable tension. The lavish silk drapes, the polished wood, the very air seemed to hold its breath. Pip's pavilion, gleaming under the soft light, stood prominently beside the colossal bed. Pip itself, a plump, contented ball of grey fur and blue velvet, was curled on its silk cushion, seemingly oblivious, his tiny heart beating with the steady rhythm of deep satisfaction. It had just finished a particularly indulgent breakfast of smoked salmon slivers and a rich, creamy camembert. "Your Majesty," the Marquis began, his voice butter-smooth, his gaze fixed on the pavilion. "I confess I am still quite perplexed by this sentinel. Its fame, I assure you, has spread far and wide, a most curious tale, and I, as a man of reason and scientific inquiry, find myself compelled to understand the true nature of its purported powers." He, then, without waiting for the king's permission, strode purposefully towards the pavilion, his heavy silk robes rustling, a scent of rosewater and musk preceding him like an invisible cloud. Lord Valerius, sensing disaster, cleared his throat. "Marquis, perhaps a viewing from a respectful distance would suffice? The creature is accustomed to quietude." The Marquis waved a dismissive hand. "Nonsense, Valerius. If it is truly the source of such profound tranquility, then a mere proximity should not disturb it. Indeed, perhaps it shall impart its blessings upon my own restless spirit, though I doubt it, being a creature of mere instinct." He reached the pavilion, his face a picture of feigned academic interest, but with a cruel, mocking twist to his thin lips. King Theron, sitting regally on the edge of his bed, watched with a growing apprehension. He wanted to believe in Pip's magic, but the Marquis's scorn was a cold, logical assault on his faith. "It is accustomed to gentleness, Marquis," the king warned, his voice tight. "Of course, your Majesty, of course," the Marquis replied, not even turning his head. He knelt, rather dramatically, beside the pavilion, bringing his finely sculpted features close to the gilt lattice work. He peered inside, his breath misting faintly on the cool metal. Pip, startled by the sudden looming presence and the strange cloying scent, uncurled slightly, its head lifting, its whiskers twitching. It felt a sudden, inexplicable alarm. This large human was different, not like the familiar scent of the king, or the weary resignation of Master Elms. This human exuded something sharp, cold, and utterly unwelcoming. "So this is it," the Marquis murmured, loud enough for all to hear, his voice dripping with condescension. "The legendary sleep charm of Viridian, a common Ames ratus arm, plumped up on royal cheese, adorned with a scrap of peasant velvet. One might mistake it for a particularly uninspiring pincushion." He chuckled, a low, sneering sound. "And this," he gestured dismissively at the pavilion, "is its royal abode. I have seen better cages for ferrets in a common pet market. It truly is a testament to Viridian's unique sensibilities." Pip, whose existence had become one of uninterrupted comfort and benign human presence, felt a jolt of something akin to primitive anger. It was no longer the terror of the gutter rat, but a deep-seated annoyance, an affront to its now accustomed sense of security. The loud, sneering voice, the cloying perfume, the looming shadow, it was all wrong. It was a disturbance. Its little rat brain, accustomed to peace, registered a clear threat. "Marquis," Lord Valerius interjected, his voice sharp with warning, "I advise against any further familiarity, tone." But Marquis de Valois, emboldened by his perceived wit and the palpable discomfort of the court, was past heeding warnings. He believed himself utterly superior, untouchable. He reached a slender, beringed finger through the lattice work, intending perhaps to lightly prod the rat, to demonstrate its utter lack of magic, or perhaps even to flick the absurd velvet cloak from its back. It was a dismissive gesture, an act of ultimate disdain, meant to underline the king's foolishness. "Come now, little sentinel," he taunted, his voice a mocking coo. "Show us your magic. Whisper me to sleep, you pampered rodent. Or perhaps you merely snore, like a common farmer after too much ale." His finger, glistening with rings, extended slowly, purposefully, towards Pip's soft, warm body. It was a fatal mistake. For all its pampered existence, for all the silk and cheese and velvet, Pip was still a rat, a creature of instinct, of territory, of survival. It had been startled, affronted, and now directly threatened. The finger, a large, looming, offensive appendage, invaded its personal, luxurious space. It was too close, too intrusive. The pampered placidity shattered, replaced by an ancient, primal surge of defensive aggression. In a flash of gray-brown fur and blue velvet, Pip lunged. It was not the cautious, timid rat of the gutter. It was a creature defending its comfort, its territory, its very existence from an arrogant invader. Its tiny, needle-sharp teeth, honed by years of gnawing on tough crusts, and now gleaming from meticulous cleaning, clamped down with surprising force. A high-pitched, utterly undiplomatic shriek tore through the silence of the royal bedchamber. "Ah, my finger. It bit me. The vermin. It bit me." Marquis Henri de Valois screamed, leaping back from the pavilion as if scalded, clutching his hand to his chest. Blood, bright crimson and alarmingly copious, welled between his manicured fingers, staining the pristine emerald silk of his sleeve. His face, usually a mask of haughty disdain, was now contorted in shock, pain, and utter, furious disbelief. The court erupted. Master Elms gasped, clutching his chest. Dr. Alaric, for once, was speechless, his jaw hanging open. Lord Valerius rushed forward, a mix of horror and a perverse, deeply suppressed satisfaction warring on his face. The royal guards, who had been standing rigidly at attention, immediately drew their swords, unsure whether to defend the bitten diplomat or the biting rat. King Theron, however, was no longer merely apprehensive. He was incensed, not at Pip, but at the Marquis. His face, which had been flushing crimson, now went a startling, unhealthy shade of purple. His eyes, once again wide and bloodshot, were fixed not on the injured diplomat, but on the Marquis's now blood-stained sleeve. "You fool!" the king roared, a sound that shook the very tapestries. The echoes of the sleepless tyrant, long dormant, reverberated through the chamber. "You arrogant, impertinent fool! I warned you. I told you it was a creature of gentleness, of quietude. You provoked it. You insulted it. I deserved it." The king pointed a trembling finger not at Pip, but at the Marquis's bleeding hand. Pip, having delivered its swift, decisive retaliation, had retreated instantly. It now stood hunched in the corner of its pavilion, its tiny chest heaving, its velvet cloak slightly disheveled, its small dark eyes glinting. It hadn't meant to cause a diplomatic incident. It hadn't even meant to draw blood. It had simply reacted. It had bitten the large, offensive thing that had invaded its perfectly peaceful, gourmet cheese-filled existence. It was a rat, and even a pampered rat had its limits. Marquis de Valois, clutching his throbbing, bleeding finger, glared at the king, then at the minuscule culprit. His aristocratic composure had completely shattered, replaced by a raw, undignified rage. Your Majesty, your Pate, has assaulted me. This is an outrage, an act of war. This is untenable barbarism, utter, unadulterated barbarism. He took a step back, still clutching his hand, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer indignity of the situation. He, the esteemed diplomat of Gloriana, bitten by a common, albeit ludicrously cloaked, rodent. The humiliation was almost as painful as the bite itself. Lord Valerius, recovering his composure, immediately moved to mediate. Marquis, allow me. Dr. Alaric, attend to the Marquis's hand at once. Alaric, still stunned, fumbled for his medical kit. The room descended into chaos, a flurry of panicked whispers, hurried movements, and the increasingly loud, indignant complaints of the Marquis. The king, however, remained focused, not on the diplomat's injury, but on the deeper affront. The Marquis had not simply questioned his belief, he had directly insulted his sentinel, his source of peace, the very thing that had rescued him from his torment. This was not a mere diplomatic faux pas. It was an act of profound disrespect to the king's most treasured possession, a direct challenge to his sanity and his authority. Pip, safe within its pavilion, watched the ensuing commotion with a detached air. Its tiny, animal brain registered the loud noises, the frantic movements, the new, metallic scent of blood. It felt a slight residual tremor, the after-effect of its brief, unexpected burst of aggression. But mostly, it felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The large, annoying human had retreated. Its space was safe again. It twitched its whiskers, and then, with the inherent pragmatism of its species, it began to meticulously groom the slight disorder in its velvet cloak, utterly unaware that its instinctive, territorial bite had just plunged an entire kingdom into diplomatic crisis, setting the stage for a dramatic and far-reaching chain of events. The king's miracle had just exacted a very public and very painful price, and the long, luxurious reign of the royal sleep charm was suddenly in mortal peril. Chapter 10. The bite heard around the kingdom. The high-pitched shriek of Marquis Henri de Valois, sharp and utterly undignified, sliced through the opulent silence of King Theron's bedchamber like a dagger through silk. It was a sound that would forever echo in the minds of those present, not merely for its piercing volume, but for the profound horror and disbelief it conveyed. Blood, a vibrant, shockingly dark crimson, gushed from the Marquis' beringed finger, blossoming onto the emerald velvet of his sleeve like a grotesque rose. His face, moments ago a canvas of urbane contempt, was now a mask of pure, visceral agony and outrage. He stumbled backward, clutching his wounded hand, his perfectly coiffed hair askew, his rose-water scent momentarily overwhelmed by the coppery tang of his own humiliated blood. Pip, the tiny catalyst of this chaos, had already retreated, a small, velvet-cloaked blur, now hunched deep within the folds of its silken cushion, its tiny heart thrumming, its small eyes gleaming with a mix of primal satisfaction and residual agitation. It merely registered that the offensive-scented appendage was gone, the threat removed. The room exploded into a tableau of frozen horror and frantic action. Master Ems, the royal valet, let out a choked gasp, his hand flying to his mouth. eyes wide with a terror that surpassed mere professional anxiety. Dr. Alaric, jolted from his stunned silence, fumbled for his medical kit, his usual meticulous movements replaced by a clumsy urgency as he scrambled to attend to the bleeding dignitary. Lord Valerius, whose face had been a study in suppressed exasperation, now wore an expression of stark, unadulterated dread, knowing, with a sickening certainty, that the delicate diplomatic edifice he had so painstakingly constructed had just crumbled into dust, courtesy of a pampered rodent. The two hulking royal guards, sworn to protect the king, stood momentarily paralyzed, hands hovering over sword hilts, unsure whether their duty called for them to strike down the biting creature, or to defend the royal sentinel from the bleeding, screaming man. But all attention, even the Marquis' own, soon snapped to King Theron. Their king, whose anger had simmered silently for days under the Marquis' persistent barbs, now erupted like a long-dormant volcano. His initial crimson flush deepened to a furious purple, a shade not seen on his face since the darkest days of his insomnia. He rose from the edge of his bed, his large, imposing figure seeming to swell with righteous indignation. His voice, once again possessing the raw, terrifying power of the sleepless tyrant, boomed through the chamber, rattling the very window panes. "You fool!" the king roared, his finger thick and trembling, pointing not at the tiny, triumphant rat, but at the Marquis, whose bleeding hand was still clutched to his chest. "You arrogant, impertinent, pompous fool! I warned you. I told you it was a creature of gentleness, of quietude. You provoked it. You insulted it. You deserve it. This is the consequence of your impertinence, Marquis, a direct result of your blatant disrespect for my customs and for the very creature that has brought peace to my realm." The Marquis, stunned by the king's vitriolic outburst, momentarily forgot his throbbing finger. He had expected an apology, perhaps even the immediate execution of the offending rodent. Not this furious personal attack. "Your Majesty," he spluttered, blood still welling, his voice laced with a fresh wave of outrage. Your pet has assaulted me. This is an act of war. An unprovoked attack on a diplomatic envoy. This is utterly, unequivocally barbarisch." He emphasized the word, spitting it like a curse, convinced that this single, ignominious bite had revealed the true, uncivilized nature of the kingdom of Viridian. Dr. Alaric, having finally found his nerve and his medical bag, knelt beside the Marquis, pulling out a clean linen cloth and a small vial of antiseptic made from crushed willow bark. "Let me see, Your Grace, let me see," he murmured, his hands shaking slightly as he carefully took the Marquis's injured hand. The bite was small, but deep, a neat puncture wound from Pip's sharp incisors, still oozing a steady trickle of blood. "Clean bite, Your Grace," Alaric pronounced, trying to sound professional, though his mind was racing with theories about rabies, humors, and the inherent dangers of animalistic contact. He applied the stinging antiseptic, eliciting another sharp yelp from the Marquis. Pip, from its safe haven, watched the frantic ministrations with a detached curiosity. The strong, metallic scent of blood was new, alarming, yet it also carried a faint satisfaction. The huge, unpleasant human was no longer looming. Its luxurious nest was safe once more. It twitched its whiskers, licked a stray crumb of cheese from its paw, and then, with the inherent pragmatism of its species, began to groom its disheveled velvet cloak. Seemingly unconcerned by the diplomatic catastrophe it had single-handedly, or rather, single-mouthedly unleashed. Lord Valerius, seizing the brief lull as Alaric tended to the wound, stepped forward, his voice a strained whisper. attempting to inject a semblance of order and reason into the rapidly deteriorating situation. Your Majesty, please, calm yourself. Marquis, perhaps an unfortunate accident, a misunderstanding of the creature's territorial instincts. Let us not allow a minor incident to jeopardize the crucial alliance between our kingdoms. He shot a pleading look at the king, then at the Marquis, whose face was still a roadmap of fury. But the Marquis was beyond reason. A minor incident, Valerius. I have been ice-bitten by a common ratty. A royal rat, perhaps, but a rat nonetheless. This is an insult of the highest order, a direct affront to Gloriana. My kingdom will not stand for this indignity. He snatched his bandaged hand away from Alaric, holding it aloft as if it were a declaration of war. I shall report this barbarity immediately to my king. King Theron, however, was equally unyielding. His eyes were fixed on Pip's pavilion, then on the Marquis's bleeding hand. He saw not a diplomatic incident, but a personal insult to his beloved sentinel, to the very source of his renewed sanity. Then reported, Marquis, the king thundered, his voice booming. Tell your king that his envoy, in his arrogance, insulted a sacred creature, and was met with the just consequences of his insolence. This creature, this vermin, as you so contemptuously call it, has granted me more peace and clear thought than all your Glorianan physicians and Lutenists combined. I stand by my sentinel, the king's unwavering conviction, despite the undeniable evidence of the bite, seemed to solidify Pip's place in his esteem. If anything, the incident only strengthened his belief in its unique properties, viewing the bite not as a flaw, but as a demonstration of its innate, protective power, a righteous defense against a sneering unbeliever. The court watched, horrified, as the king's legendary temper, which had been dormant for months, now flared with a terrifying intensity, resurrected not by insomnia, but by profound loyalty to a rodent. The commotion in the king's chambers, though momentarily contained by the closed doors, could not be silenced. The Marquis's initial scream had carried, faint but undeniable, through the thick oak. The subsequent raised voices, the king's thunderous roars, the frantic murmurs of the courtiers, all of it was audible. A muffled symphony of disaster, to the guards stationed outside, and to the palace servants who scurried past. Within minutes, the news began to spread like wildfire, carried by hushed, urgent whispers. The Marquis, bitten by the king's rat. The details were immediately embellished, distorted, and magnified with each retelling. He attacked the sentinel. A breathless page whispered to a scullery maid in the kitchens, tried to tear off its cloak, and the king's magic rat bit him. A bite of pure, enchanted fury. No, no, argued a laundress, wringing her hands as she heard the tale. The Marquis scoffed at the king's sentinel, called it a common pest, and a creature. Sensing the insult, leaped forth from its cage like a tiny, velvet-clad dragon, and bit his finger clean off. They say the finger is still twitching. The finger, of course, was merely bandaged. "It's a plague!" cried a stable hand to a merchant delivering grain. "The king's rat has gone mad, bitten the foreign envoy. Rabies will surely follow, and then the whole court. We'll all be frothing at the mouth." The story, or rather the myriad versions of it, raced through the palace and spilled out into the streets of Viridian, from the bustling market square to the quiet cloisters of the city's monastery. The tale of the bite heard around the kingdom took on a life of its own. It became a morbid fascination, a topic of scandal and awe. Some saw it as definitive proof of the rat's supernatural powers, an act of divine retribution against a cynical infidel. "It defended its honor," declared a devout old woman, crossing herself. The creature is truly blessed. Others, particularly those who had harbored skepticism, saw it as vindication of their doubts. A horrifying confirmation that the king's sleep charm was nothing more than a dangerous, diseased pest. A rat is a rat. Dr. Alaric's long-suffering colleagues muttered darkly amongst themselves as they began to circulate pamphlets on the risks of zoonotic diseases. The Marquis de Valois, his hand throbbing, his pride shattered, wasted no time. He demanded immediate departure from Viridian, refusing further courtesies, ignoring Lord Valerius's frantic attempts at appeasement. Within hours, his gleaming Glorianan carriages were rattling out of the palace courtyard, leaving behind a trail of rose water and indignant fury. His parting words, hissed to Lord Valerius before he slammed the carriage door, bear a chilling promise. Tell your King Valerius that Gloriana will remember this insult. This barbaritic will not go unpunished. A king ruled by a rodent? It is an affront to all civilized nations. The implied threat of military action, or at the very least severe economic sanctions, hung heavy in the crisp autumn air. The court, once relieved by the king's restored sleep, now found itself facing a new, potentially far more devastating crisis. The king, however, remained strangely resolute. The Marquise's departure, though diplomatically catastrophic, seemed only to cement his belief in Pip's righteous nature. He saw the bite not as an error, but as a justified defense. He provoked it, the king repeated endlessly to anyone who dared to voice concern. The sentinel merely defended itself. It showed its true, powerful nature. His gratitude to Pip transformed into an even more fierce protectiveness, a possessive zeal for the creature that had so dramatically saved him, and had now, in his eyes, heroically defended itself against a foreign insult. Pip, the object of all this turmoil, was back in its pavilion, luxuriating in the aftermath of its brief, decisive act of aggression. It had been given an extra portion of particularly pungent Stilton for its bravery, a king's order, much to Master Elms's exasperation. It nibbled contentedly, its velvet cloak still slightly ruffled from its sudden lunge, its small, dark eyes reflecting only the soft candlelight of its luxurious abode. It had no concept of Gloriana or diplomacy or acts of war. It was simply a rat that had been threatened, had reacted, and had then been rewarded with more cheese. Its world, once confined to the relentless search for sustenance and safety, was now one of unprecedented comfort, punctuated by the occasional need to assert its boundaries. The consequences of that assertion, however, were just beginning to unfurl across the kingdom. A ripple effect from a single, sharp bite that would soon test the very foundations of Viridian's peace. Chapter 11. The Diplomat's Dramatic Outrage. The echo of Marquis Henri de Valois' shriek, a sound so unbefitting a man of such exquisite breeding, reverberated through the royal bedchamber, mingling with the metallic tang of his rapidly spreading blood. His perfectly manicured hand, clutched to his chest, pumped bright crimson onto the emerald silk of his sleeve, a shocking stain on the meticulously curated tableau of royal opulence. His eyes, usually pools of icy disdain, were now wide with a visceral blend of pain, fury, and incredulous humiliation. The indignity of being bitten, not by a rabid wolf or a charging boar, but by a creature he had so contemptuously dismissed as vermin, was almost as unbearable as the searing pain in his finger. Pip, the tiny architect of this monumental diplomatic incident, had already vanished back into the silken folds of its pavilion. A small, triumphant twitch of its velvet cloaked tail being the only immediate evidence of its recent, decisive action. It merely understood that its immediate space had been violated, and the offender had been duly, if dramatically, repelled. Dr. Alaric, his face a ghastly shade of white beneath his habitually flushed cheeks. Fumbled with surprising speed for his medical bag, his movements clumsy with a desperate urgency. He knelt, his knees cracking on the polished floor, next to the still gasping Marquis, attempting to stem the flow of blood with a pristine linen napkin. "Your Grace, allow me. A clean wound, but deep. We must bind it immediately." Alaric, ever the man of science, was already mentally cataloging the potential contagions, the alarming implications of a royal rodent previously deemed harmless, now inflicting a wound. His own skepticism regarding Pip's magical properties had in a single sharp bite been replaced by a more pragmatic concern for public health. Lord Valerius, however, saw beyond the immediate injury. His eyes, usually weary, were now light with a frantic, desperate energy, reflecting the full horror of the diplomatic precipice upon which they now teetered. The king's long-sought peace, the kingdom's newfound stability, all balanced precariously on the fate of a single, infuriatingly pampered rat. "Marquis, 1,000 apologies. An unfortunate accident. A creature startled by your proximity, perhaps. We shall ensure such an incident never recurs," he stammered, attempting to appease the spitting dignitary even as he shot a pleading, warning glance at King Theron. But King Theron, his own face a thundercloud of righteous indignation, was beyond mollification. His rage, long dormant, resurrected by the profound affront to his beloved sentinel, boomed through the chamber. "Accident, Valerius? Nonsense." The Marquis provoked it. He scoffed at it, he mocked it, he dared to lay a hand on my most treasured companion. It was merely defending itself, as any creature of spirit would. This is not Pip's fault, but the Marquis's own impertinence. The king pointed a trembling finger, not at the whimpering diplomat, but at the puddle of blood on the floor. His loyalty to Pip was not just profound, it was absolute, unyielding, almost maniacal in its intensity. The rat had given him back his knights, his sanity, his kingdom, and he would not countenance a single word of blame against it. "Your Majesty!" the Marquis shrieked again, pulling his hand away from Alaric's ministrations, preferring the dramatic gesture of agony to practical treatment. "This is an outrage, an act of savage barbarism, to be bitten by a rodent, a common sewer beast, elevated to a royal charm. My kingdom, Gloriana, will not, I repeat, will not stand for this indignity. You have allowed a Yapi Pesti to assault a representative of a sovereign power. This is an act of aggression." He punctuated each declaration with a jab of his uninjured hand, his face contorted in a mask of furious self-pity. The humiliation he felt was far worse than the pain. The air in the bedchamber grew thick with the unspoken threats, the stench of blood, and the oppressive weight of a kingdom teetering on the edge of utter chaos. The two royal guards, still frozen by the sheer audacity of the situation, slowly lowered their swords, realizing, with a grim clarity, that this was not a matter for cold steel, but for diplomacy, or rather, the complete absence thereof. Marquis de Valois, clutching his bandaged finger as if it were a mortal wound, refused all further attempts at conciliation. He stormed from the king's chambers, ignoring Lord Valerius's frantic pleas, his retinue scurrying after him, their faces pale with shock. He ordered his carriages immediately, a flurry of shouted commands and rustling silk, and within the hour, the magnificent Glorianan procession was rumbling out of the palace gates, leaving behind a trail of dust and simmering international incident. His final words, delivered with chilling clarity to a distraught Lord Valerius, were a declaration of war, doubly veiled as a diplomatic protest, tell your king, Valerius, that this insult, this your barbarity of a king who values vermin above proper diplomatic conduct, will be remembered. Gloriana demands retribution. This savage rodent must be justly punished. Your king's sleep charm has just awakened a storm. The threat hung heavy in the crisp autumn air, a promise of swift, brutal reprisal. The immediate aftermath in the palace was a dizzying maelstrom of fear and confusion. Courtiers whispered in terrified huddles, their initial skepticism about Pip now replaced by a chilling realization of its destructive potential. The bite heard around the kingdom had indeed echoed far beyond Viridian's walls, amplified by the Marquis de Valois' dramatic recounting. Gloriana and envoys were immediately dispatched from Viridian, not carrying messages of peace, but fervent, hyperbolic accounts of the monstrous royal rat and the barbaric king who defended it. King Theron, however, remained strangely unyielding. He called an emergency session of his Privy Council. But instead of discussing the impending diplomatic crisis, he spent half the meeting extolling Pip's virtues, recounting its courageous defense against the impertinent Marquis. It acted with the righteous indignation of a loyal subject, the king declared, pacing his throne room, his eyes still gleaming with a dangerous light. It merely defended its sacred space. A space which, I might add, has granted me the first true rest in years. Are we to punish a creature for simply being true to its nature, and defending itself against a boorish, insulting foreign dignitary? Lord Valerius, his face etched with utter exhaustion and a rising sense of despair, tried to reason with his monarch. Your Majesty, with all due respect, the Marquis de Valois is a key envoy of Gloriana. Their kingdom is a formidable military power. They will see this as a direct affront, a casus belli. They will demand retribution for this incident. Perhaps we could offer a substantial indemnity, a formal apology. The creature could be relocated? The word relocated hung in the air, a thinly veiled suggestion of Pip's demise, which Valerius dared not voice explicitly. The king's eyes narrowed. Relocated, Valerius? You speak of removing my sentinel, the source of my sanity, the very thing that holds my temper in check and allows me to rule justly. Never. I would sooner relinquish half my kingdom than give up my sentinel. The Marquis insulted Anime by insulting my chosen companion, and he reaped what he sowed. The king's obstinacy was absolute. His sleep, so recently restored, had become a precious commodity, inextricably linked to Pip's presence. To condemn Pip was to condemn himself back to the waking torment he had so desperately escaped. His gratitude, once simple, had mutated into a fierce, almost irrational protectiveness. Dr. Alaric, seeing an opportunity to once again assert the authority of medical science, cautiously spoke up. Your Majesty, while I understand your sentiment, there are grave concerns regarding the Marquis's injury. A rat bite, particularly one from a creature of, shall we say, uncertain provenance, carries risks. Fevers, infections, even the dreaded rubbies morbi, the biting sickness. For the health of the court, and indeed for the perception of your kingdom, it would be wise to thoroughly examine the creature, perhaps even quarantine it for a period. And the Marquis will undoubtedly demand a public demonstration of concern for his health, and a clear repudiation of the creature's aggression. He knew this was dangerous ground, but the public health implications and his own professional pride compelled him to speak. The king slammed his fist on the throne's armrest. Nonsense, Alaric. This creature is clean. Master Ems bathes it twice a day. Its very being exudes health and tranquility. Your rabies morbi is a peasant superstition. It is the Marquis who is unwell. Zick with pride and arrogance. The king's voice rose to a near shout. I will hear no more talk of harming my sentinel. If Gloriana wishes to quibble over a deserved bite, then let them. Viridian stands by its king, and its king stands by his royal sleep charm, the king's stubbornness, fueled by his miraculous recovery and now, paradoxically, by the very incident that threatened it, threw the entire court into disarray. Messengers from Gloriana arrived daily, their dispatches increasingly demanding, increasingly bellicose. They demanded Pip be publicly executed, its unnatural powers purged from the realm. They demanded an official, groveling apology from King Theron himself, delivered in person to the Marquis de Valois. They hinted at trade, embargoes, at border incursions, at the very real possibility of a declaration of war. The court nobles, who had initially scoffed at the king's delusion, now found themselves caught between the threat of a powerful foreign army and the unpredictable wrath of their own monarch. Duchess Isolde, whose pragmatism had never wavered, suggested offering Gloriana a vast sum of gold, a dowry of sorts, to smooth over the indignity. Lord Beaumont, ever the traditionalist, advocated for an immediate mobilization of Viridian's rather modest army, a defiant stand against foreign insolence, though he secretly feared the outcome. Sir Reginald, the junior courtier, quietly began preparing a new, more extensive list of sand grains in the courtyard, convinced that the kingdom was doomed. Master Elms, meanwhile, continued his duties with an air of profound, almost religious, terror. He still cleaned Pip's pavilion, brought its gourmet cheeses, and ensured its silk bedding was pristine. He observed the rat, plump and content, utterly unaware of the storm it had conjured. Pip still nibbled its gouda with relish, still enjoyed its leisurely naps, and occasionally, when Master Elms leaned too close, it would twitch its whiskers with an almost imperceptible, yet unsettling, air of knowing superiority. The little silver bell, now largely obscured by its well-fed bulk, remained silent, a stark contrast to the clamor of diplomatic demands ringing throughout the palace. The tension mounted with each passing day. The king refused to budge. Gloriana refused to back down. The bite, seemingly a minor, if embarrassing, incident had become a potent symbol, an inflection point in the delicate balance of power. For Gloriana, it represented Viridian's uncivilized nature, its king's madness, and an opportunity to assert their dominance. For King Theron, it was a sacred defense, a validation of his sentinel's unique power, and a direct challenge to his authority. The peace that Pip had initially brought to the king, and by extension to the kingdom, now seemed to be directly responsible for an impending war. The court, once so relieved by the king's quiet nights, now yearned for the simpler days of his insomnia, when at least the greatest threat had been internal. They held their breath, waiting for the inevitable escalation, caught in the absurd, terrifying vortex spun by a pampered rat and a pompous diplomat. The king's refusal to surrender his sleep charm was now a matter of national honor, and the stage was set for a dramatic, potentially bloody confrontation. The velvet-cloaked rat, curled innocently in its silken paradise, was now quite literally the catalyst for an international crisis, a tiny, unassuming spark in a powder keg of pride and geopolitical ambition. Its next move, or indeed, the next move of the angry kingdom it had offended, would determine the fate of Viridian. Chapter 12. The king's reluctant decision. The departing Glorianan carriages, their polished wheels kicking up dust on Viridian's ancient cobblestones, left behind not merely a physical void, but a chilling vacuum in the political atmosphere of the kingdom. The Marquis Henri de Valois, his bandaged finger a stark, undeniable testament to the barbarity he so vehemently decried, had wasted no time. His formal protests, meticulously penned and sealed with the golden peacock crest, arrived daily at the palace, each scroll a fresh wound to King Theron's pride and a renewed threat to Viridian's precarious peace. They demanded not merely an apology, but full and public retribution for the savage rodent and the barbaric king who harbored it. The rhetoric escalated with alarming speed. Trade embargoes, the severance of diplomatic ties, and the ominous gathering of troops along the Glorianan border. A subtle but unmistakable flexing of military might. Viridian, though strategically important, was not a military powerhouse, and the thought of Gloriana's formidable legions marching through its quaint provinces sent shivers down the spine of every sensible courtier. King Theron, however, remained inexplicably, maddeningly stubborn. His fury at the Marquis's insult had cemented his loyalty to Pip, transforming his gratitude into a zealous, almost irrational protectiveness. He continued to praise Pip's courageous defenses and dismissed Gloriana's threats as the petulant demands of an overly sensitive dandy. "Let him come," he had roared during a particularly tense Privy Council meeting, slamming his fist on the polished table. "They will find Viridian united. We shall not surrender our sacred sentinel for the whims of a braying peacock." The courtiers exchanged nervous glances. While they admired the king's newfound spirit, they also recognized the dangerous precipice he was pushing them towards. A unified Viridian was one thing. A unified Viridian against the overwhelming might of Gloriana was quite another. Lord Valerius, whose face was now a roadmap of sleepless worry, bore the brunt of the king's intransigence and Gloriana's escalating demands. He spent his days in endless negotiations with the remaining Glorianan representatives, who maintained a frigid distance, drafting increasingly desperate letters of appeasement, and his nights pacing his chambers, haunted by visions of Glorianan banners flying over the walls of Viridian. He had tried everything: appeals to reason, to the king's duty, to the suffering of his subjects. He had brought forth maps detailing Gloriana's superior troop numbers. He had even, on one memorable occasion, dramatically collapsed in the throne room, feigning exhaustion, hoping to remind the king of the stress his obstinacy was causing. The king had merely offered him a small piece of cheese from Pip's platter, suggesting it might calm his humors. Dr. Alaric, sensing the tide turning, albeit slowly, against the rat, became a tireless advocate for its quarantine and thorough medical examination. He spoke ceaselessly of the pestilent dangers of rat bites, of the unseen contagions that lurked within such creatures. He produced ancient texts detailing outbreaks of plague and biting sickness, carefully omitting the context that these were often caused by swarms of wilding, unbathed, velvet-cloaked rodents. He argued that the king's health, and indeed the health of the entire royal line, was at risk. "Your Majesty," he pleaded, his voice raspy from arguing. Even if the sentinel possessed true magic, a bite? Any bite, from a creature of its nature, carries inherent risks. For the sake of your realm, you must consider the implications. The king, however, merely waved him away, dismissing his warnings as the morbid ramblings of a man who prefers poultices to miracles. The general mood of the court, initially relieved by the king's sleep, had shifted from cautious skepticism to open fear. Duchess Isolde, her sharp intellect usually focused on matters of statecraft, now found herself contemplating the grim logistics of evacuating her family jewels should Gloriana attack. Lord Beaumont, ever a man of action, had begun secretly inspecting the palace guard's training, noting their worrying lack of preparedness for a full-scale invasion. Even Sir Reginald, who had finally completed his counting of the sand grains after 3 painstaking revisions, now worried that the kingdom's entire supply of sand might soon be needed for sandbags, not for royal census. The true turning point came not from a dramatic diplomatic ultimatum, but from a mundane economic report. The Glorianan trade embargo, initially dismissed by the king as a minor inconvenience, began to bite. Grain shipments were halted, luxury goods vanished from the markets, and the price of essential iron soared. Merchants, their livelihoods threatened, began to complain. Respectfully at first, then with increasing urgency. The royal treasury, once replenished, began to dwindle as the king was forced to buy supplies at exorbitant prices from less reliable, more distant kingdoms. The suffering of his people, an abstract concept when weighed against his personal peace, began to manifest in tangible, undeniable ways. Empty stalls in the market, grumbling in the taverns, the faint, desperate pleas of hungry children carried on the wind. It was Lord Valerius who, armed with these grim reports, finally confronted the king in his private study, a room usually reserved for quiet contemplation, not heated debate. The king sat at his large oak desk, poring over maps, plotting defensive strategies against an imagined Glorianan invasion. Pip, plump and serene, was curled on a silken cushion beside the king's inkwell, occasionally twitching its nose as the king's quill scratched across parchment. "Your Majesty," Valerius began, his voice hoarse, "I beg you consider the latest dispatches. The Glorianan embargo is crippling our trade. Our granaries are emptying. Our blacksmiths lack iron. The people are suffering. They begin to murmur, 'Your Majesty,' they ask, 'is a single rodent truly worth the cost of their livelihood?'" The king slammed his fist on the desk, making Pip jump slightly, its velvet cloak ruffling. "Silence! Valerius! This is Glorianan trickery. They seek to undermine my rule. I will not surrender my sentinel. It is the source of my strength, my clarity. Without it, I would return to the waking nightmare." His eyes, though clear, still held a lingering flicker of the terror of his sleepless past. "And what good is a clear mind, Your Majesty, if your kingdom is starving and at war?" Valerius pressed, abandoning all pretense of deference. He was desperate. "Gloriana threatens a full-scale invasion. Our defenses are inadequate. Our alliances are strained. Do you truly believe a single rat, however blessed, can repel an army?" The king stared at Valerius, then at Pip, then back at Valerius. The words, blunt and brutal, pierced through his self-imposed delusion. He loved Pip, truly. He credited it with his sanity, his restored ability to rule. The thought of losing its quiet, comforting presence, of returning to the endless nights of torment, filled him with a cold dread. But the image of his people, hungry and afraid, the sound of their murmurs, the stark reality of war, it was a weight too heavy even for a king revitalized by sleep. He closed his eyes, a profound sigh escaping his lips, a sound of immense, soul-deep weariness. "What do they demand, precisely?" he asked, his voice now quiet, stripped of its bluster, tinged with a devastating sadness. "Beyond the punishment of my sentinel." Valerius, sensing a fragile opening, hesitated, then laid out Gloriana's full demands, each one a bitter pill, a formal public apology from King Theron, personally delivered to Marquis de Valois, a substantial war indemnity, and the immediate public execution of the savage rodent that had offended their envoy, its remains to be displayed as a warning. The king's face paled as Valerius spoke of the execution. He looked at Pip, peacefully grooming itself on the cushion, its velvet cloak a bright, absurd blue. The idea of its tiny, pampered life ending so brutally, so ignominiously, filled him with a profound sense of betrayal. He felt a sharp pang in his chest, a sensation he had almost forgotten in his months of restful sleep. "Execution," he whispered, the word tasting like ash. "They demand its death." "They do, your majesty," Valerius confirmed, his voice low, "as a symbol of your kingdom's sincere regret, and a necessary measure to appease their wounded pride." The king sat in silence for a long, agonizing moment. His gaze drifted around his study, to the portraits of his stern-faced ancestors, to the crown resting on its velvet pillow, a symbol of the immense burden he bore. He remembered the dark days of his insomnia, the constant pain, the blinding rage. Pip had saved him. It had truly saved him. To give it up, it felt like tearing a piece of his own soul away. But the alternative war, famine, the suffering of his people was a price he could not, in good conscience, ask them to pay for his personal peace. He was a king, after all. His duty was to his realm, not to his comfort, however profound. The decision, when it finally came, was a heavy, painful exhale. "No," the king said, his voice barely audible, "not execution. I will not have it slaughtered like a common criminal. It protected me. It displayed loyalty. It is not savage. It is simply a creature of instinct. It does not understand the nuances of diplomacy, nor the fragile pride of a foreign dignitary." He paused, swallowing hard, his eyes fixed on Pip, who, sensing the king's distress, had stopped grooming and looked up with a tiny, questioning gaze. "But its continued presence, I see now, is a detriment to the realm. It has become a symbol, a lightning rod for Gloriana's scorn. And my people, they cannot pay the price for my attachment." Lord Valerius held his breath, daring not to interrupt. "It will be exiled," the king finally declared, the words like lead in his mouth. "Banished from the palace, from the city, sent to a place where it can live out its days in peace, far from the machinations of men, far from any who would insult it, or worse, harm it." His voice cracked on the last words. "It will be relocated to the royal menagerie, in the distant northern forest. It is a vast, secluded preserve. It will be protected there. Master Elms will oversee its relocation. It will be given a proper dwelling, and its diet. Its diet shall continue as it has, for as long as it lives. No expense spared, Valerius. It shall want for nothing. But it must leave the palace immediately, before another sun rises." The relief that washed over Lord Valerius was so profound, it almost made him weep. It was a compromise, a painful one, but a compromise that saved the kingdom from war. The Marquis would surely be mollified by Pip's removal, even if its death was not granted. The king's refusal to surrender it entirely, his insistence on its lavish care, was a testament to his strange, unwavering bond with the creature. But it was a bond he was finally willing to sever for the sake of his people. "As you command, your majesty," Valerius said, bowing deeply, his voice thick with emotion. He quickly left to give the orders, a sudden lightness in his step despite the grim task ahead. The news, when it spread through the palace, caused a similar wave of relief. The threat of war, which had hung like a suffocating blanket, seemed to dissipate, replaced by a cautious optimism. Dr. Alaric, upon hearing of the rat's exile to the menagerie, grudgingly conceded that it was a sensible measure, albeit belated, and immediately began drafting a treatise on the zoonotic implications of royal pets. The courtiers, though privately amused by the king's continued devotion, breathed a collective sigh of relief. The kingdom, it seemed, was safe. Only King Theron remained steeped in sorrow. He spent the rest of the evening in his study, alone with Pip. He gently stroked the rat's velvet-cloaked back, his large hand dwarfing the tiny creature. Pip, sensing the king's sadness, stirred uneasily, perhaps picking up on the shift in his human's aura, or perhaps just responding to the unfamiliar quietness of the king's usually boisterous spirit. It looked up at him with its bright, uncomprehending eyes, its whiskers twitching. "My little sentinel," the king murmured, his voice thick with unshed tears. "My brave, foolish friend, I cannot keep you. My duty to my people is greater than my need for sleep. But I will not forget you. Never." He imagined the vast, silent forests of the royal menagerie, the endless supply of gourmet cheese, the soft silks. It was not the gutters. It was not death. It was exile, a gilded cage far from the clamor of court. A fate he hoped would be a happy one for his small, unwitting savior. Master Elms, his face a mixture of professional duty and genuine pity, arrived to collect Pip shortly before dawn. He carried a specially crafted, larger, more robust cage, lined with the softest furs and containing a generous portion of freshly baked oatcakes, a favorite of the king's for Pip. He gently, carefully, lifted Pip's pavilion and transferred the still dozing rat into its new, temporary abode. Pip, accustomed to being moved and pampered, merely stirred, yawned, and immediately burrowed into the soft fur, its velvet cloak ruffling. The king watched, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek, a stark contrast to the healthy glow he now possessed. He had sacrificed his personal comfort, his irrational affection, for the good of his kingdom. It was the hardest decision he had made in years, far more agonizing than any strategic battle or financial decree. As Master Elms carried the cage away, Pip's small, perfectly round form, adorned with its absurd blue velvet, vanished into the dim light of the corridor. The king was once again alone in his vast, silent bedchamber. The physical presence of his sleep charm was gone, and with it, a profound sense of loss settled upon him, chilling him to the bone. He wondered, with a sudden, overwhelming fear, if the endless tormenting nights would return, now that his little sentinel, the source of his profound, miraculous slumber, was gone. The kingdom had been saved from war, but the king's own peace was now, once again, a fragile, uncertain thing, balanced precariously on the precipice of memory and profound, unsettling absence. Chapter 13. The Rat's Midnight Escape. The weight of the king's reluctant decision settled heavily upon the ancient stones of Viridian Palace, a sorrowful silence replacing the frantic clamor of diplomatic crisis. King Teron, left alone in his vast, now empty bedchamber, felt a chill creep into his bones, a cold dread far deeper than the autumn night. He had sacrificed his personal peace, his inexplicable bond with the small creature, for the perceived good of his kingdom. It was the correct, the kingly decision, yet it felt like a profound mutilation of his own soul. He spent the remainder of the night in a state of restless contemplation, staring at the empty space where Pip's pavilion had once stood, his mind, once so gloriously clear, beginning to blur the edges, the first insidious tendrils of former anxieties coiling around his thoughts. Sleep, he feared, would now become a forgotten luxury once more, a fleeting memory of a golden age that had vanished with the tiny, velvet-cloaked rat. Pip, meanwhile, was utterly oblivious to the king's profound melancholy. It lay curled in its new, temporary prison, a sturdier, travel-ready cage crafted from polished oak and reinforced iron bars, a considerable step down from its gilded pavilion. The cage was lined with soft furs, a generous concession to its royal status, and held a small pile of freshly baked oatcakes, a sweet, nourishing comfort that had, moments before, been the king's parting gift. Pip had merely stirred, sniffed the unfamiliar yet pleasantly soft confines, and burrowed into the fur, its velvet cloak ruffling around it. Its simple rat brain registered comfort, warmth, and the lingering scent of its human protector. The king, overlaid with the crisper, cleaner aroma of Master Elm's fastidious hands, it was accustomed to being moved. To changes in its luxurious environment, this was merely another temporary transition, a new, albeit slightly less elegant, nest. Master Elm's, his heart still hammering with the lingering fear of the king's wrath, had personally supervised Pip's transfer. The king's orders had been precise. The rat was to be taken to the royal menagerie in the northern forest, a secluded preserve of rolling hills and ancient woodlands, where it would live out its days in unparalleled comfort, its diet and care maintained with meticulous attention. The journey, however, was long, requiring several days. Given the lateness of the hour and the king's explicit command that Pip be removed before dawn, Master Elms had decided the safest course of action was to temporarily house the creature in the palace's extensive kitchens. It was a calculated risk. The kitchens were bustling during the day, but at night, after the last embers of the ovens had died down and the scullery maids had retired, they were relatively quiet. More importantly, the kitchens offered discreet exits and were frequented by reliable staff. He had placed the robust travel cage on a high, sturdy table in a seldom-used corner of the main larder, a cavernous space filled with the earthy scent of root vegetables and the faint, sweet tongue of drying herbs. He had then personally locked the larder door, handed the key to the most trusted night watchman, and retired to his own uneasy sleep, convinced he had ensured the sentinel's safety. But Master Elms had not accounted for Elara. Elara was a kitchen maid, small of stature but possessed of an unusual keenness of observation, and a heart that felt deeply, often inconveniently. She had worked in the royal kitchen since she was a girl, her days a blur of peeling vegetables, scrubbing pots, and enduring the perpetual, good-natured tyranny of the head cook. Elara had, like many of the palace staff, followed the saga of the king's sleeplessness and Pip's miraculous arrival with a mixture of awe and quiet amusement. More than that, she had been one of the maids tasked with bringing the king's chosen gourmet cheeses to the royal larder for Master Elms to prepare for Pip. She had seen the pampered creature, so ridiculously cloaked in velvet, nibbling at brie more valuable than her month's wages. She had heard the whispers of the Marquis's disdain, the king's furious defense, and finally, the grim decree of exile. Elara was on the late shift, rubbing down on the massive oak tables in the main kitchen, the only sound the rhythmic rasp of her brush on the wood and the distant mournful hoot of an owl. She had heard Master Elm's hushed instructions to the night watchman, seen the new, robust cage being placed in the larder. A lump had formed in her throat. Exile. It sounded kinder than execution, perhaps, but to Elara, who had spent her life seeing glimpses of the vast world beyond the palace walls, the thought of any creature, even a pampered rat, being imprisoned for the rest of its days, no matter how luxurious, felt profoundly unjust. She knew the royal menagerie, or at least, she knew the stories. It was a vast, cold place, a beautiful prison, deep in the wild, unforgiving northern forest, for a creature like Pip, accustomed to the immediate presence of humans and the subtle shifting warmth of the palace. It would be a lonely, isolated existence, a slow, comfortable death of the spirit. More than that, Elara had a secret, quiet admiration for the tiny creature. She had seen Pip up close, during its bath when Master Elms had been too squeamish to fully immerse his gloved hands. She had seen its small dark eyes, so bright and aware, even under the indignity of being scrubbed. She had heard the king's fervent declarations of its courage and loyalty after the bite. It was just a rat, yes, but it was only a rat, the one who had brought peace to the king, and thus peace to the entire anxious palace. To banish it for the spite of a pompous foreigner felt like a betrayal of something precious, something innocently miraculous. She imagined Pip, small and bewildered, in the vast silent woods, deprived of its human contact, its beloved cheeses, and its daily conversations, albeit one-sided, with the king. A quiet resolve began to form in her heart. She finished her scrubbing. The suds on the table shimmering faintly in the moonlight that streamed through the high windows. The night watchman, a portly fellow named Old Barnaby, thus known for his love of a particular brand of strong, sweet ale, and his tendency to doze off after a late-night mug or two. Eliara knew his routine. She extinguished the last of the kitchen lanterns, leaving the vast space in shadow, save for the silver moonlight. Then, moving with the practiced stealth of a maid who knew every creaking floorboard, every loose flagstone, she made her way to the larder door. Barnaby was indeed dozing. Propped against a stack of flour sacks near the larder entrance, a half-empty tankard clutched in his hand, his snores a soft, rhythmic rumble. Elara moved like a phantom. Her hands, nimble from years of kneading dough and picking berries, searched for the ring of keys at Barnaby's belt. The metal was cold against her fingers, the jingle dangerously loud in the quiet night. She held her breath, extracting the largest, most ornate key, the one she knew, opened the larder. Barnaby stirred, let out a louder snort, and then settled back into his slumber. Elara's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drum beat against the stillness. The larder door creaked open with a faint groan, a sound that seemed to echo through the entire silent palace. Elara winced, freezing, listening for any sign of alarm. Nothing. Only the scent of cheese and dried herbs, and the soft, almost imperceptible breathing of the sleeping rodent. She slipped inside, the moonlight barely penetrating the deep shadows. She found the cage on the table. Pip was a dark lump of velvet-clad fur against the pale fur lining, utterly still in its sleep. Elara reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a small, coarse linen sack, one she usually used for carrying scraps to the pigs. It was far less luxurious than Pip's velvet cloak, but it would provide some warmth and cover. With trembling hands, she unlatched the heavy iron clasp on the cage. It gave a soft click that sounded like a thunderclap in the oppressive silence. She held her breath, then slowly, gently, pulled the cage door open. Pip, roused by the sudden shift in the air and the soft click, uncurled. Its small, dark eyes blinked, confused by the sudden influx of cold air, the larger, dark shadow of Elara looming over it. It twitched its whiskers, sniffing the air. The familiar human scent of the king and master elms was gone, replaced by a fainter, warmer, more comforting smell, the smell of human skin and flour, mixed with the faint sweetness of unbaked bread. It was the smell of the kitchens, a familiar, comforting backdrop to its pampered life. But something was different. The door was open. Freedom or danger? Its instincts, dulled by months of indolence, stirred. Elara reached in, not to grab, but to gently prod. "Go on, little sentinel," she whispered, her voice a soft, tremulous murmur. "Be free. The forest is vast. Go find your own peace." She nudged its plump backside. Pip, still confused, took a hesitant step. Its small, velvet-clad body wobbled slightly as it stepped onto the cold, hard wood of the larder table. A shocking sensation after months of silk and fur. It paused then, with a flicker of its ancestral memory. A primal urge for escape overwhelming its pampered confusion, it bolted. It didn't run towards Elara, but past her, towards the deeper shadows of the larder. The velvet cloak, caught on a splintered edge of the cage door as it darted through the opening. Snagged. Pip felt a sudden unfamiliar tug, a constriction around its neck. It twisted, thrashed, desperate to be free, and with a soft ripping sound, the absurd blue velvet cloak tore away, falling silently to the larder floor. The tiny silver bell, still attached to the blue ribbon, bounced once, almost imperceptibly, against the stone. Pip was free, unburdened, unadorned. It was just a rat again, a slightly plump rat, but a rat nonetheless. It scurried across the table, its tiny paws padding softly, then leaped to the floor, landing with a faint thud. The cold, rough stone was a shock, raw and unforgiving beneath its soft paws. The air was thick with 1,000 new, sharp smells, stale grease, rotting vegetables, damp earth, and the persistent, pervasive reek of true, unglamorous vermin. It was the scent of its old life. But after months of perfumed air and gourmet cheese, it was a brutal assault on its senses. It darted under a shelving unit, into the familiar, comforting dark. Elara watched it go. Her heart, a tangled knot of fear and strange triumph. She quickly, quietly, closed the cage door, relocked the larder, and returned the key to Barnaby's belt. She then fled to her small, shared room, her body trembling with the enormity of what she had done. She knew, with chilling certainty, that when Pip's absence was discovered in the morning, the king's fury would be directed at everyone, and the punishment would be severe. But she had freed the little creature. She had given it a chance at true freedom, however perilous that freedom might be. The palace slept, unaware of the tiny, momentous event that had just transpired within its walls. King Theron, in his vast, lonely bedchamber, tossed and turned, the first tendrils of sleeplessness beginning to coil around him, a chilling premonition of the torment that might return. Lord Valerius, in his own chambers, dreamed of Lorianan legions marching. Dr. Alaric dreamed of infectious diseases, and old Barnaby, the night watchman, snored peacefully, oblivious to the fact that the most valuable creature in the kingdom had just slipped past his guard. When morning light finally touched the larder, painting the rough stone walls in pale gray, Master Elms arrived, his face already pale with apprehension. He held the key, his fingers tight around the cold metal. He unlocked the larder, strode directly to the table, and peered into the cage. His eyes widened. The oatcakes were still there, untouched. The fur lining was undisturbed. But the small, plump, velvet-cloaked shape that should have been curled within was gone. Only a faint impression remained in the fur, and a single, tiny, blue velvet cloak, snagged on the cage door, lying on the table beside a small, silent silver bell. No. Master Elms gasped, a strangled sound of utter despair and terror. He snatched up the velvet cloak, holding it as if it were a damning piece of evidence. The king's rage, which had been dormant, would surely reawaken now, a furious, blinding storm. This was far worse than the Marquis bite. This was a direct defiance of the king's will, a profound loss of his beloved sleep charm. The implications were catastrophic. The news spread through the palace with the speed of panic. The sentinel is gone. The king's rat has vanished. The murmurs, unlike the earlier whispers of skepticism, were now laced with fear, with the dawning realization of what this might mean for the king's fragile peace, and by extension, for the entire kingdom. The king, emerging from a fitful, shallow sleep, heard the first frantic cries. His eyes, though still clear, held a flicker of deep-seated dread. His sleep, so recently given, now seemed to vanish as quickly as it had arrived. Pip, meanwhile, deep within the familiar, yet now alien, labyrinth of the palace's forgotten service tunnels, scurried. It was cold. It was damp. It was dark. The comforting scents of gourmet cheese and perfumed silk were gone, replaced by the pungent, overwhelming odors of refuse, damp earth, and unfamiliar vermin. Its pampered, accustomed instincts warred with its primitive memory. It no longer had a gilded cage, a soft bed, or a never-ending supply of brie. It was a rat again, a moderately plump, un-velvet-cloaked rat, plunged back into the brutal reality of its humble beginnings. Its escape had granted it freedom, but also a profound, disorienting shock, an unexpected return to a world it had long forgotten, a world far harsher and more demanding than its bizarre, luxurious exile would have been. The future, for Pip, was once again uncertain, dictated not by royal decree, but by the relentless, unforgiving imperative of survival. Chapter 14. The Return to the Streets. The chill that Master Elms felt in the royal larder, as his eyes confirmed the empty cage, was a mere whisper compared to the icy dread that simultaneously seeped into King Theron's heart, miles away in his vast, now silent bedchamber. The absence of Pip, the small, velvet-cloaked presence, was not just a void. It was a tearing in the fabric of the king's newly found peace, a stark reminder of the torment he had only just escaped. The royal household, upon discovering the sentinel's disappearance, erupted into a frantic, hushed panic, each servant knowing that the king's slumber, and by extension their own continued employment, hinged upon the whims of the small missing creature. King Theron, rousing from a fitful, shallow doze, felt the familiar tendrils of anxiety begin to coil around his mind, the ghostly echoes of the sleepless nights that had so nearly driven him mad. The palace, once a haven of calm, was now a hive of desperate, whispered searches. Pip, however, was already far from the gilded cages of royal expectation. Its escape, facilitated by the sympathetic but terrified kitchen maid Elara, had propelled it from a world of unimaginable luxury into a landscape of stark, brutal reality. The initial thrill of its lunge for freedom, the tearing away of the absurd velvet cloak, a sudden, strange lightness around its neck, had been immediately replaced by a profound, disorienting shock. It was cold. So very, very cold. The palace service tunnels, usually a dimly lit, largely ignored network of passages for human and vermin alike, now felt like an alien wilderness. The pervasive scent of beeswax, lavender, and the king's peculiar, anxious perfume, which had been the comforting backdrop of its pampered existence, was brutally assaulted by an overwhelming symphony of new raw smells. There was the sharp tang of raw sewage, the cloying sweetness of rotting meat, the musty dampness of ancient stone, and most potently the pervasive acrid musk of wild, unwashed vermin its own kind, but utterly unfamiliar and distinctly threatening. Its paws, softened by months of padding on silk and goose down, found the rough-hewn stone floor surprisingly abrasive, almost painful. Every step was a jarring jolt. Gone was the gentle give of velvet, the cool glide of polished wood. This was rough, unyielding, and perpetually damp. The absolute darkness, broken only by faint, distant slivers of moonlight filtering through forgotten grates, was far more profound than the subdued twilight of its luxurious pavilion. Here, shadows were not merely filters for light. They were absolute, hiding unseen dangers, silent predators, and potential starvation. Pip, no longer the whispering sentinel of Somnus, was simply a rat again, a moderately plump, velvet-cloaked rat, plunged back into the harsh, unforgiving realities of its humble origins, its fur still clinging to a faint memory of Master Elm's meticulous brushing. Already felt slightly gritty, catching the dust and grime of its new environment. Its whiskers, once used to navigate the smooth, predictable surfaces of royal furniture, now twitched constantly, trying to decipher the complex, often contradictory, signals of this brutal, ancient world. The first night outside the immediate palace kitchen was a terrifying ordeal. Pip, accustomed to the comforting hum of human life, even if only the distant snores of a king, found the silence of the deepest palace tunnels oppressive, broken only by the drip of unseen water, the scuttling of unseen insects, and the occasional chilling squeak of another rat, a wild rat, lean and hungry, unlike itself. It tried to find a familiar hole, a comfortable crevice. But all its usual haunts beneath the butcher's shop or the drunken flagon were now distant memories, lost in the labyrinthine underbelly of the royal residence. Every dark corner felt menacing, every rustle a potential threat. It curled into the tightest ball it could manage, deep within a narrow fissure between two massive foundation stones, shivering not just from the cold, but from a bone-deep primal fear it had almost forgotten. Sleep, when it came, was a fractured thing, snatched in moments of utter exhaustion, haunted by phantom smells of brie and the soft, cool touch of silk. Hunger, the old familiar gnaw, returned with a vengeance. It was a more insistent, more desperate hunger than the mere desire for gourmet treats. This was the hunger of survival, the stark reminder of its new precarious existence. In the palace, food had appeared as if by magic, meticulously prepared and presented. Here, it had to be sought, fought for, stolen. Its first attempt at foraging was a dismal failure. It found a discarded, half-eaten turnip in a refuse pile, its flesh fibrous and bitter. It remembered the sweetness of roasted hazelnuts, the rich creaminess of camembert, the delicate tang of imported goat cheese. This turnip tasted of dust and despair. It tried to gnaw on it, but its teeth, accustomed to soft, refined textures, found the tough skin difficult. It barely ate a mouthful before a larger, leaner rat, its fur matted with true street grime, darted out from the shadows, eyes gleaming with aggression. Pip, its instincts dulled by months of pampered peace, hesitated, confused. The wild rat, snarling, lunged, asserting its dominance. Pip, a stranger to such direct confrontation, instinctively recoiled, a squeak of alarm escaping its throat. It fled, abandoning the turnip, a shameful retreat that would have been unthinkable for its street-hardened ancestors. The sheer abundance of the palace kitchens, once a limitless larder, was now a tantalizing, unreachable memory. It wandered through the labyrinthine passages, guided by the faint scent of food. It found a discarded fish head near a forgotten drain, but it was crawling with maggots, and the smell was too putrid even for its rat nose. It remembered the perfectly portioned salmon slivers, so delicately prepared. This was a cruel joke. It tried to find the familiar warmth of the kitchen ovens, but they were cold, dark, and distant. Days blurred into nights, marked by the relentless cycle of searching for food and avoiding danger. Pip's plumpness, once a sign of its pampered status, was now a liability, making it slightly slower, less agile than its leaner streetwise brethren. It was not as quick to dart, not as adept at squeezing into tight spaces. The velvet cloak was long gone, a forgotten scrap of blue fabric lying on the larder floor, a silent testament to its lost regality. The tiny silver bell, once its absurd crown, was now just a loose piece of metal somewhere in the palace's deeper recesses, its gentle jingle silenced by the grim realities of its new existence. Pip was naked, vulnerable, a stranger in its own ancestral home. It rediscovered the relentless dangers of the streets, the heavy, thudding footsteps of humans, once merely a backdrop, now sent jolts of pure terror through its body, forcing it to flatten itself against grimy walls, its heart hammering against its ribs. The slinking shadows of palace cats, once confined to the king's private quarters, and kept far from the sentinel, were now a very real, very present threat, their silent pounces a constant, terrifying possibility. And the other rats, lean, aggressive, territorial, were a particular menace. Pepin, with its slightly softer fur and its confused hesitation, was an easy target, a prime victim for bullying and food theft. It was bitten, not with the clean, retaliatory snap it had delivered to the Marquis, but with quick, brutal nips from its own kind, teaching it, through pain and hunger, the harsh lessons of the hierarchy of the gutter. Its pampered palate, accustomed to gourmet cheeses, rebelled at first against the truly vile sustenance it was forced to consume. Moldy bread, discarded vegetable peels, the occasional, truly horrifying piece of rotting meat. It would sniff, recoil then, driven by the persistent gnaw of hunger, would force itself to swallow, the taste of desperation far stronger than any flavor. The pure spring water from its porcelain thimble was replaced by murky, stagnant puddles, often contaminated with human waste, a constant source of discomfort. The initial sense of disorientation slowly began to recede, replaced by the grim, efficient return of its primal instincts. The luxurious lethargy that had permeated its palace life began to burn away, replaced by a lean, hungry alertness. The softness of its fur started to return to the rough, matted texture of its early days, though a faint, almost imperceptible sheen of health. A remnant of its pampered diet still clung to it. Its movements regained their former speed, their darting precision. It learned again how to read the subtle shifts in human footsteps, the predatory stillness of a cat's shadow, the aggressive posture of a larger rat. It learned to be invisible again, to melt into the grimy backdrop, to hug the damp walls, to become a living part of the city's underbelly. It also began to remember the secret passages, the hidden nooks, the forgotten conduits of the palace itself. Not the grand, clean halls, but the dark, winding tunnels beneath them, the forgotten pipeways, the spaces between the walls. It discovered routes that led it closer to the kitchen cellars, where discarded, but still edible, food scraps sometimes found their way. It even, on a desperate night, found itself near a forgotten ventilation shaft that led to the very perimeter of the palace walls, and beyond, to the bustling streets of Iridium. The city, when it finally ventured back into its familiar, yet now alien, cacophony, was a shock to its dulled senses. The relentless noise, the constant movement, the dizzying array of smells, it was overwhelming after the hushed quiet of the palace. But it was also familiar, a harsh, brutal familiarity. It was home, in a way the silken pavilion never truly had been. It was the world of struggle, of constant vigilance, of simple, raw survival. Pip, the royal sleep charm, was no more. It was just a rat, a creature of the streets, its former glories stripped away, its brief, absurd reign over. It now sought shelter under splintered planks, fed on the forgotten detritus of human existence, and slept in the damp, cold earth, its dreams. If it still dreamt, now likely of the fleeting terror of a broom handle rather than endless cheese. It was a complete, brutal return to its humble beginnings, a full circle of existence, marked only by the faint memory of softness and a vague, confusing sense of having once been something far more important. Its new life was harsh, unforgiving, and utterly devoid of velvet cloaks or gourmet brie, a stark contrast to the profound and increasing sleeplessness that now plagued King Theron once more. His mind a renewed maelstrom of anxiety without his small, unassuming sentinel. The kingdom, unknowingly, held its breath, waiting for the reawakening of the king's old temper, and the inevitable consequences of Pip's disappearance. Chapter 15. The king's sleepless nights return. The vacant space where Pip's ornate pavilion had once stood in King Theron's bedchamber was not merely an absence. It was a gaping wound in the very fabric of the king's peace. Master Elms, clutching the abandoned velvet cloak, had stammered his horrified discovery to Lord Valerius, who in turn had delivered the catastrophic news to the king with the trembling deference of a man presenting his own execution warrant. King Theron, rousing from a brief, fitful doze that had been more a collapse than true sleep, had felt the words, "The sentinel is gone." "Your Majesty," pierced through the remnants of his slumber like shards of ice. His eyes, still bleary, had snapped open, widening with a primal dread that quickly banished all traces of sleep. The relief that had permeated the palace for months, a collective sigh of contentment, now abruptly ceased, replaced by a palpable, chilling fear. The king's sleep, so recently a profound and unquestioned blessing, had vanished as suddenly and inexplicably as it had arrived. That first night without Pip was a torment of epic proportions. King Theron lay in his vast, silken bed, the goose-down pillows feeling suddenly too soft, too yielding, almost mocking in their luxurious emptiness. He closed his eyes, willing sleep to come, but his mind, like a restless hound unleashed after a long confinement, immediately sprang to life. It raced not merely with the trivial worries of a man, but with the full, relentless anxieties of a king. The truculence of the Duke of Northmarch, which had seemed so easily resolved just weeks prior, now loomed large, a festering wound in his mind. The Glorianan embargo, temporarily averted by Pip's exile, felt like a tightening noose around the kingdom's neck. Financial accounts, unresolved disputes, the faces of disgruntled courtiers, the murmurings of discontented peasants, all surged forth, a clamoring multitude demanding his attention, swirling in a dizzying maelstrom of unanswerable questions. He tried every trick he had learned in the dark days before Pip. He counted sheep, though his mental flock quickly multiplied into an unruly stampede of woolly, bleating accusations. He recited endless lists of his ancestors, but each name seemed to mock him, a ghostly whisper of their undisturbed slumber. He even attempted to reconstruct the sensation of Pip's presence, conjuring the phantom weight of the velvet-cloaked rat beside him, the imagined rhythm of its tiny breathing. But it was futile. The silk was cold, the space beside him empty, and the silence, once comforting, was now a vast, echoing chamber for his own amplified thoughts. The bed, so recently a haven, became a battlefield where his mind waged a relentless, unwinnable war against itself. He thrashed, he sighed, he groaned, throwing off the heavy crimson duvet, then pulling it back, shivering. The room, which had seemed warm and inviting, now felt suffocatingly hot, then chillingly cold. His body, pampered by months of uninterrupted rest, rebelled against this sudden deprivation. His head began to throb with a dull, insistent ache. His eyes burned, feeling as though sand had been ground into them. A tremor ran through his limbs, a restless agitation that made it impossible to lie still. He rose, paced his bedchamber, the polished floor cold beneath his bare feet. He opened the massive oak doors, stepping into the antechamber, hoping the change of scenery, the chill of the midnight air, might offer some respite. Lord Valerius, who had insisted on sleeping on a cot in the antechamber, jolted awake as the doors creaked open, his own face mirroring the king's exhausted pallor. "Your Majesty?" Valerius whispered, already anticipating the answer. Still no sleep. "Valerius!" the king rasped, his voice rough, unused from the hours of internal monologue. "The torment has returned. Like a phantom limb, I feel the absence of my sentinel." He didn't need to specify. They both knew. The king's reliance on Pip had, in its absence, been brutally exposed as not merely fondness, but a deep, almost psychological dependence. The second night was worse. The king tried to replicate the conditions of Pip's presence. He ordered Master Elms to bring him the abandoned velvet cloak and the silk cushion. He placed them beside him on the bed, smoothing the fabric, attempting to conjure the sensation of the rat's presence. He even tried to imagine the faint, earthy musk of Pip, but his mind refused to cooperate. Instead, conjuring the image of the Marquise's sneering face, the gush of blood, and the subsequent terrifying threats, he longed for the simple, uncomprehending presence of the creature, its placid unawareness of his burdens, which had inadvertently been the key to his peace. The silence of the bedchamber, once filled with the king's quiet snores, was now punctuated only by his restless sighs, the rustle of sheets, and the grinding sound of his own thoughts. By the third night, the king's physical deterioration was alarmingly apparent. His eyes were deeply sunken, rimmed with purple shadows. His once ruddy complexion had turned a sickly gray. His movements were jerky, his temper, though not yet fully erupted, was visibly simmering beneath a thin veneer of exhaustion. During morning court, his attention wandered, his gaze unfocused, and he snapped at a junior courtier for a trivial mistake, a chilling echo of his old tyrannical self. Lord Valerius, watching with growing alarm, felt a cold knot of dread tighten in his stomach. The kingdom, so recently stable, was once again teetering. Dr. Alaric, seeing the king's rapid decline, dared to re-enter the fray, though with a newfound caution. He proposed elaborate herbal concoctions, a new regimen of lukewarm baths, and even suggested a series of bloodletting to rebalance the humors, ideas the king summarily dismissed with a snort of contempt. Alaric, while professionally vindicated by the return of the king's insomnia, he had, after all, varned about the unnatural nature of the rat, found himself once again caught in the thankless position of trying to treat an affliction whose true remedy seemed, impossibly, to be a small, missing rodent. The court, witnessing the king's rapid descent, watched Alaric's futile attempts with a mixture of pity and renewed exasperation. The king's sleep charm was gone, and no amount of medical science seemed capable of replacing it. The regret for King Theron was a bitter, pervasive taste in his mouth. He regretted his decision. He regretted his weakness. He regretted letting the pompous Marquise's sults provoke him into such a costly sacrifice. He had chosen the kingdom over his personal peace, and now he had neither. He blamed himself. He had been so proud, so certain of his newfound stability, that he had become complacent. He had banished his true salvation, not to protect it, but to appease a fool and a rival kingdom. The irony was a burning coal in his mind, the very stability he had gained from Pip. He had now shattered by banishing Pip. His conversations with Lord Valerius became increasingly circular, increasingly despondent. It was the silence, Valerius, the king would lament, pacing his bedchamber in the dead of night. The absolute quiet it brought to my mind. Not a magical quiet, perhaps, but a profound, unburdened stillness. I felt unobserved yet accompanied, comforted without judgment. And now it is all noise again. The noise of my own failure, the noise of their threats, the noise of my own despair. He would stop by the empty space where Pip's pavilion had been, running his hand over the polished cherry wood, a ghost of a touch on a beloved pet. The royal court, once again subjected to the king's unpredictable temper, found themselves walking on eggshells. Decisions that had been made with calm clarity were now being second-guessed, sometimes reversed entirely. The king's once firm hand on the reins of government began to slip. Messengers from Gloriana, seeing the renewed instability in Viridian, pressed their demands with renewed vigor, smelling weakness. The trade embargo tightened, and rumors of Gloriana mobilizing more troops along the border became more insistent, more terrifying. The Duke of Northmarch, hearing of the king's renewed sleeplessness, began to stir once more, his truculence returning with a vengeance. The king's barbaric defiance of Gloriana, once seen by some as a point of national pride, now seemed a reckless, foolish gamble. Even Master Elms, the fastidious valet, found himself longing for the days of meticulously preparing gourmet cheeses for a pampered rodent. His new task was far more daunting, attempting to soothe a restless, increasingly desperate monarch. He changed the king's silk sheets every hour, rearranged his pillows a dozen times a night, brewed endless cups of soothing herbal teas that the king merely pushed away. Complaining of their taste, he would gaze at the now empty silk cushion, a poignant reminder of the peculiar miracle that had brought fleeting peace to their lives. The velvet cloak, now carefully folded and placed in a locked chest by the king's own order, felt like a shroud. The king's physical appearance continued its grim decline. His skin, once healthy, became sallow. His hair, once neatly combed, was perpetually disheveled. His eyes, once bright with the clarity of a rested mind, grew perpetually bloodshot and unfocused, darting around the room as if seeking an invisible tormentor. He began to lose weight, his fine robes hanging loosely on his frame, a ghostly echo of his appearance during his first bout of insomnia. He slept, perhaps, an hour or two each night, a light, restless doze filled with disturbing dreams of scurrying shadows and mocking, peacock-feathered faces. The kingdom, sensing the shift, began to collectively hold its breath. The quiet hum of renewed prosperity began to fade, replaced by the nervous buzz of uncertainty. Merchants fretted, peasants murmured, and courtiers scrambled, trying to anticipate the king's next erratic command, or to simply stay out of his increasingly volatile path. The initial, short-lived relief over Pip's exile quickly morphed into a profound sense of foreboding. The small, velvet-cloaked rat, whose disappearance was now a widely known secret, had been both the unlikely savior and the inadvertent catalyst for a new, escalating crisis. Its absence was a tangible, crushing weight not merely on the king's own tormented soul, but on the very stability of his realm. King Theron, lying awake in the oppressive silence of his bedchamber, the first grey light of dawn creeping through the windows, felt a profound, aching emptiness beside him. He longed for the simple, reassuring presence of the creature he had so foolishly banished. He remembered Pip's quiet contentment, its soft weight, the almost imperceptible rhythm of its breathing. He regretted it all. The Marquis Gloriana, the pride, the politics, all of it seemed insignificant compared to the profound, aching need for oblivion. He closed his eyes, no longer trying to force sleep, but simply to momentarily escape the overwhelming burden of his own regret. A regret that now felt heavier, more suffocating than any blanket. He was, once again, a king tormented, his sanity hanging by the thinnest of threads. A king who yearned for nothing more than the simple, unglamorous return of a scrawny, unremarkable rat. His world had unraveled, not with a bang, but with the quiet, unsettling absence of a creature he had once dismissed as mere vermin. Chapter 16. The Diplomat's unfortunate comeuppance. The Glorianan carriages, gleaming even in the pre-dawn gloom, had departed Viridian Palace with a furious clatter, carrying Marquis Henri de Valois and his wounded pride back towards his ostentatious homeland. The Marquis's bandaged finger, a stark and undeniable testament to the barbarism he so vehemently denounced, was clutched to his chest like a sacred relic of indignation. He left behind a king consumed by a renewed suffocating insomnia, and a court caught between the escalating threats of a powerful neighbor and the unpredictable wrath of their own monarch. The memory of Pip, the tiny velvet-cloaked rat, curled innocently in its silken pavilion, now haunted King Theron's waking hours, a potent symbol of his lost peace and a searing regret. But far to the east, the Marquis de Valois was about to discover that some curses, like some particularly unpleasant cheeses, linger long after the initial encounter. The Marquis's journey back to Gloriana was, by his own dramatic account, an odyssey of indignity. He lectured his retinue incessantly on the perfidy of Viridian, the king's delusion, and the appalling lack of sanitation that allowed such a savage rodent to roam free, let alone be elevated to a royal charm. His bandaged finger, periodically dabbed with scented cloths by his cringing valet, became the centerpiece of his narrative, a constant visual aid to his tale of barbaric assault. He fantasized about the swift, brutal retribution Gloriana would surely inflict upon Viridian, picturing King Theron's humiliation and the public extermination of every rodent within 100 leagues of the palace. However, even before he reached the more civilized roads of Gloriana, the first whisper of misfortune began to stir around the Marquis. On the second day of their journey, a sudden, inexplicable downpour erupted from a cloudless sky, drenching his prized carriage in a deluge of muddy water. While the other carriages remained relatively unscathed, the Marquis's bespoke velvet travel cloak, a masterpiece of Glorianan tailoring, was inexplicably ripped from its pegs inside the carriage and dragged through a particularly deep puddle by some unseen force, emerging a sodden, mud-encrusted ruin. The Marquis blamed his valet, then the driver, then the unruly nature of Viridian's weather, but a vague, unsettling unease settled amongst his retinue. It was a minor incident, easily dismissed, but it was the first crack in the Marquis's meticulously crafted facade of invincibility. Upon his grand arrival back in Gloriana, the Marquis immediately sought an audience with his own king, a man named Louis, a monarch whose primary concerns were the grandeur of his court and the exquisite taste of his cuisine. Marquis de Valois, still nursing his injured finger and his even more injured pride, delivered a passionate, florid account of his assault in Viridian, emphasizing the king's barbaric devotion to a filthy vermin and demanding immediate, overwhelming retribution. King Louis, initially swayed by his most esteemed diplomat's dramatic pronouncements, nodded sagely and ordered his strategists to begin drawing up plans. However, what followed in the weeks thereafter began to slowly, inexorably, chip away at the Marquis's credibility, sowing seeds of doubt not just in the minds of the Glorianan court, but in the Marquis's own impeccably logical brain. The first truly public misfortune struck during a grand court assembly, where the Marquis was holding forth on Gloriana's superior judicial system. As he reached the crescendo of his speech, his elaborate powdered wig, a towering edifice of artificial curls, inexplicably slipped sideways, then slid entirely off his head, revealing a bald, gleaming scalp beneath. It landed with a soft thump on the polished marble floor directly in front of the king, like a disembodied, hairy creature. A stunned silence fell over the court, followed by a collective gasp, quickly suppressed. Marquis de Valois, mortified, instinctively clapped his hands to his bare head, his face flushing a furious crimson. He blamed the humidity, a faulty wig-maker, the provincial air of Viridian that had somehow clung to him. But the image of his bald pate, so undignified, was etched into the minds of the Glorianan nobility. It was not. They privately conceded a very civilized thing to happen. Next came the inexplicable, persistent itching. It started subtly, a faint prickle on his ankle, then his wrist, then the back of his neck. He blamed the stale straw in the carriage, or perhaps a new, inferior brand of soap. But the itching intensified, becoming relentless, driving him to distraction. He scratched surreptitiously at first, then openly, frantically, his elegant hands clawing at his skin, much to the dismay of his valet, Dr. Percival, the royal physician of Gloriana. A man of profound medical learning and even more profound pomposity, examined him meticulously, but found no rash, no bites, no discernible cause. A nervous affliction, Marquis, Percival declared, stroking his own neatly trimmed beard, a consequence of your recent, unpleasant experiences. Perhaps a tonic of crushed nightshade and boiled owl feathers. The Marquis endured the tonics, but the itching persisted, a constant, maddening reminder of something unseen, something deeply unsettling. Then his prized possessions began to suffer. His collection of rare, vintage wines, meticulously aged for decades in his personal cellar, inexplicably turned to vinegar, their precious contents sour and undrinkable. He found that his favorite, exquisitely embroidered silk shirts were mysteriously riddled with tiny, inexplicable holes, as if nibbled by invisible discerning teeth. His solid gold inkwell, a gift from a grateful emperor, vanished from his desk one morning, only to reappear a week later, slightly tarnished, in the pocket of his oldest, most decrepit stable hand, who swore he had no idea how it got there. His most expensive, imported perfumes, known for their lingering, musky aroma, began to smell faintly of damp earth and something indefinably rodent-like, forcing him to discard entire bottles with a shudder of disgust. Professionally, his meticulous plans began to unravel. Negotiations for a vital trade treaty with the northern barbarians, which he had been cultivating for years, inexplicably collapsed. The barbarians citing unforeseen omens and a feeling of profound ill will. His carefully cultivated network of informants in rival kingdoms began to send him false intelligence, leading him to make embarrassing blunders in court, often predicting events that never materialized or proposing strategies that backfired spectacularly. His reputation, once unassailable, began to fray at the edges. Whispers, initially of his nervous disposition, quickly escalated to losing his touch, then lose his mind. The ultimate irony, however, was the onset of his own sleeplessness. He, Marquis Henri de Valois, who had scoffed so vehemently at King Theron's royal insomnia, found himself staring at his own ornate bedchamber ceiling, wide-eyed and restless. His carefully prepared bed, scented with lavender and lined with the finest Glorianan linen, felt increasingly uncomfortable. He tried every known method. Counting sheep, they invariably transformed into tiny, velvet-cloaked rats nibbling at his brain. Soothing music, it seemed to resolve into a faint, mocking squeak, and the gentle ministrations of his masseuse, whose hands, he imagined, now smelled faintly of cheese. He found himself plagued by vivid, unsettling dreams, not of conquest or grand balls, but of scurrying shadows, of small sharp teeth, and of a tiny, silent silver bell. He would wake in a cold sweat, convinced he felt the soft brush of fur against his cheek, the imagined scent of damp earth, and something vaguely unwashed. His private anxieties, which he had always believed to be non-existent, now clamored for attention, relentlessly reviewing every perceived slight, every social misstep, every moment of vulnerability. His once serene conscience was now a battlefield of restless thoughts. The Glorianan court, initially sympathetic to the Marquis's barbaric encounter, now observed his misfortunes with a growing morbid fascination. At first, they offered condolences, then veiled suggestions for more rest, then outright avoidance. When his wig fell, they stifled snickers. When he scratched frantically, they averted their gazes. When his prized wine soured, they simply murmured about bad harvests. But as the incidents accumulated, each more bizarre and inexplicable than the last, a single, unsettling thought began to creep into their collective consciousness. Thought whispered only behind closed doors, in hushed tones, often accompanied by a furtive glance over their shoulders. Could it be? Could it truly be the curse of the rat? King Louis, for all his focus on grandeur, was a practical man. His most effective diplomat was becoming a liability. His once sharp intellect dulled by sleeplessness and paranoia. His impeccable appearance marred by constant scratching and unkempt hair. The Marquis's dramatic stories of the savage rodent now seemed less like a legitimate grievance and more like the ramblings of a man unraveling. He began to question the severity of the alleged insult in Viridian. Perhaps, he mused, the King of Viridian was not so mad after all. Perhaps the incident was not an act of war, but merely the unfortunate consequence of the Marquis's own arrogance and disrespectful behavior. He had, after all, heard whispers of de Valois' condescending nature. Dr. Percival, for his part, while publicly maintaining his scientific detachment, found himself privately reviewing ancient texts on curses, hexes, and animalistic retributions. He still scoffed at the notion of a magical rat, but the sheer, relentless absurdity of the Marquis's misfortunes, coupled with his own inability to find a rational cause, began to fray even his rigid scientific worldview. He began to suggest odd, unconventional treatments for the Marquis, involving strange herbs and bizarre incantations, much to the Marquis's disgust. The Marquis himself, stripped of his composure, plagued by itching and sleeplessness, and witnessing the systematic ruin of his life, began to succumb to a terrifying, creeping dread. He had always prided himself on his reason, his ability to dismiss superstition as the folly of peasants. But what rational explanation could there be for the souring of his wines, the mysterious holes in his silks, the vanishing inkwell, the sudden onset of his own tormenting insomnia, and the bewildering incompetence that now plagued his every diplomatic endeavor? His initial contempt for Pip, the common rat, transformed into a chilling personal terror. He would wake in the dead of night, convinced he could hear a faint, almost imperceptible tinkle of a tiny silver bell, and the soft, padding sound of minute paws scurrying just outside his bedchamber door. He saw the spectral image of a small velvet-cloaked creature in every shadow, its tiny, dark eyes gleaming with a knowing, malevolent intelligence. The curse, he now truly believed, was real. And it was personal. News of the Marquis's escalating misfortunes, though embellished and distorted by distance, eventually trickled back to Viridian. The court, initially caught in their own renewed anxieties over King Theron's sleeplessness, found themselves listening with a mixture of horror and grim satisfaction. Dr. Alaric, while still maintaining his professional skepticism concerning Pip's magic, privately admitted to Lord Valerius that the Marquis's afflictions were certainly unusual. Lord Valerius, recalling the Marquis's arrogant sneer and his condescending remarks, found a perverse, deeply buried sense of justice in the tale. He often caught himself stifling a quiet chuckle when hearing of the Marquis's latest humiliation, a small dark relief in the face of the king's renewed suffering. The common folk of Viridian, who had always believed in Pip's miraculous powers, saw the Marquis's fate as a clear sign of divine retribution, a just punishment for insulting their beloved king's sentinel. Ballads were already being composed, not just of the king's heroic battle with Insomnia, but of the vengeance of the Dreamweaver rat upon its tormentor. King Theron, however, heard these rumors with a different ear. He was too consumed by his own returning torment to feel any satisfaction. Instead, the tales of the Marquis's misfortunes only deepened his profound regret. If Pip truly possessed such power, such a pervasive influence, then his decision to banish it, to exile such a potent force, felt like an even greater, more foolish error. He had thought he was protecting his kingdom by sacrificing his peace. But now he only saw the suffering of his people, the threat of war, and his own descent back into madness, all as a direct consequence of his inability to value the unassuming miracle he had been given. He yearned not for the Marquis's suffering, but for the simple, quiet return of his sentinel, the presence that had brought him respite from the relentless clamor of his own mind. His regret was a bitter, gnawing thing, a constant companion in his sleepless nights. The Marquis de Valois, once the picture of arrogant self-assurance, was now a tormented wreck, haunted by the very creature he had scorned. And King Theron, the mighty ruler, was a prisoner of his own regret, watching his kingdom fray at the edges, praying for the return of a small, unremarkable rat, whose lingering influence proved far more potent and far more chaotic than anyone had ever imagined. The stage was set for a desperate, frantic search, not for a magical cure, but for the return of a forgotten comfort. Chapter 17. The Rat's Newfound Legend. The Royal Bedchamber, once a sanctuary of profound and unprecedented slumber, had reverted to a stage for the king's renewed, tormented wakefulness. King Theron, a gaunt, shadow-eyed figure once more, tossed and turned amidst the silken sheets, haunted by the echoing emptiness where his beloved Pip's pavilion had once stood. The glorious peace, so recently the bedrock of his reign, had crumbled, replaced by the relentless clamor of his own anxieties and the growing, ominous drumbeat of Glorianan demands. Lord Valerius, worn to a thread, still desperately tried to appease the foreign power, but the absence of the king's rest, coupled with the continued, bizarre misfortunes of Marquis Henri de Valois, had set in motion a different, far more compelling narrative, one that transcended mere politics and seeped into the very soil of the kingdom, the legend of the Dreamweaver Rat. News of the Marquis's escalating woes had, like a virulent strain of gossip, traveled faster and further than any royal messenger. It began as hushed whispers in the antechambers of the Glorianan court, then blossomed into open, incredulous tales recounted in taverns across the border, and finally returned to Viridian, embellished and distorted by distance and the inherent human need for dramatic narrative. Each misfortune that befell the pompous Marquis was immediately, unequivocally, attributed to the bite of the royal rat. His mysteriously ruined velvet cloak, the rat's revenge, his grand powdered wig inexplicably falling off during a crucial speech, the rat's malevolent influence seeking to humble him, his relentless, maddening itching, the ghostly caress of the rat's tiny, vengeful paws, a torment designed to drive him to distraction, the souring of his prized wines, the inexplicable holes in his silk shirts, the vanishing inkwell, and most damningly, his own descent into profound, tormenting insomnia. All were seen as direct, undeniable evidence of the Dreamweaver Rat's potent, punitive power. The common folk of Viridian, who had always embraced the initial story of the whispering sentinel of Somnuses with a fervent, almost childlike belief, now found their faith not just affirmed, but amplified. The Marquis's suffering was not merely unfortunate, it was divine retribution, a clear sign that the rat was no ordinary creature. It was a guardian, a spirit, a vengeful deity in miniature, protecting its chosen king from the sneering insolence of outsiders. In the bustling marketplace where the Marquis had once sneered at their humble wares, merchants now openly recounted tales of the great rat that had laid low the arrogant foreign noble. Storytellers, in exchange for a few coppers, spun elaborate narratives of Pip's ancient lineage, its connection to forgotten forest spirits, and its righteous fury when provoked. The tale grew with each telling, Pip transforming from a pampered pet into a powerful, almost mythical, folkloric figure. New superstitions quickly took root. Mothers, traditionally wary of rats, began to tell their children cautionary tales of respecting all creatures, lest they incur the wrath of the dreamweaver. Small, rough carvings of rats, often adorned with painted blue cloaks, appeared on doorposts and hearths, meant to ward off restless nights and protect against arrogant strangers. Healers, sensing the shift in public belief, began to incorporate rat whisker poultices, made invariably from ordinary cat fur, and sleep charms, small gray stones wrapped in blue thread, into their remedies, claiming they drew their power from the sentinel's protective aura. Apprentices in the city's guilds, who had once suffered from their master's early morning rages, now quietly prayed to the sleep weaver for undisturbed rest, sometimes leaving tiny crumbs of cheese in forgotten corners of workshops as offerings. Even within the palace walls, where skepticism had once quietly simmered, the atmosphere changed. The king's undeniable return to sleepless agony, coupled with the steady stream of unsettling reports regarding the Marquis's escalating misfortunes, forced even the most pragmatic courtiers to re-evaluate. Lord Valerius, despite his rational mind, found himself unable to dismiss the uncanny correlation. He would find himself glancing at the empty space where Pip's pavilion had been, a profound sense of unease settling upon him. The Marquis's fate was too specific, too humiliating, too perfectly aligned with the initial insult. It defied mere coincidence. He often caught himself rubbing his own brow, wondering if the Marquis's maddening itch was contagious, or merely a psychological manifestation of some unseen, pervasive influence. He began to discreetly inquire about the nature of animal spirits from various scholars, though he always couched his questions in terms of academic curiosity. Dr. Alaric, however, remained a bitter, unyielding bastion of scientific reason. He raged against the burgeoning superstition, against the peasantry's foolish credulity, and against the king's own lamentable regression into delusion. He meticulously documented the king's worsening symptoms, the bags under his eyes deepening, his temper shortening, his decisions growing increasingly erratic. He continued to propose new, increasingly complex remedies, purgatives, emetics, infusions of rare, expensive herbs, all of which the king rejected with a weary wave of his hand. Alaric tried to explain the Marquis's misfortunes as a series of unrelated incidents, psychosomatic reactions to stress, or simply the natural course of misfortune. But his logical explanations fell on deaf ears, even among his own colleagues, who now spoke in hushed tones of unseen forces and divine judgments. Alaric, once the respected royal physician, found himself increasingly isolated, his rational voice drowned out by the rising tide of irrational belief, a lone lighthouse blinking against an encroaching fog of mysticism. The king himself was the most profound believer in Pip's Newfound legend. His regret for banishing the rat was a constant, gnawing pain, sharper than any of his former anxieties. He paced his bedchamber in the dead of night, muttering to himself not of battles or treaties, but of Pip. He would speak of it not as a mere creature, but as a wronged deity, a powerful spirit he had foolishly cast out. "It was my foolish pride," he would lament to Lord Valerius, his eyes wide and bloodshot. "I sent away my protector, my solace, and now it exacts its just revenge not upon me, but upon those who mocked it, those who doubted its sacred power." He saw the Marquis's suffering not as a mere consequence of a rat bite, but as a cosmic imbalance being righted, a demonstration of Pip's potent spiritual influence. He ordered Master Elms to meticulously maintain the empty pavilion, to polish the cherry wood, to ensure the silk cushions remained soft, as if by preserving its former abode, he might somehow lure its spirit, or indeed its corporeal form, back. He would often sit beside the empty pavilion, running his hand over the polished wood, yearning for the gentle presence that had once brought him such profound peace. He believed that Pip, wherever it was, sensed his regret, and was perhaps weighing his repentance. Rumors intensified of the dream weaver's ability to bestow or withhold sleep, to bring good fortune or ill. Peasants would tie blue ribbons to their bedposts, hoping to invite the rat's blessings. Merchants would leave small crumbs of cheese on their thresholds, hoping for prosperity and clear-headedness. Even some of the more superstitious nobles, their reason slowly eroding under the relentless pressure of the king's insomnia and the marquise's grotesque comeuppance, began to covertly purchase the crudely carved rat talismans, hiding them among their personal effects just in case. They might scoff at the notion publicly, but privately, fear began to creep in. The coincidence was simply too profound to ignore. The rat, once an insignificant scavenger, was now a powerful unseen force, woven into the very fabric of Viridian's folklore. And what of Pip, the unassuming nexus of this burgeoning legend? It was, in stark contrast to the grand narratives woven around it, merely a rat. It was thinner now, its fur duller, its movements quicker, more wary. The pampered plumpness of its palace days had burned away, replaced by the lean, wiry strength of a creature constantly on the hunt for survival. It navigated the labyrinthine sewers and alleys of Viridian with a newfound, brutal efficiency. Its senses sharp, its instincts honed. It had learned to avoid the larger, more aggressive rats, to sniff out the freshest scraps, to find the warmest, most secure hiding places. It still carried a faint memory of softness, of the peculiar warmth of a large human presence. But it was a distant echo, like a half-forgotten dream. It no longer wore the velvet cloak, nor did its silver bell jingle. It was simply Pip, a rat. It knew nothing of royal decrees, or diplomatic crises or curses. It knew hunger, cold, and the constant, primal imperative to survive. It was oblivious to the elaborate mythology being built around its unassuming existence, unaware that its brief, instinctive act of self-defense had transformed it from a mere animal into a potent, awe-inspiring, and profoundly feared folkloric figure. A legend that now held the imagination of an entire kingdom in its tiny, uncomprehending paws. The burgeoning legend of the Dreamweaver rat was now so pervasive, so deeply ingrained, that its return would not merely be the reintroduction of a beloved pet, but the re-establishment of a powerful, perhaps even terrifying spiritual guardian, a challenge that King Theron, in his increasingly desperate state, was soon to face. The stage was set for a truly absurd and utterly desperate royal quest. Chapter 18. The King's Secret Search. The silence in King Theron's bedchamber was no longer the serene quietude of profound slumber, but the heavy, oppressive stillness of a tomb. Nights stretched into an agonizing, endless vigil, each hour a fresh torment. The king, a ghost of his former, revitalized self, paced his chambers, his footsteps echoing hollowly on the polished floor. His eyes, once bright with the clarity of rested thought, now perpetually bloodshot and haunted. The profound, aching emptiness where Pip's pavilion had once stood was a constant, physical ache in his chest, a testament to the peace he had so foolishly, so regretfully cast away. Gloriana's threats, the Duke of Northmarch's renewed truculence, the faltering economy, all returned with a vengeance, amplified by his sleeplessness into a cacophony of unmanageable anxieties that crashed against his mind like relentless waves upon a crumbling shore. His temper, long subdued, began to flicker dangerously, singeing the nerves of his exhausted courtiers. Lord Valerius, now looking more cadaverous than ever, endured the king's erratic demands with a grim resignation. his face a constant prayer for the return of his monarch's sanity, or at least his ability to nap. Dr. Alaric, while professionally vindicated by the king's relapse, still found himself utterly at a loss, his medical bag filled with useless remedies, his theories powerless against an affliction whose true cure was, impossibly, a missing rodent. The growing legend of the Dreamweaver rat only deepened the king's despair and, paradoxically, strengthened his conviction. The tales of Marquis de Valois' escalating misfortunes, recounted with relish by palace servants and embellished by traveling merchants, reached the king's ears. His wig falling off, his maddening itch, the souring wines, the spectral whispers of a tiny bell, each new indignity suffered by the pompous marquis, served as undeniable proof. For King Theron that Pip truly possessed a potent, almost divine power. He saw it not as mere coincidence, but as righteous retribution, a direct consequence of his own ill-fated decision to banish such a sacred protective creature. The bite, once a source of diplomatic crisis, now appeared in the king's fevered mind as a heroic act of defiance, a sacred defense. He had dismissed his savior, and now his kingdom, and his very soul were paying the price. The agony of his sleeplessness, combined with the crushing weight of his regret, drove King Theron to a new, desperate resolve. He could not, he realized, publicly admit his folly. To declare that he needed the rat back would be to confirm the Marquis's accusations of barbarity, to subject himself and his kingdom to further ridicule, and potentially outright invasion. He had exiled Pip for the sake of the realm's stability, and to reverse that decision openly would make him appear capricious, weak, and utterly subservient to a rodent. The court's initial skepticism, now replaced by fear, would turn into outright rebellion if he openly demanded the return of a common pest after condemning it. No, the search had to be secret. Utterly, painstakingly, irrevocably secret. He summoned Lord Valerius in the dead of night, his face gaunt in the flickering candlelight. "Valerius," the king rasped, his voice barely a whisper, "I need my sentinel. I cannot endure this torment. The kingdom cannot endure it. I would sooner face 100 Glorianan armies than another night such as these." His eyes, wide and desperate, pleaded with his chief advisor. "You must find it. You must bring Pip back to me. Discreetly. No one, not a single soul outside this room, must know of this quest." Lord Valerius, despite his profound weariness, felt a familiar knot of dread tighten in his stomach. The king was desperate, bordering on delirium. But he was also right. The kingdom was fraying at the edges. "Your Majesty," he replied, his voice equally hushed. The creature was to be taken to the royal menagerie. Perhaps it is there still? He knew, with an awful certainty, that it would not be. Master Elms had already reported the empty cage, the torn velvet, the silent bell. The royal menagerie was a mere cover story, a polite fiction for exile. "Nonsense," the king spat, his voice regaining a touch of its old, furious edge. "It escaped. It knew. It sensed my weakness, my betrayal. It is somewhere in the city, Valerius. Somewhere in the labyrinth. You must find it. You must find my peace." He clasped Valerius's arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Use all resources, but with the utmost secrecy. Anyone who speaks a word of this, anyone who betrays this trust, will pay with their life. Do you understand?" Valerius understood. The stakes were higher than ever. He was to hunt a rodent in the vast, filthy underbelly of the city, for a king whose sanity hinged on its return, all while pretending it was a matter of no consequence. It was an assignment of monumental absurdity and profound danger. He considered who he could trust. The royal guard were too rigid, too prone to following protocol. The court, too gossipy. Dr. Alaric, too smug. His thoughts immediately turned to Master Elms. The valet was fastidious, loyal to a fault, and perhaps more importantly, genuinely fond of the little creature, having spent months pampering it. He also knew the palace better than anyone, every hidden passage, every forgotten corner, and he had been the one to discover Pip's escape, and had silently mourned its loss. Elara, the kitchen maid, was also a possibility, but her low standing made her too risky, too easily dismissed or accused. No, Elms was the key. He approached Master Elms under the cloak of deepest night, his proposition delivered in a low, urgent whisper, laced with the king's desperate pleas and veiled threats. Master Elms, who had indeed been consumed by guilt and sorrow over Pip's disappearance, initially blanched. "My lord, to search for a common rat in the city? It is a needle in a haystack, and the king's fury. Should word escape, the king's fury will be far worse if we do our naughty find it." "Master Elms," Valerius retorted, his voice grim, "His Majesty's sanity is tied to this creature, and Gloriana grows bolder with each passing sleepless night. You know the palace's hidden ways. You know the creature's habits. You are the only one who can lead this search." Master Elms, a man of fastidious habits and precise routines, found himself thrust into the unlikely role of chief rat tracker. He was given a small, hand-picked team of loyal, discreet individuals, not soldiers, for their heavy boots and clanking armor would draw too much attention, not nobles, for their delicate sensibilities would be offended. Instead, Valerius chose a few trusted, nimble-footed palace scullions who knew the labyrinthine service tunnels, a retired, taciturn palace cleaner who had spent decades navigating the hidden passages, and even, somewhat controversially, a half-blind, cunning former poacher from the royal forests, known for his ability to track the most elusive game. Each was sworn to absolute secrecy, their lives forfeit if a single word of their mission reached the wrong ears. Their reward, should they succeed, was immense, a lifetime pension, a parcel of land, and the king's eternal gratitude. Their punishment for failure or betrayal was equally clear: the dungeon or worse. The search began under the cloak of perpetual darkness, a grim, nocturnal ballet. Master Elms, clad in a simple, dark tunic rather than his usual embroidered livery, found himself leading his unlikely team through the very underbelly of Viridian. They scoured the vast network of sewers, their lanterns casting dancing shadows on the slimy, slick walls, the stench overwhelming. They explored forgotten cellars beneath ancient taverns, places where the very air was thick with the accumulated filth of centuries. They crept through narrow, refuse-choked alleys, listening for the telltale rustle of tiny paws, the faint squeak that might betray their quarry. They examined every discarded pile of rubbish, every overflowing gutter, every damp fissure and crumbling foundations. The irony was thick enough to chew. Here were royal servants, once accustomed to silks and silver, now crawling through filth, hunting for a creature they had once pampered with gourmet cheese. Master Elms, who had once recoiled from the faint musk of Pip, now found himself wading through truly unspeakable effluvia, his fastidious nature sorely tested. He would occasionally find himself staring into the murky depths of a sewer, pondering the absurdity of it all, the fate of a kingdom resting on the return of a rat. He longed for the scent of lavender and beeswax, for the predictable rhythm of palace life. The challenges were immense. The city was teeming with rats, hundreds, thousands of them, indistinguishable from one another in the gloom. They were all lean, wary, and quick, a stark contrast to the pampered, somewhat rotund Pip that Master Elms remembered. Their search was for a ghost, a legend, a tiny creature that had once worn a velvet cloak. They carried no cages, no traps, The king had commanded that Pip be brought back alive, unharmed, and willingly, if possible. Their only tools were patience, stealth, and a profound, shared sense of desperation. They left small, carefully placed offerings of discarded brie and smoked salmon in strategic location, hoping to lure the pampered palate of the former sentinel. But the meager offerings were invariably snatched by wild, aggressive rivals long before Pip, if it was even in the vicinity, could find them. Pip, meanwhile, had fully readapted to its harsh new reality. The luxurious softness of silk was a distant, almost forgotten dream, replaced by the rough certainty of earth and stone. Its fur, once meticulously groomed, was now matted and dulled by constant exposure to grime. Its plumpness had vanished, leaving it lean and quick, its instincts honed by the constant gnaw of hunger and the omnipresent threat of predators and rival rodents. It was a survivor, a ghost in the shadows, indistinguishable from its wild brethren, save for a faint, almost imperceptible sheen of health that still clung to its coat, a lingering memory of its privileged past. It scurried through the same tunnels and alleys that Master Elms and his team explored, often mere feet away, utterly unaware of the desperate royal hunt for its unassuming self. It smelled the humans, their peculiar scents, their faint, distant whispers. But they were just part of the nocturnal hum, another presence to avoid. It no longer possessed a velvet cloak, its distinguishing mark now a forgotten scrap of fabric in the palace larder. It was just a rat, driven by the ancient, simple imperatives of survival. The king's secret search continued, day after day, night after night, yielding nothing but frustration and a growing sense of futility. Master Elms reported his lack of progress to Lord Valerius with increasing despair, and Valerius, in turn, delivered the grim news to the king, carefully couched in hopeful but ultimately empty words. Each report sent King Theron deeper into the abyss of his insomnia, his regret a bitter companion. The kingdom, meanwhile, continued its slow, agonizing slide towards crisis. The Marquis's demands grew louder, Gloriana's troops moved closer, and the king's temper became a constant, terrifying force of nature. The search for the elusive, ordinary yet legendary rat was now more than a quest for sleep. It was a desperate, clandestine race against time, a desperate gamble for the very soul of a king and the precarious peace of his realm. The stage was set for a dramatic, improbable reunion, or a disastrous, irreversible decline. Chapter 19. The rat's final act of defiance. The heavy velvet curtains of King Theron's bedchamber offered no respite from the relentless march of time, nor from the ever-present, suffocating silence that pressed upon the king's mind. Each dawn brought with it not the promise of a new day, but the grim tally of another night lost to the insatiable beast of insomnia. His body, once invigorated by months of blissful slumber, was now a hollow vessel, his skin sallow, his eyes two burning coals in a gaunt, perpetually drawn face. The kingly pronouncements that once rang with clarity now emerged as curt, often contradictory commands, leaving his court in a perpetual state of nervous apprehension. Lord Valerius, looking as if he had spent a year submerged in a peat bog, bore the brunt of his monarch's increasingly erratic temper. His own nights now entirely devoid of rest, haunted by the specter of Glorianan legions and the king's spiraling madness. Dr. Alaric, having long since exhausted his repertoire of poultices and potions, resorted to simply observing the king's decline with a grim, almost detached scientific curiosity, his once robust theories on humors crumbling before the undeniable power of a missing rodent. The kingdom, once stable, now felt like a ship adrift, its rudder lost, its captain lost to the waking world. The king's secret search for Pip, his sentinel, had become an obsession, a frantic, desperate to gamble against time and his own dissolving sanity. Master Elms, the fastidious valet now perpetually clad in dark, inconspicuous clothing, led his unlikely band of palace scullions, cleaners, and the former poacher through the filthy, echoing labyrinth of Viridian's underbelly. Their lamps cast fleeting, dancing shadows on walls slick with generations of grime, their hushed whispers mingling with the constant drip of unseen water and the scuttling sounds of 1,000 unseen lives. They crawled through sewers, explored forgotten conduits, and picked their way through mountains of refuse in narrow, choked alleys. The glamour of royal service for these chosen few had long since evaporated, replaced by the grim, unglamorous reality of hunting a very ordinary rat in an extraordinarily vast and unsanitary environment. They left tiny, carefully placed offerings of brie and smoked salmon, remnants of Pip's luxurious former diet in strategic locations, hoping to tempt the pampered palate of their elusive quarry. But the offerings were invariably snatched by leaner, more aggressive denizens of the deep, leaving Master Elms to sigh in profound exasperation. Months passed. The king grew weaker, his will fraying, his once imposing figure shrinking within his robes. The Glorianan threats grew louder, their demands for Pip's public execution escalating to thinly veiled ultimatums for war. The Duke of Northmarch, sensing the king's vulnerability, began to gather his own forces, a rumbling thunder on Viridian's northern border. The court lived in a state of perpetual dread, convinced that the end was nigh, hastened by the king's stubborn refusal to abandon his desperate quest for a creature that seemed to have vanished into thin air. The legend of the Dreamweaver rat only continued to grow, fueled by the Marquis's escalating public misfortunes. He had recently suffered the inexplicable loss of all his eyebrows and a persistent, high-pitched ringing in his ears, and the king's own profound, visible despair. The common folk, however, now saw Pip not just as a benevolent spirit, but as an avenging angel, a powerful, unseen force that brought both salvation and retribution. They prayed for its return, even as the king himself, in his dark hours, began to despair of ever seeing it again. Then, one moonless night, deep within the forgotten, crumbling foundations of the old butcher's shop, Pip's original home, a faint, familiar scent pricked Master Elms's nose. It was faint, almost imperceptible beneath the pervasive reek of animal entrails and damp earth. But it was there, the faint, lingering aroma of very old, very fine cheese. It was a scent no common rat would carry. His heart hammered in his chest. "Quiet," he whispered, his voice hoarse, halting his weary team. "I smell it. That's it. That's Jimmy." They crept forward, their lanterns dimmed, their footsteps painstakingly soft. They found a narrow, almost invisible fissure in the ancient stone, barely wide enough for a man's hand. From within, they heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound, the sound of tiny, industrious gnawing. It was quiet, steady, purposeful. It was the sound of a well-fed rat enjoying its meal. Master Elms peered into the darkness, his breath held, and then he saw it, curled within a snug, surprisingly clean pocket in the stone, nestled amongst a small pile of meticulously hoarded scraps, a desiccated pea, a surprisingly intact but very stale crust of bread, and, miraculously, a small, dreed piece of long-forgotten, extremely aged cheddar. Was Pip. It was no longer plump, its velvet cloak long gone. Its fur was slightly matted, but beneath the grime of the streets, there was an unmistakable sheen, a faint robustness that spoke of a creature that had not merely survived, but had, against all odds, thrived. Its whiskers twitched as it nibbled, its small, dark eyes reflecting the faintest glint of the distant lantern light. It looked utterly content, a picture of quiet, self-sufficient satisfaction. It was just a rat, utterly unremarkable, yet profoundly alive. "Pip," Master Ems breathed, his voice a mixture of awe and profound relief. He slowly extended a hand, a clean, silk-gloved hand, towards the fisher. In his palm, he held a piece of the freshest, creamiest brie from the king's own larder, its rich aroma filling the tiny, dark space. "Pip," he whispered again, his voice gentle, persuasive. "Come. The king calls for you. Your pavilion awaits. Your silk bed. Your limitless cheeses. Be stunned. Comfort. It is all there, little sentinel. All for you." Pip paused its gnawing. Its whiskers twitched, sampling the glorious aroma of the brie. It was a scent that stirred a deep, almost forgotten memory, a ghost of its pampered past. It was undeniably alluring. It looked at the enormous, pale hand, the soft, rich cheese. It remembered the warmth, the effortless abundance, the gentle ministrations, the safety from predators. It remembered the quiet of the king's bedchamber, the endless soft sleep. A flicker of yearning, of instinctive desire for ease, crossed its tiny, intelligent features. But then, another memory surfaced. Not a memory of luxurious boredom, but of fierce, primal freedom. It remembered the cold bite of the wind in the alleys, the thrill of a successful scrounge, the sharpened awareness that came with constant vigilance. It remembered the raw, exhilarating scent of damp earth, the challenge of outwitting a lurking cat, the satisfaction of finding its own way, of relying solely on its own instincts. It remembered the feeling of the velvet cloak, heavy and restricting, a cumbersome burden. It remembered the towering human faces, the overwhelming sense, the constant, unspoken expectation that had weighed on its tiny shoulders. A bizarre pressure it had never truly understood. It was an object then, a symbol, a charm, not truly a living creature. Its gaze, which had lingered on the brie, now shifted. It looked past the hand, past the looming human face of Master Elms, past the faint, distant lights of the other searchers. It looked into the deeper, darker recesses of the ancient foundation, into the familiar, welcoming blackness of its true domain. It was cold there, and often hungry, and always dangerous. But it was free. It made its own choices. It lived by its own wits. It was beholden to no king, no court, no expectation. A strange, almost defiant light gleamed in its tiny eyes. Its whiskers twitched once more, not in longing, but in a subtle gesture of rejection. It looked at the brie again, then back into the darkness. The royal cheese, once the pinnacle of its desires, suddenly seemed bland, predictable. It was a bribe, a gilded cage. With a sudden, almost imperceptible movement, Pip turned its back on the outstretched hand, on the tempting brie, on the promise of effortless luxury. It pressed itself deeper into its chosen crevice, melting into the shadows, becoming one with the dark, cold stone. It chose the stale crust, the bitter turnip, the fleeting, dangerous thrill of the hunt over the predictable comfort of pampered captivity. It chose the raw, unadorned truth of its rat nature over the absurd, gilded lies of royalty. It was a deliberate, resilient refusal, a final act of defiance. Master Elms, his hand still extended, the brie gleaming temptingly, watched in stunned disbelief. The rat, the one King Theron so desperately needed, The one whose return was meant to avert war and restore sanity had simply refused. It had turned its back on everything it had once known, everything that had been offered to it, choosing the rough, dangerous freedom of the streets over the silken embrace of the palace. It was an act of profound, almost heartbreaking independence. The former poacher, observing from a distance, merely grunted, a sound of grim understanding. "It's a wild thing now, Master Elms," he muttered, his voice surprisingly soft. "You can't cage the wild once it's tasted true freedom." Master Elms slowly, regretfully, withdrew his hand. The brie, untouched, seemed to mock him. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that the king would be devastated. This was not a lost creature. This was a creature that had chosen, and its choice spelled utter catastrophe for the realm. He gently placed the brie on the stone floor, a silent, final offering to the disappearing legend, then turned away, signaling his team to retreat. The hunt was over. The Dreamweaver rat had been found, but it would not return. The news was delivered to King Theron at dawn. Lord Valerius, his face a mask of profound grief, entered the king's bedchamber to find his monarch sitting upright in bed, eyes wide and bloodshot, already wrestling with the demons of another sleepless night. "Your Majesty," Valerius began, his voice barely a whisper. "Master Elms's team, they found it. But it would not come. It chose freedom." The king stared at him, his face devoid of expression for a long moment. Then, a single silent tear traced a path down his cheek, a stark contrast to the healthy glow he had once possessed. "It chose freedom," he repeated, his voice hollow, broken, the faint glimmer of hope, the last fragile anchor to his sanity, shattered. He understood. He had forced Pip out, and now Pip, in its wild wisdom, had chosen to remain free, an eloquent, devastating indictment of his own reluctant decision. The sacrifice had been for nothing. The kingdom was still imperiled, and his peace, truly, was gone forever. From that moment, King Theron's decline accelerated. His initial bursts of fury gave way to a profound, despondent melancholia. He ceased his frantic pacing, instead sitting for hours in his bedchamber, staring at the empty space where Pip's pavilion had been, a living monument to his profound regret. Gloriana, sensing the king's complete incapacitation, pressed its advantage. The Duke of Northmarch, emboldened by the king's paralysis, began to openly defy royal authority. The kingdom, without its sovereign's guiding hand, spiraled towards disarray. The legend of the Dreamweaver rat continued to flourish among the common folk, its defiant choice only adding to its mystique. Tales of its uncanny wisdom, its preference for autonomy, its ultimate rejection of human artifice, cemented its place as a powerful, almost spiritual, figure. They whispered of the king's sorrow, a just consequence for banishing such a pure, wild spirit. And Pip, the unwitting subject of this elaborate mythology, continued its existence in the shadows, a plump, unadorned rat, surviving, thriving, utterly oblivious to the collapse of the kingdom above. Its fate a brutal irony in the grand tapestry of human power, and its profound, unending folly. The quiet defiance of a small creature had sealed the fate of a king and his kingdom, leaving behind only the echoing silence of a once peaceful chamber and the relentless, tormenting clamor of a king's unceasing regret. Chapter 20. The kingdom's last memory of the rat. The king's bedchamber, once filled with the profound, resonant snores of a monarch, finally at peace, now harbored only the hollow echoes of his restless sighs, the agitated rustle of silken sheets, and the relentless, whispered clamor of his own unraveling mind. King Theron, a wraith of a man, his eyes perpetually bloodshot and haunted, his once imposing frame withered by the relentless gnaw of insomnia. Thus a prisoner within his own mind, a living monument to profound regret. The empty space where Pip's pavilion had once stood was not just a void. It was a constant, aching wound, a stark reminder of the tranquility he had so foolishly, so pridefully cast away. Lord Valerius, his face etched with permanent lines of exhaustion and despair, navigated the treacherous waters of the king's erratic moods, his own sleep a distant memory, replaced by the ever-present dread of Glorianan invasion and the king's spiraling descent into madness. Dr. Alaric, perpetually hovering with useless tonics and dire warnings of humors, observed the king's decline with a grim, detached scientific curiosity, his once robust theories on health and disease rendered irrelevant by the undeniable power of a missing, ordinary rate jaundice polignin verdietenine. Dexibian sanitis canus sunde. Ordinary rat, the kingdom of Viridian, once basking in the reflected glow of its king's renewed vitality, now mirrored his despair. The fragile piece, bought at the cost of Pip's exile, swiftly crumbled. Gloriana, sensing the king's profound incapacitation, pressed its demands with a ruthless efficiency. The formal apology, the indemnity, the public repudiation of the savage rodent, all were scornfully dismissed by the king, who, in his delirium, still saw Pip's bite as a righteous act of defiance, a sacred defense against an arrogant fool. Diplomatic ties were severed. Trade embargoes tightened into an economic stranglehold, and Glorianan legions, their polished armor glinting ominously under the sun, began to march, slowly but inexorably, towards Viridian's borders. The Duke of Northmarch, emboldened by the king's paralysis and Gloriana's aggression, formally declared his independence, plunging the northern provinces into open rebellion. Viridian, without its king's guiding hand, dissolved into a chaotic tapestry of internal strife and external threat. The royal treasury, once replenished, bled gold at an alarming rate, drained by desperate, ill-advised attempts to raise a credible defense. The markets emptied, the granaries dwindled, and the murmurs of discontent among the common folk swelled into a frustrated, despairing roar. The king, in his dark, sleepless nights, would hear their imagined cries, a further torment to his already shattered mind. King Theron's rule, once marked by clarity and justice, degenerated into a reign of unpredictable whims and profound melancholia. He ceased holding court, retreating to his bedchamber, a silent, spectral presence haunted by his colossal regret. He would spend hours staring at the empty pavilion, his hand occasionally reaching out, as if to touch a phantom presence. He spoke little, and when he did, it was usually a lament, a mournful litany of his folly, of the foolish pride that had driven him to banish his only source of peace. The image of Pip, turning its small, velvet-cloaked back on the tempting Bree, choosing cold freedom over gilded comfort, was seared into his mind, a constant, damning indictment. He yearned for the small, unassuming weight beside him, the silent comfort that had asked nothing and given everything. He yearned for oblivion, a respite his broken mind could no longer find. He died just over a year after Pip's escape, not from illness, but from a profound and utter exhaustion, a king consumed by his own regret, his final breath a whisper of a name. Sentinel. The succession was chaotic. Gloriana, taking advantage of the power vacuum, annexed Viridian's most prosperous southern territories, citing the king's barbaric and unstable rule as justification. The Duke of Northmarch consolidated his rebellion, carving out his own independent fiefdom. What remained of Viridian was a shadow of its former self, smaller, poorer, and perpetually under the watchful, sneering eye of Glorianan influence. The Grand Hall, Once a stage for King Theron's revitalized presence became a muted, somber place. Its tapestries faded, its once vibrant atmosphere replaced by a palpable sense of decline. Lord Valerius, his spirit utterly broken by the collapse of his kingdom and the tragic end of his king, retired from public life, an old man before his time. He spent his remaining years in a small, remote monastery, endlessly poring over ancient texts on the cyclical nature of human folly, occasionally pausing to gaze at the moon, wondering if a certain small, free creature was still scurrying somewhere beneath its distant light. He never spoke of the rat. Not aloud, but the image of its small, defiant form was forever etched into his weary mind, a silent testament to the fragile absurdity of all power. Master Elms, the fastidious valet, remained in service, his meticulous habits finding a new, almost compulsive focus in the meticulous care of the king's vacant bedchamber. He would smooth the silk sheets, plump the pillows, and polish the cherrywood pavilion, which remained by royal decree in its designated spot, an empty, poignant memorial to a lost era. He never again found a trace of the velvet cloak or the tiny silver bell, though he would sometimes imagine a faint, almost imperceptible tinkle in the deepest silence of the night, a ghost of a sound that only he could hear. Dr. Alaric, ironically, gained a perverse form of notoriety. His dire warnings about animalistic contagion and the risks of unnatural humors were finally vindicated, not by the rat's bite, but by the king's ultimate demise. He became a sought-after expert on exotic diseases, though he would always end his lectures with a bitter, tangential lament about the unscientific belief in magical rodents, even as the persistent, mysterious ailments of the now reclusive Marquis de Valois continued to be whispered about across the continent. And what of Pip, the unwitting fulcrum of a kingdom's fate, the accidental catalyst of diplomatic chaos and royal decline? After its final, defiant act of choosing freedom over luxury, Pip simply was. It lived out the remainder of its days in the intricate, pungent labyrinth of Viridian sewers and forgotten cellars. The faint sheen of its pampered past eventually faded entirely, its fur returning to the mottled, street-wise gray-brown of its origins. Its plumpness gave way to a lean, efficient musculature, honed by the constant need to forage, to evade, to survive. It learned the harsh rhythms of its wild kin, the quick, brutal skirmishes over discarded crust, the constant vigilance against predators, the precarious balance between daring and caution. It found mates, raised several litters of equally unremarkable, instinct-driven offspring, none of them graced with velvet cloaks or gourmet tastes. It lived a life utterly devoid of human grandeur, or human anxieties, or indeed, human comprehension. Its dreams, if any, were simple, primal urges, the warmth of a good burrow, the thrill of a successful scrounge, the fleeting terror of a passing shadow. It never knew of the king's torment, or the kingdom's decline, or the marquis's bizarre misfortunes, or the elaborate legend that had grown around its unassuming existence. It died, many years later, in the quiet, undisturbed darkness of a forgotten tunnel beneath the old butcher's shop, a natural death for a natural rat, its final breath a simple exhalation of a life well lived, free and unburdened by crowns or curses. Its body was eventually scavenged by its own kind, absorbed back into the ceaseless cycle of the city's underbelly, leaving no trace. Yet, the story of Pip, the dreamweaver rat, endured. It became a cautionary tale, passed down through generations in the fragmented remnants of the kingdom of Viridian. In the years that followed King Theron's tragic end and the kingdom's diminishment, the tale evolved, its meaning shifting with the changing times and the perspectives of its tellers. To the common folk, it became a whimsical, yet poignant, fable, about the unpredictability of fate and the true nature of power. See, an old grandmother would tell her wide-eyed grandchildren by the hearth, the king, for all his gold and his armies, could find no peace until a little rat, a creature of the earth, shared its quiet spirit. But when he tried to control it, to make it a symbol of his power, it bit the arrogant man and chose its own path. For freedom, child, is a thing even a king cannot command. They would tell of the Marquis de Valois' misfortunes, his itching, his baldness, his endless sleeplessness, with a grim satisfaction, a testament to the idea that even the lowliest creature could exact a powerful, if whimsical, retribution against hubris. The rat, in these tellings, remained a powerful, benevolent, yet ultimately wild spirit, a reminder that the most profound solutions often came from the most unexpected and unglamorous sources. Among the surviving nobles, especially those whose families had lost land or prestige to Gloriana, the story was whispered with a different, more cynical edge. It became a bitter lesson on the fickle nature of royal whims and the absurdity of clinging to personal attachments when the fate of a kingdom was at stake. A kingdom brought low by a common rat, Lord Beaumont's grandson would often lament to his drinking companions, raising his goblet, not by Ziege engines or cunning generals, but by the king's own foolish infatuation with a furry pest. A king's peace and a kingdom's wealth, built on such flimsy, absurd foundations. It teaches us, my friends, that the most dangerous enemy is often the one we embrace in our own bedchamber. They would dismiss the rat's magic as mere coincidence, a convenient delusion that suited the king's desperate need. But they acknowledged its devastating impact. The velvet cloak, now a dusty relic in the palace archives, was occasionally brought out, a small, faded piece of blue fabric that served as a physical reminder of the king's greatest folly. The tiny silver bell, once part of its regal attire, eventually resurfaced decades later, found by a scullion sweeping a forgotten corner of the larder, and was, quite ironically, used to announce the daily feeding of the palace cats, its gentle tinkle signaling a very different kind of hunt. The story of the rat that became a royal sleep charm, and then bit someone important, leaving a kingdom in turmoil, endured not as a grand epic, but as a peculiar, often darkly humorous footnote to the Annals of Viridian. It was a tale that perfectly encapsulated the strange, often illogical, currents that ran beneath the surface of medieval life, where superstition and practicality danced a clumsy jig, and the fate of empires could hinge on the most unassuming of creatures. It was a story told late at night, in hushed tones, not to excite, but to gently distract, to provoke a quiet, knowing chuckle, and to offer a peculiar reflection on the grand follies of mankind. The dreamweaver rat had simply been a rat, living its simple, instinct-driven life, utterly unaware of the profound impact it had on the human world, a world it had, in its brief, absurd glory, profoundly and quite permanently changed. And in that change, a quiet, unsettling lesson was learned, a lesson about the fragile nature of peace, the pervasive power of belief, and the enduring, often uncomfortable, truth that sometimes the most significant events spring from the most insignificant of beginnings. The kingdom of Viridian, though diminished, survived, forever marked by the brief, absurd reign of its royal sleep charm, a story told and retold, as the embers in the hearth slowly faded to ash and the shadows deepened around the listener.